We welcome back to you uh, to this Buddothpado sermons or Buddothpado PeoTV channel again. So you have been listening for a great and profound sermon that was delivered by Buddothpado and Mahanse. What what Reverend Buddothpado and Mahanse wanted to highlight there is the fact that how this worldly perception can be named as thoughts. Even we say certain names for the material objects in the world. They are in the form of thoughts in our own mind. So even we say the word mother, the word father, or whatever the object that you can hold in your hand with your hands. So all these things are there as thoughts in your mind. So so it is so confusing. So we usually think the thoughts are they are in our mind, and thoughts are just things that cannot be held or cannot be touched. But according to Lord Buddha, even the chair that is there in front of you at this moment even is just a thought. So it is so kind of shocking kind of thing for a newcomer. So how does Lord Buddha say the materialistic thing that you perceive it as a 3D object become a thought? So in order to understand this thing, you have to do the insightful, penetrative investigation. So you should have, you must see the mechanism of which this chair has been formed. If you realize this particular method or methodology or the mechanism of this construction, so it will be very evident for you why Lord Buddha said this chair is just a thought. So it is, yes, I know it is somewhat challenging kind of argument for you if you are a beginner. So itself is the thing that you should understand in this entire Dhamma. Wow. It is further more challenging than that. So whatsoever amount that has been preached by Lord Buddha, that amount of Dhamma consists of that this particular pure amount of truth. How the material things that you interact with in your day-to-day life are known as thoughts. In order to understand this truth, it is the truth. So through this Lord Buddha's Dhamma, or Lord Buddha's Dhamma Skandha, the thing that Lord Buddha wanted to uh, convince the people is the fact that you are living in the people are living in a world full of thoughts. If you want to understand this truth, you got to know how these thoughts have been formed. Lord Buddha said, whatever you deal with, whatever you interact with in the form of solidity, solid, liquid, airous, and the in other in a temperature, if you identify some things due to their temperature differences, so whatever the thing you deal with has been the the composition of all the things are very much similar. So the basic level of all these things have been the way that they have been created is the thought. Even you talk about yourself, even you talk about the rest of the worldly animals that are found in the entire world, all these things are there in thoughts. So you are the one who is thinking about the 31 realms. It does not uh, even you think about the heavenly realms, or even if you think about these animal realms, or even if you think about these uh, lower realms such as Preta realms. So all these realms are there in your own mind as thoughts. So your notion of yourself, particularly your age, your gender, your date of birth, your marital relationships, and your societal responsibilities, all these things are there in your mind as thoughts. So you are just thinking that you are a human. Yes, obviously you are not keep on recalling it uh, each and every time, but within deep in your mind, there is a certain kind of a thought that you are a human, and also you have a certain thought that you are a man, you are a male, or you are a female, and also you have certain thought that you are an engineer, you are a plumber, you are a doctor, or you are a student. Likewise, all these things are there hidden deep within your mind as thoughts. Even the figure that you see as you through the mirror will be there in your mind, is there in your mind, deep hidden inside your mind as a thought. The figure, the height, the face of the shape of your face, the color of your hair, all these things are there in your mind as thoughts. Basically speaking, the notion of yourself will be there as is there as thoughts in your own mind. So basically, you are now dealing. So you are thinking. That's why Lord Buddha said, you are thinking that you are a human. You are thinking that you are a male, and you are thinking that you are such a professional, and you are thinking this is your uh, kid. These are your kids, and this is your spouse, and so on. Then you are thinking that you have certain value in this society. So all these things are there as thoughts in your mind. So it clearly proves, those things will clearly prove what Lord Buddha has said. In Pali, he said, Chitte niyati loko. So you are living in a world that is there in your own mind. So as there are more than 8 billion people in the world, even though you don't know it, they live in their own worlds. I live in my own world. So it is so unique to me. So in that particular world, I myself also there as a thought. And I have certain value for that particular thought. So that particular thought would be different from your uh, friend's thought. So your friend also live in his or her own world, and he has a value to herself or himself. But you don't have such kind of a value to his thought. As such, we have assigned certain values to each and every thought within us. So you think your car is valuable, and you think your house is much valuable than that, and you think your car is having a greater value than your friend's car. So all these things are there as thoughts in your mind. Unfortunately, what has happened to us, we tend to believe these thoughts are real. That is the problem. So if you see a picture of a gold bracelet, you don't feel like it is a valuable kind of a thing. But if you can touch this gold bracelet physically, you know, you get a certain impression that it is a real thing. It is not a picture anymore. Then you unknowingly you get a certain you assign a certain greater value to that particular gold bracelet, because now you can feel it as a real thing. But earlier you saw the picture of that same bracelet, but that thought didn't give you that sort of a value for that. But becoming it is a 3D thing for you made you to feel this value. So how these things happen? So 2D object, the 2D picture, you didn't assign a value for that 2D picture, but the 3D figure, 3, 3D object, it is also again a thought, but it had a value. But the same object, what you saw in the picture is the same bracelet that you touched, but two different thoughts, but two different values. How did that happen? Just because it made you to feel that that it is a 3D kind of a thing, that just that feeling, or just only that feeling make made you to assign a huge value for that. So if you analyze that particular 3D feeling, whether it's true or true thing or not, then you will feel some sort of a shame for sure. Even you touch and see, even when you touch and see this gold bracelet, then you feel certain kind of a hardness, certain kind of a solid feeling. It is just a feeling. So how this kind of a solid feeling was brought about? Through your sensors in your own fingers or own hand. So are these sensors are different? Are these sensors different from the eye sensor or the uh, ear sensor? Do this sensor which is there in your hand different from the eye sensor or the ear sensor? No. This this sensors in your hand also produced some sort of an electric spark, some sort of electric current after touching this gold bracelet. But what has happened now? Through this signal, you recognized what you saw earlier with your eyes as a real object. So it is so confusing. The same sort of electrical spark, when they combine each other, it produces certain kind of a 3D feel, solid feel. But if you analyze um, into the depth, what you can find is all these are electrical sparks only. But when they combine, you automatically got a feeling of a 3D object. Then, along with that feel, the value had got automatically assigned to that particular object. Wow, what what is what is this mechanism? Absolutely, it is so fascinating kind of thing happening is going on there. So once you saw the picture of the bracelet, you didn't get the third kind of perception. It means you didn't get this feel of the consistency of this uh, gold object because it didn't produce any kind of electrical uh, spark through your hand. That's why you name it as a picture. The picture of the bracelet. It only could generate the auditory stimulation as well as the visual stimulation. There were only two stimulations. But now, when you try to touch it, what has happened? Other than auditory and visual stimulations, you got it generated another kind of electrical spark. What is that? That is the electrical spark that was generated through the skin sensor. Then what happens next? They all get combined each other. And a brand new kind of perception now has been formed. That is the feel of the existence of the gold bracelet. Wow. It is a brand new kind of perception. Earlier, you got only a 2D perception. Now you have, now in your mind, there had been created a 3D kind of a perception. This 3D kind of perception had a value to that. That value also comes along with that particular perception. That is the magic here. That is the magic. Previously, you dealt with the thought. Now also you deal with the thought. What would be the differences in between those things? All are electrical impulses. So, what is the purpose of assigning value for the second one? That's why Lord Buddha said, you are living in a world that has been made from your thoughts. The picture was a thought. The 3D object that you hold as a real bracelet is also a thought. So, what is the purpose of assigning the value for the second thought, where it had not been there in the first thought? So, it is very easy for you to understand now that you have been deceived by these senses so far. Up to now, you have been cheated by these magicians. Who are these magicians? The senses. When these magicians combine each other, they create a huge kind of illusion. That illusion consists of 3D objects, but still they are thoughts. There won't be any value in them. They are just electrical impulses. You are the one who is assigning the value for that. But if you analyze further into that, even though you think you are the one who is assigning the value for those things, but it is not true as well. Why is that? This value has been put to you, to that particular object actually, from the external world. So that value also has been put in earlier stages in your life by someone else. So if the same bracelet is given to a small kid, would that kid know the value of it? No. Due to the shiny appearance, he might be trying to chew it or put it into head or somewhere. But other than that, he doesn't get certain value for that. Why the same object, same kind of feelings for a kid, it is different kind of a value. How these things was brought about? Because as I said earlier, this value also had been put from the external world to you. Even if you don't know the value of the gold by then, so this particular gold bracelet would not be a valuable thing for you. So as I said earlier, this value also had been put as certain perceptions to you in early stages of your life. So if someone comes and suddenly say, even though you think this is real gold, but it is not real gold, it has been made up with fake gold. What sort of a change of the value would happen to in after that? So even though you know it's then you get to know it has been made up of fake gold or imitation gold. So now suddenly what will happen? The feeling that you thought it as a precious thing, but all of a sudden what has happened? Now everything has been vanished. So now you don't you don't bother if you throw away it even, because now the thought has been changed. So the thought, see how the magic that thought can do within you, the transformation that can be done with thought is very vast, a huge kind of a change that can be done with the thoughts. The same thought gave you a certain value, so you had a clinging towards them earlier, thinking that it was real gold. But after saying by someone that this is fake gold, this has not been made up of real gold, then what you heard is another kind of a thought. Then what happened? The value that you had assigned so far to that particular piece of gold, now it has dropped to the level of zero. Now, dude, you don't feel like it is valuable. So, see this the how much what kind of a change that can be done within you with thoughts. As you said, as Lord Buddha said, it again proves that you are living in a thoughtful kind of a world. Means a world filled with thoughts. The thoughts, you are dealing with thoughts. The picture that you saw as a bracelet, it was a thought The 3D object that you held in hand. Again, it's a thought. The value you assigned that a particular bracelet, thinking that is real gold, it was another kind of a thought. After hearing it is made up of fake gold, then the value has dropped to the level of zero. Again, by it has happened by a thought. See how powerful these thoughts are, and also what is the purpose of living a life relying on these thoughts? So same thing can be applied to yourself as well. So you think I am a doctor, I'm an engineer, I'm a plumber, I'm a carpenter. Again, it is there in your mind as a thought. So if someone can erase your memory and replace with some other kind of a profession, from that day onwards, you will be that kind of a person. So it again proves the notion of the self. Your self identity also had been defined through these thoughts. So if you analyze these thoughts in depth, then again, whatever the thought, irrespective of the nature of the thought, irrespective of the uh, yes, the type of the thought, they all bears, they all contain same kind of a structure within them. What is this unique structure that they have? These thoughts have. Can you ever find a one single thought which consists other than the stimuli that have been generated from your senses? Can you ever find a one single thought that has not been made uh, out of the stimuli that are generated within your senses? You can't find. Whatever the thought, if some thought, so we will take a, a chair, right? So our famous kind of example, or book, or yourself, or your mother, or what sort of a thing we refer to has been created with form, name, and, uh, and the rest of the other sensations. Form is the projection of the sensor. So if the sensor is capable of producing a light, that is the eye, that is your vision. So if the sensor is capable of producing sound, that is known as your ears or the ear faculty. If one um, sensor is capable of creating a taste, that is your tongue sensor. Likewise, if it is capable of creating temperature difference or pressure or pain or touch sensation, all these things have been created from your skin sensor. When all these perceptions get combined each other, a brand new kind of perception gets created. That is the chair. But the beauty of these sensors are is somewhat more than that. I mean, it can keep producing this same kind of perception again and again. These sensors can make this perception, this projection, or the form again and again. So that is known as volitional formation or the sankhara. So because of this sankhara, you tend to get the same kind of perception again and again. So then what happens? It builds a certain kind of a energy within it, because this initial kind of uh, vibration had some amount of energy. Now when it uh, when this same vibration tends to happen again and again, what will happen? The energy that was built earlier now become more. The ultimate perception which was created after combination all these perception now have a more power in it. That means this chair, the perception of chair has greater power. So that power is enabled to give a certain feel of its existence. So why did we feel this kind of existence? Because the perceptions came repetitively. The repetitive happening of this perception or this made you to feel this chair as a real thing. The same thing happened to the gold jewelry, the perception of gold jewelry as well. Because you were dealing with gold things, gold jewelries for such a long period, you you tend to feel this gold as real kind of things, real kind of objects, real kind of materials. So same thing happened to your chair as well. Now when someone uh, utters the word chair, a mental picture of a chair will automatically come to your head. So along with that, another kind of perception of a 3D nature of the chair also gets created within your mental projection. And also you feel these chairs are there in this world. Kind of a feeling will be there. So if you, when I recall, when I, if I, so I can, so we'll take a tree, banana tree. So if I, when I tell this word banana tree, so you get a, suddenly you get a certain mental picture of a banana tree for sure. And also in that particular mental fabrication, you get a 3D feel as well. So at the same time, in that particular feeling, you get a certain kind of a feel of its existence as well. You know, these banana already know now, these banana trees are there in this world. Likewise, there is certain kind of a life or or existent feel is there within that particular perception of banana tree. How this magic has happened? Actually, no one had did it, neither by you. That's what say. That is the reason why the Selaternia said those days, "Nahidang parakatang bimban, nahidang parakatang agang." That means this image, this reflection, had not been created by anyone else, neither by you. It is totally a natural kind of a process. The 3D feel, the existent feel, which comes along with the perception, is a natural kind of a phenomena. It has not by created. It has not been created by you, neither by anyone else. So, what you have to understand is this thing. This is the core of Dhamma. This is the extract of Dhamma, which has been preached by Lord Buddha about 2600 years back. So now you know, it is not very difficult for you to understand that you have been living in a world that has been filled by those kinds of perceptions. You are living in a world full of sanya. Sanya means perceptions. You yourself is also there as another kind of a sanya or a perception. But unfortunately, the nature gives you kind of a existent feel. It is not fault of yourself. But you tend to feel that you are living. Why is that? This percept as the chair, you get a certain feeling of its existence. Similar to that, you yourself now has a kind of existent feel, but still you are dealing with a perception. So that is the way that you can understand that you are living in a world that is filled of thought, full of thoughts. Chitte niyati loko. And also, these thoughts had been formed with the help of your senses. That again proves that you are living in a thoughtful world with, where they have been made through your senses. So think, if one sensor is missing, that exact part is missing from your final perception as well. So we'll say, when your hand goes numb, do you feel the 3D nature of the object that you hold in with that particular hand? No, because this sensor couldn't produce the intended electrical signal. That is why the uh, the ultimate perception was lacking that particular 3D feel. So it is so very beautiful kind of a Dhamma. This is the truth. This is the truth. Lord Buddha revealed the truth to the world. So, as I said earlier, if you yourself is there in your own mind as a thought, and that thought if that thought is making you to feel that you are a live thing, so now you still think that you are a living being, you can't think like that. You are no one actually. Actually, you are no one. What you see as yourself is a creation of your own senses. What you feel as yourself, again, has been created by the nature, by the system, with the sankhara, the repetitive action of the formation of this uh, particular perception of the self made you to feel that you are alive, you are existing. And also, as you felt this chair as a real object, that implicitly meant that there is a perceiver to perceive that particular perception of the uh, existent feel of the chair. That is the way how you have been built. That is the way how you have been originated. There had not been a self earlier, but after becoming the worldly perception real, at that same point, you became a real person. So you felt that you were a real living being. So it is not a fault of you. It is not, don't ever think it is not a fault of you. Yes, we can say in some way there is a fault within you because you didn't know this truth. Now you know this truth. Because you were in the ignorance, you felt as you are a real person, and you felt the feeling that you got as existing is also real. But now you know all these things is a result from a certain different process happen in the nature. So now you have come out from the ignorance. This nature can no longer deceive you because you know the truth. What is the truth? I myself is just a perception. This perception couldn't have such a existent feel as well. So, if there is no one to be living like this, will there be a death for this particular this particular feel? No, because we have been feeling certain alive feel because we were in such a ignorance. We didn't know. But after understanding this Dhamma, we get to know the feeling that we feel as we are conscious and alive is a creation from a false kind of a creation from the nature. That nature has tricked us. So we have to come out from this mental twist. That is the understanding you acquire after realizing this Buddhism. That is the exact point that you overcome your birth and the death. Because if there is no one living here, would there be a birth or death? That is the way how you can excel your both birth and the death. If this very instance you don't get certain that sort of a feel, so you'll become a real Buddhist. This is the very moment that you became a Buddhist. So it is not because that there's that your birth registry says so. It is not because of your birth registry says so that you are a Buddhist. The ability to see the truth in this very thought is the only way that you can become a Buddhist. So if you are a Buddhist, you don't find a birth as well as death, because through the understanding you know that you are a non-existent one, and you know that you have been deceived by this huge kind of illusion. This illusion was made by the thoughts. So now these thoughts can't deceive you anymore, because now in this very moment you have become a Buddhist. Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vinyata. Vinyata is the feeling of the consciousness. So if you realize this, there is no kind of real thing, real kind of a consciousness that can be found within you. That would be the end of Jati Jara Marana Soka Dukkha Paridevas Dukkha Somanasa Upayana and so on. So only thing what you have to realize is this explanation of these aggregates, none other than that. You have to understand this Kanda Vigrahaya. So that would push you towards the pure realization of Dhamma. That will teach you how to become a Buddhist. The Buddhist is something that you should achieve. How you could achieve this state? Only through the understanding. That's why Lord Buddha said, people who could attain this, who are attaining this supreme bliss of Nibbana, only who realize this Dhamma, Sankitte Nibbidaya. So it is so profound. This Dhamma is so profound and so unique. It is not another kind of religion. Buddhism is the explanation of absolute truth. If you realize this truth, you'll become the Buddhist, a Buddhist, pure Buddhist in this very moment. This very moment is the moment that you become a Buddhist, and this very moment is the moment that you excel both your death and the birth. This very moment is the moment that you see the supreme bliss of Nibbana. So we can talk further as tomorrow as well. So I'll wrap up for today, and we can talk tomorrow as well. So until then, take care. Good night. Teruvan Saranai to all of you.
Good morning. Can you give me a minute? Teruvan Saranai. Sorry about the wait. Good morning, everyone. Teruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Hanse, our noble friend and teacher. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Hanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Aibo Veva and Teruvan Saranai. So, we've been discussing the book, Volume 6 of True Dharma has awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we're starting with page 139. The discussion titled Night Zoom Discussion on Saturday, October 21st, 2023. Participant, Teruvan Saranai Ayanuhansa. In yesterday's Zoom discussion, you described a fierce rain in which weapons fell to the earth instead of water. This reminded me of a story I heard about 45 years ago from my grandmother, which was part of a Buddha Desana. According to that story, the lifespan of people becomes very short. At such times, when people indulge in wrong sexual acts, gems fall to earth as rain. When this happens, people fight to get more for themselves and seek ways to protect their possessions. Defilements cover the earth, and then a rain of weapons, Muruga Sangvarsha, falls. People fight with these weapons, but in the meantime, a group of pious people who live a spiritual life remain safe from destruction. These good people get the opportunity to reborn in the Abhasara world, gods of steaming radiance. Later, they return to the earth and continue life. This story is very similar to the one you described. Even today, human beings harm each other with weapons, and even artificial creations like robots are still made by humans. Aran Mahanse, this is truly amazing. In truth, I spoke about this without knowing it had been mentioned by the Buddha. Many of my explanations come from my own discovery through superior wisdom or abhijnana. When I experienced the Alamariya Jnana Darshana, these insights arose spontaneously. I later encountered the sutta that described similar events. Most of my realizations have occurred in this manner. Even the doctrine of dependent origination was understood personally. This represents an extremely superior level of wisdom. Then the discourses flow naturally, like a river, born from the experiences and the wisdom arising from them. This is not mere knowledge. In 2018, I intended to share this treasure with the world, but the audience was not ready to absorb it. Later, when I fell ill with corona, I realized that if I died, it would be unfair to the world. That is why the Dhamma is now revealed to the world, and it continues. This revelation points to the bliss of Nirvana. You do not need to grasp the Dhamma. It is simple and beautiful. You feel it through your own inner spiritual change and purification. So in this discussion, Aryan Mahanse illustrates that true insight does not always come from scriptures or books. It can arise spontaneously from superior wisdom, abhijnana. and personal experience. Tripitaka or the Pali Canon is like a recipe to make a cake, but he who really knows the Dhamma, he who realized Dhamma and saw the Dhamma within themselves, is equivalent to a person who really tried to make a cake using that recipe. Otherwise, everyone is arguing about just the recipe. The story of weapons raining down symbolizes the chaotic and destructive consequences of defilements. You know, when people have desire and ill will, hatred, jealousy, anger, all the negative emotions, the hatred, it can grow and grow and grow. And it can create chaos and destruction. Those are the destructive consequences of defilements. So during this, the reign of the weapons, the people who are spiritual, who are realized, they remain protected due to them being seeing the truth. They are not affected by defilements. Notice that the Dhamma is not merely intellectual knowledge. We've talked about it many times. Knowledge is mind-made. Mind is a creation that comes into existence moment to moment. And knowledge is born out of that mind. And it's bound by concepts, but wisdom arises through direct observation, awareness, and inner transformation. When we say awareness, there's two kinds of awareness. One is the right awareness. The other one is we can call it the wrong awareness. In the mundane plane, maybe we refer to, we could have awareness about where our things are, what we are doing, that kind of thing. But right awareness here, the superior awareness, is that nothing becomes a thing, not attached to anything. The one who's realized, he doesn't dwell in the mind. He sees, he doesn't have the internal burning. That is the right awareness that is referred to here, and the inner transformation. Just as the gems and weapons represent phenomena caused by actions and defilements, the mind's creation, thoughts, perceptions, and the notion of a self arise through vibrational processes and dissipate when observed with pure awareness. Okay, that's a better word, pure awareness. The participants' recognition of having encountered these truths in previous cycles reflects the timeless and universal nature of Dhamma. Those who prepare to receive it through readiness of mind, ethical cultivation, and insight are able to experience Nibbana directly, without attachment or grasping. The teaching emphasizes that bliss and liberation are not external rewards, but the natural consequences of inner purification and self-awareness. So this purification, inner purification, is nothing but knowing in the moment if that particular thought in that moment believes in a so-called world and a so-called self. If it doesn't, it's purified, it's pure awareness. There's no internal burning there. If the thought that you have in this moment believes the so-called external world exists and the so-called self is arisen in that thought, the becoming or the bhava is formed. Therefore, jati or the birth is formed. Birth is the birth of the self in one thought. And in the next thought, there's the birth of the self. In the next thought, there's birth of the self for the unignorant, the ignorant. Sorry. So when this happens so fast, because vibrations are so fast, manifestations of them are so fast, the existent field too happens so fast, the resulting, the sense of self tool as a product takes place so fast. One thought to another thought to another thought, the attention moves, and it feels like there's a continuous self. There's no continuous self except for the thought you have in this moment, which believes in an external world. And there's that internal burning, the sense that something's out there, and sense that I am here. It becomes, as we continue to talk about this, it becomes much simpler and simpler and simpler, because it's the same thing. It's so simple. There's no external world out there as we thought it did. And the so-called self is being born in the moment. Because if something's out there, that same vibration, the power underneath it, gives rise to the sense of self. There are no two feelings. It's the same feeling being extended. But because of the duality, the dual nature of the mind, the external world and the internal world is created. And that is one of the most beautiful things about this Dhamma. This how this existent feel and how this sense of self is created in the same vibration, same extended vibration. It cannot be grasped by the mind. It's an experience that you can experience. When you have the experience, you will see that this could have never been, this couldn't have been grasped by a mind ever. So it's like when an architect wants to build a house, he sees the vision of the house in his mind, but he would start drawing a side view, a top view, a rear view, to make the others understand. So if the others have a good imagination or whatever, then they are able to see the same house based on minimum three views, three two-dimensional drawings. Similarly, this Dhamma is, the intellectual knowledge is like those two-dimensional drawings. Through personal experience that we are able to get to the abhijna or the superior insight or the higher insight. See this Dhamma within us. See this Dhamma coming alive within us. See the mechanism of the mind live, how it happens, to see it within ourselves, to have that penetrative insight developed through penetrative contemplation. And that is why we have to continue to listen to them and really, really contemplate to make sense of it. Because it doesn't. Because unless you see it within yourselves, it's just mere knowledge. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And to see it within yourself, it just doesn't happen. Because as we enter the path, there's a lot of thoughts. Our minds are crowded. Our minds are kind of filled with thoughts, and we can't see the mechanism in the mind because we always run with our thoughts. We assume that we believe these thoughts are real and they mean what it says. When it says a book, we think it means a book. It doesn't mean anything. There's no object called a book out there. It is just a label that's been given by the convention. people from a different race, people who speak a different language would call it something else. So this mental veil, the fact that we carry it around, projecting it to the external, so-called external world, is the most difficult thing to see. When we, the image that is appropriate or relevant for a book, what we call a book, the image of that image doesn't become a book without that label. We are using that image to label the name book a book. The name or the sound, the book becomes a book because it is attached to the image of the so-called book. If it was attached to something else, a book, what we call a book, will be hammer or something. So nothing is originating independently. They're dependent on many things. They're in the very first place at the root. They start from vibrations. Vibrations happening at fast speeds manifests as images, sound, smell, taste, touch. And when all of them come together with respect to one package, book, mother, or whatever, it feels like this object that we refer to by a name is existing out there. So the book is not out there. The book didn't call itself a book. Without the label or the sound, the book, that image won't be a book. Without the image book, this label won't be a book. So if we didn't have any labels, what we are left with is just the experience, the raw experience of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching. That is the experience of the radiant mind before the labels were introduced to the baby. And it runs deeper than that, further than that. And that sense of self that baby has, even though baby doesn't know the book exists or the mother exists, there's a sense that something's out there. So when everything is stripped off of its labels, what we are left with is the raw experience. But that experience too is not true. It too is an illusion that is born in the moment. Because there's no such thing called light, there's no such thing called sound, there's no such thing called smell, taste, touch. They too are manifestations of vibrations. When you drop a pebble into the still water, all these ripples are created. So the vibration that is created because of the power of dropping this pebble into the water, the way that the vibration, the ripples manifests, that manifestation is detected through the eye. The manifestation is the ripples. If there's some sound that's created because of water moving, the ripples moving through water, that sound of water movement, that is the manifestation as sound, manifestation of the same vibration as sound. There's no smell to it, but there's, one can touch it. That is a manifestation. When one touches it, it'll be just water or a colder temperature, but one will assume that I am touching the wave or the ripple because that is the mental image that one would have. There's no taste. One can taste the water, and he or she would think that I am tasting the ripple. Just like how we would taste the pineapple. The tongue can only taste the taste of what we call pineapple. We cannot taste a pineapple. Pineapple is a label. So the raw senses too, they too are manifestations of vibrations. So when we slow down a vibration, when we slow it down enough, there's no vibration because it happens so fast. It feels like there's a vibration. So essentially there's nothing. There's only emptiness. There's nothing to everything that we see, everything that we have based our entire world around, our loved ones, our children, our partners, our jobs, our past, our history, our accomplishments, the social status, everything is based on a lie that does not exist. And we are suffering. We've been suffering for so long. About what? Like now we know nothing. But like the extent of the deceit, the illusion it's magnificent. It's just astonishing when you see this. There had never been anything yet. It's just like the rainbow. There's no rainbow, but the conditions have to be there for the rainbow to appear. Rainbow doesn't appear on a sunny day, neither on a sunny day, nor on a rainy day. But when you have kind of both, kind of whether rainy, little bit drizzling, with some sunlight, the rainbow is born. The necessary conditions are met, therefore the effect is present. And we talk about the rainbow. We're happy to see the rainbow. We love rainbows. We take pictures. We write poetry. About what? About nothing. About an effect that comes alive, a fleeting effect that comes alive in the moment and that vanishes without any residue. Sometimes you may see, like, if the windows are open, there's like a flower bed on the outside. You can't see it, but the reflection of the flower bed is on a window. And it seems like this actually, I experienced this actually. There was some, bushes of roses, and I was staring at the window, thinking about something. All of a sudden, my attention landed on the window, the pane, the glass, and I saw the roses, and I'm like, it occurred to me, it's the same thing, the illusion, and with the colors and everything, and they're going in the wind. It really feels like the roses, but there are no roses there. It's an effect that came alive because the necessary conditions were met. What were the two necessary conditions? The window at that particular angle, and the bed of roses to be in that place. Together, what was seen was neither roses, neither window. It was a reflection of the roses that looked like roses, but you cannot make roses out of it or a window pane out of it. Just like when Aran Mahansa says, even though you can make ghee from the milk, you cannot make milk from the ghee. That process is irreversible. So the effect comes alive, which is the vibration, manifestation of vibration, which is the light, sound, smell, taste, touch. And it doesn't stop there. It continues to mature with the continuing vibrations and become objects, mental objects, become the existent field and the perception of self. And when we have the perception of self, we cannot turn it into vibrations. But the only way that the sense of self could be eradicated is by seeing the mechanism of it, of how it came into existence in the moment. That way, when you know how the magician performs the trick, it's not magical anymore. Similarly, when you know how the mind is created in the moment, why would you be, when you know it's just a bunch of vibrations, nothing more, there's no mother, father, or loved one, why would you be attaching to a loved one or a mother or father or a child? That doesn't mean you are going to ignore your responsibilities. You will take care of your responsibilities. Because still this illusion is there and things are happening. So you're part of that. Whatever you have to do out of compassion, you will continue to do. Just because you realize this Dhamma, you're not going to be a ruthless person. You are going to be more compassionate. Because you see, because without realizing this illusion, how the suffering is created in others. So you try to do as much as you could to share this Dhamma, share this truth. And if you cannot do that, in the very least, because not everybody is going to realize that, in the very least, you will start helping them with things that belongs to the mundane plane. And that's all I got for today. Teruvan Saranai Gandhima.
Thiruvan Saranai Harshi, thank you so much for your wonderful explanation. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, Thiruvan Saranai all Dhamma friends. Yeah, so as Harshi mentioned, actually this Dhamma is not a negative Dhamma. Sometimes one will feel whether they'll experience to spend the same ordinary life after even getting this Dhamma. So sometimes one may not reluctant, one may reluctant to listen this, expecting a kind of a major transformation and so on. Like so, actually, that's wrong. So all what's happening is here the mind is the stress area, mind is the burden area, because it is not a problem of the child, it is not the problem of the house, it is not the problem of the trees, it is not the problem of the colors, it is not the problem of sound or any taste. These are sensations, you see, and it's a natural phenomena that in this sensor system that naturally spark on its own and that give rise to some sensation. But the issue is that that sensation becoming a thing in the sense that is the stress level. So once that become real only, all the needness for that and greediness for that arises. So simple as that. Therefore, it is not a problem of the things, but to what extent these things becoming real and felt like real is the issue here. Because all the experience in this system is some kind of sensation. So when you walk, your feet touches the ground and some solidity feel or some liquidity or some hot and cool, some sensation arises. So that's a totally natural phenomena. So these sensations, you see, that arises. So that's a normal thing. So even the colors, sounds, you see some sensation arises. But all these sensations are not a outside creation. All these sensations is a product of the sensor system itself. So every sensation is not real. So only thing is the sensation give rise the feel due to the speed of the activity. It give rise the feel that it is real. It is real. This is the problem. That's why color felt real, sound felt real, and the color and sound combining, and you see the things felt real, and the so-called self becoming real is this sensation becoming real. So this is the thing. Therefore, in this Dhamma, what happens? One sees what's the formation behind all these feelings, sensation, or the sensation feel like real, the existence. What is the formation behind this existence? And then it sees the magic behind the formation. So that is the break. Because all this time it was traveled in the entire samsaric cycle with this effect, with the so-called world becoming real. But now it is the disconnection, because it is seen, and that gave rise the liberation. So this is how this happened. In the sense, what it is, then it is not a problem of the mother, father, relations, humans, the whatever the trees and so on, anything, any worldly thing will not become a thing, because in that system it is not finding anything, but it is finding nothingness in anything. So simply that is that. So it will not become nothing. So the becoming is this delusion. The becoming is the ignorance. That is also a natural phenomenon. Becoming also, there is no doer there. Becoming also naturally happening. And the whole process happens, and becoming also has happened, and then there is the doer, notion of doer there behind back of all the worldly thing. So not becoming is also a natural phenomena. It is the reverse side, opposites of the anusota. So that's the patisota. So therefore, there need not to have any greater fear of, you see, whether something would happen, whether this a brainwash like thing is happening, you see. No, nothing like that. This is clearly the reality is understood. Once the reality is understood, what happened? All the time there is a stress level, no? Even let's say take a child. So whether this child is okay, is good in the school, will it score less marks, whether he's good in that. Likewise, you see the thoughts keeps on coming to the mother. So, shall I send him for another class? But maybe the child is really good in almost all the activities. But what happens until the child comes home? This mother is in a greater film. This is what happened. When a thought become real in the system, naturally the next thought like was some stress film is running. But that mother even doesn't know like there is a real burden in here. This is what happened. So even when you say living, whether what to eat next day, getting foods, these things anyway will happen, but before happening, there is a real stress is going. That is, thoughts come. I have to do this. I have to do that. I have to do next one, next one, next one, next one. When that whole keep of coming, that thoughts, you see, there's a high burden. It is because in the system, the whole world become real, the self become real. But now, what happen when this get resolved? Like, what is the so-called me, and what is this worldly thing? When this get cleared in the system, then it is more like the present moment. Even though the thought comes, yes, thought comes. Even thought comes, thought burden is not there. That's what is happening. That thought, that film, any film even, it is not a deep film. That film naturally become immaterialized in the system. So then it has not lived in a sort of a film. So that's the great liberation here. So all the activities are doing, but that the stress level, or that the burden of self doing is not there. So this is the beauty, because otherwise one is in the cage of its own thought. It is a speed. Mind is a speed. It is not easy. If you just talk to somebody and see, they say they are really busy because their mind is busy, because that is the speed. What happened naturally due to this abhisankarana thing, that is this getting stronger and stronger, power becoming stronger, that the system is in a quite a very extensive speed of next, and so on. So unnecessarily, one is really caught up in the speed. So thoughts comes, and that burden come, tomorrow thing, next month thing, future thing, and all the things come, and this person is struggling in the mind because it can't cope up with the speed of the mind. That's why only way out of this speed is you must understand how this speedy formation give rise to a real feel. When you see the feel, how the reality behind these speed formations only, one will get over from the speed cycle. Then it is beyond the cage. It is beyond the mind. Otherwise, living in the mind, nobody understand what kind of a burden they have undergone until they experience some relaxation beyond mind. So this is also a thing, because that stress, that next one, like it is very difficult to see, because it has now practiced that because it is anyway in a film, and some people say their system tells like next one all the time, highlight the next one. So then maybe watch a film, listen to music, and or go somewhere, and or taste a food, like, or something will come. I mean, that system doesn't allow any peaceful thing, because it is a slave. That system is slave to the mind. Then it is not easy, because mind will give so many things, and that also naturally in the film, and keep on satisfying that, and it's quite difficult, always looking for something, like. So this is the power, this is the inner wave. So that's why this Dhamma is important, because this inner wave cannot be seen until you see some form of a liberation, some form of a disconnection have to experience with the Dhamma. If that is experience, then naturally system is somewhat in control. Otherwise, it's in the same speed, no? Then it is very difficult to experience the real tranquility and to see what's happening here because it's almost caught up in the film. So therefore, this Dhamma is the science. That science is the speed given the vibration. But vibration, nothing is there. So mind means what? Mind is a wave. It's a speed. So it is, we say, good people, bad people, like that. But these are waves, different wave systems. Now, some people, you see, they die fast because that is that wave strength. That wave strength is different from various system to systems. Now, some animals, they have anyway a shorter life cycle. So even that one have a birth in human life, that wave strength would be very limited. So sometimes, I mean, something can happen. So we have seen sometimes some group of friends, either they go to a beach and then they gone up with the wave. So maybe the same team maybe go to a river and then they dies there. Or maybe some accident can occur. Or maybe sometimes they might even can addicted to the drugs. So these are the wave strength are different. That's the thing. The wave strength is different. So it is not done by anybody because that system will something will happen to that system to end in that form. That is because that is the reading of that wave strength. So it is, we say, good people, bad people, like that. But where is good people? Where is bad people? These people means it is a thinking. But all these are waves. These are waves and it's a part of the network of wave. That's a different communication. This network. So actually what happens, good people, bad people, it is what we say, no? But actually this is the wave balancing because the whole universal phenomena is this vibration. It is the vibration, it is the wave. That is also not an existing thing. That is a forming thing, but there is some power is balanced. Everything is balanced in some form of wave balancing. So we see good, bad, so on like that, but it is a form of a balancing at the end of the day. So therefore, what is important is if we have to look at this Dhamma not in the angle like a human looking at it, like these are drushtis, but really it is a current, it is a wave. This wave is the one which is taking the cycle. So if we understand how this wave is formed, how this speed gives rise to this existent field of present moment, only there is a chance of getting getting rid of this cycle effect. So that's why the cause and effect Dhamma is important because cause and effect shows cause is the speed. What is the effect? Effect is this existent field. So that means it is not a existing thing. It is a present moment formation. So what is important is seeing the formation. As long as when someone sees the formation means it understand very correctly, um, it's a process. When something is a process means what? If it is a natural phenomena, then there is no ownership towards any of the sensation. But sensation becoming a thing is the delusion here. That is the drushti. That is how it was programmed. But now it is the right time to see how this has programmed. Then only there is a way out of the program. Yeah, Harshi, Terwa Saranai. I think others also can add.
Yeah, Therun Randima, thank you for that valuable explanation. And there's Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Ravi Therun Sarnai, both of you, whoever want to go first. Therun Sarnai, answer.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි හර්ෂි තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ.
Yeah, Therun Sarnai, Dr. Chandani.
So yeah, I
Oh.
just wanted to add something because we were talking about this young children, sorry, young people addicted to drugs. This addiction is also sort of a abhisankarana, isn't it? So because once taken, they get this happy sensation. So they want to like continue it. So they just take it again and again, repeatedly they take it. So what happens? Ultimately, they get addicted, isn't it? It's just like getting addicted to alcohol, sort of thing, isn't it, Harshi? So
Yeah,
the
actually, yes.
yeah,
Yeah, go.
yes, that's what. Yeah,
Yeah, thank you very much for bringing that into the discussion today, Dr. Chandani, and thank you very much for joining. Yeah, that was a very valuable discussion we had during Andolanatmaka Deshana today. This addiction to um, ice, methamphetamine. Yeah, like you mentioned, it stimulates dopamine and it kind of secretes in large quantities. And they say like the regular happiness, whatever we get from eating something or having sex or whatever it is, that becomes 10 times more because there's like extra amounts of dopamine that's secreted due to this drug. And with time, the natural production of dopamine gets depleted, it gets stopped. And I mean, there are doctors who can explain it better. All of you all are doctors. So, anyways, the mind has this the volitional formation, the abhisankarana. So this pattern continues and it's amplified, and the whatever the emotions that are created or the mental charge underneath is amplified. So and at the end what will happen is there's no happiness because now the natural production is no longer. If you want to have any kind of happiness, you have to have this drug. If not, yeah,
continuously.
doctor.
Yes. So it is actually temporary happiness, no? So yeah. So to keep the happiness continuously, they have to keep going on taking the drugs. So it
Yeah.
leads to that leads to addiction. Yeah.
Yeah, and even there's like without that, no happiness at all. And when you have addiction, and then there's withdrawal where you have like bodily pain and heat and some complaints of like needle kind of pain all over body and hopelessness, and obviously you get very skinny, no sleep, and you lose teeth eventually in about 1.5 years time. Becomes like a zombie basically.
Yes,
So
yes. Yes. It's like a vicious circle, no? Continue to take it. And when we can't, actually, I think they can't stop it. So it's like a vicious circle going on and on.
Yeah, they
Isn't
want
it?
to stop it. They know now they don't have the happiness because of this, but they can't stop it because if they're not on it, there's like so much of pain.
Yes.
And yeah, I think Dr. Ravi probably add to that. He probably knows this.
Yes.
Kiran Sarnai, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Harshi, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Chandani, Teruvan Saranai, Arenas, and everyone. Yes, yes, that discussion was very interesting. Yeah, so as Dr. Chandani mentioned, uh, we externally stimulate by art, by giving something. We stimulate the brain cells, and we forcefully. What it happens is we forcefully stimulate those cells and forcefully say, let the cells to secrete more dopamine. So that is not the natural thing. So natural thing should be the power should be come from the receptors in the sense sensors. So when you get a sad feeling or happy feeling, so you have to have some kind of a thought there. With that thought, with the power of that thought, with that the energy that is built within that thought should trigger the secretion of dopamine. That should be the natural pathway. But instead of that, here what is happening here is just forcefully give something meth, then let the brain cell to secrete more and more dopamine. So that is not the natural thing. So we just what we are doing is we will what happens is forcefully asked to secrete happy hormones. So what is happening there? Then the happiness is not natural. So it should come, ideally it should come from the receptors, initiated the pathway from the, should be initiated from the entire pathway from the receptors or the sensors. But instead of that, it starts from something artificial. So that distort the entire balance of this nature. So natural process is distorted. So what happens is there would be again, as Harshi said, a negative regulation would be there. So then even though if we start to stimulate forcefully by giving more and more meth, it won't stimulate and it won't secrete dopamine anymore. So what will happen? The happy feelings that were there earlier, now it does not have. Even the other receptors or the other sensors, the amount that happy feelings come from the receptors is also not sufficient to trigger that hormone level to secrete. So that becomes entire body, as you clearly said, like a zombie, does not have feelings. A body is there, but feelings are not there. So it is another kind of it is not the nature. So nature can't sustain that kind of a thing here. So it will gradually start to decay, because nature can't keep that system in sustainable state, because it has gone against the nature. So then what nature does is just let it die by itself. So that is what is happening, as Arana has explained it yesterday also. So even the outer appearance, face, muscle bulk, and everything become weak and weak and weak. Then of course the rejection of from the nature would start. So ultimately, the fate it gets its the death. Yes, that's it. So rejection from the natural process. So so what? So I don't think. So the rehabilitation process is the most challenging part here. So how we should rehabilitate these kind of people. So it is the most so there may be certain steps that we can take. Just stop these things at once. So would it going to work? No, because just stopping abruptly everything, that makes him to suffer more and more. So I don't know, the approach should be very rehabilitation approach should be very I don't know how to say it, should be very comprehensive, and it
Yes, Dr. Ravi. Yeah,
yeah,
I
it
think
should be, yeah, we have to get certain approaches, just reduce while reducing.
Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is so
Good morning. Can you give me a minute? Everyone, Saranai. Sorry about the wait. Good morning, everyone. Everyone, Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Hanse, our noble friend and teacher. Everyone, Saranai Aryan Hanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Aibo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com, and today we're starting with page 139. The discussion titled Night Zoom Discussion on Saturday, October 21st, 2023. Participant, Theruvan Saranai Aryan. In yesterday's Zoom discussion, you described a fierce rain in which weapons fell to the earth instead of water. This reminded me of a story I heard about 45 years ago from my grandmother, which was part of a Buddha Desana. According to that story, the lifespan of people becomes very short. At such times, when people indulge in wrong sexual acts, gems fall to earth as rain. When this happens, people fight to get more for themselves and seek ways to protect their possessions. Defilements cover the earth, and then a rain of weapons, Muruga Sangvarsha, falls. People fight with these weapons, but in the meantime, a group of pious people who live a spiritual life remain safe from destruction. These good people get the opportunity to reborn in the Abhasara world, gods of steaming radiance. Later, they return to the earth and continue life. This story is very similar to the one you described. Even today, human beings harm each other with weapons, and even artificial creations like robots are still made by humans. Aryan Mahanse, this is truly amazing. In truth, I spoke about this without knowing it had been mentioned by the Buddha. Many of my explanations come from my own discovery through superior wisdom or abhijnana. When I experienced the Alamariya Jnana Darshana, these insights arose spontaneously. I later encountered the sutta that described similar events. Most of my realizations have occurred in this manner. Even the doctrine of dependent origination was understood personally. This represents an extremely superior level of wisdom. Then the discourses flow naturally, like a river, born from the experiences and the wisdom arising from them. This is not mere knowledge. In 2018, I intended to share this treasure with the world, but the audience was not ready to absorb it. Later, when I fell ill with corona, I realized that if I died, it would be unfair to the world. That is why the Dhamma is now revealed to the world and it continues. This revelation points to the bliss of Nirvana. You do not need to grasp the Dhamma. It is simple and beautiful. You feel it through your own inner spiritual change and purification. So in this discussion, Aryan Mahansi illustrates that true insight does not always come from scriptures or books. It can arise spontaneously from superior wisdom, abhijnana, and personal experience. Tripitaka, or the Pali Canon, is like a recipe to make a cake, but he who really knows the Dhamma, he who realized Dhamma and saw the Dhamma within themselves, is equivalent to a person who really tried to make a cake using that recipe. Otherwise, everyone is arguing about just the recipe. The story of weapons raining down symbolizes the chaotic and destructive consequences of defilements. You know, when people have desire and ill will, hatred, jealousy, anger, all the negative emotions, the hatred, it can grow and grow and grow. And it can create chaos and destruction. Those are the destructive consequences of defilements. So during this, the reign of the weapons, the people who are spiritual, who are realized, they remain protected due to them seeing the truth. They are not affected by defilements. Notice that the Dhamma is not merely intellectual knowledge. We've talked about it many, many times. Knowledge is mind-made. Mind is a creation that comes into existence moment to moment. And knowledge is born out of that mind. And it's bound by concepts, but wisdom arises through direct observation, awareness, and inner transformation. When we say awareness, there's two kinds of awareness. One is the right awareness. The other one is we can call it the wrong awareness. In the mundane plane, maybe we refer to, we could have awareness about where our things are, what we are doing, that kind of thing. But right awareness here, the superior awareness, is that nothing becomes a thing, not attached to anything. The one who's realized, he doesn't dwell in the mind. He sees, he doesn't have the internal burning. That is the right awareness that is referred to here, and the inner transformation. Just as the gems and weapons represent phenomena caused by actions and defilements, the mind's creation, thoughts, perceptions, and the notion of a self arise through vibrational processes and dissipate when observed with pure awareness. Okay, that's a better word, pure awareness. The participants' recognition of having encountered these truths in previous cycles reflects the timeless and universal nature of Dhamma. Those who prepare to receive it through readiness of mind, ethical cultivation, and insight are able to experience Nibbana directly. without attachment or grasping. The teaching emphasizes that bliss and liberation are not external rewards, but the natural consequences of inner purification and self-awareness. So this purification, inner purification, is nothing but knowing in the moment if that particular thought in that moment believes in a so-called world and a so-called self. If it doesn't, it's purified, it's pure awareness. There's no internal burning there. If the thought that you have in this moment believes the so-called external world exists and the so-called self is arisen in that thought, the becoming or the bhava is formed. Therefore, jati or the birth is formed. Birth is the birth of the self in one thought. And in the next thought, there's the birth of the self. In the next thought, there's birth of the self for the unignorant. The ignorant, sorry. So when this happens so fast, because vibrations are so fast, manifestations of them are so fast, the existent field too happens so fast, the resulting, the sense of self tool as a product takes place so fast. One thought to another thought to another thought, the attention moves and it feels like there's a continuous self. There's no continuous self except for the thought you have in this moment, which believes in an external world. And there's that internal burning, the sense that something's out there and sense that I am here. It becomes, as we continue to talk about this, it becomes much simpler and simpler and simpler because it's the same thing. It's so simple. There's no external world out there as we thought it did. And the so-called self is being born in the moment. Because if something's out there, that same vibration, the power underneath it, gives rise to the sense of self. There are no two feelings. It's the same feeling being extended. But because of the duality, the dual nature of the mind, the external world and the internal world is created. And that is one of the most beautiful things about this Dhamma. How this existent feel and how this sense of self is created in the same vibration, same extended vibration. It cannot be grasped by the mind. It's an experience that you can experience. When you have the experience, you will see that this could have never been, this couldn't have been grasped by a mind ever. So it's like when an architect wants to build a house, he sees the vision of the house in his mind, but he would start drawing a side view, a top view, a rear view to make the others understand. So if the others have a good imagination or whatever, then they are able to see the same house based on minimum three views, 3 two-dimensional drawings. Similarly, this Dhamma is, the intellectual knowledge is like those two-dimensional drawings. Through personal experience that we are able to get to the abhijna or the superior insight or the higher insight. See this Dhamma within us. See this Dhamma coming alive within us. See the mechanism of the mind live, how it happens, to see it within ourselves, to have that penetrative insight developed through penetrative contemplation. And that is why we have to continue to listen to Dhamma and really, really contemplate, to make sense of it, because it doesn't, because unless you see it within yourselves, it's just mere knowledge. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And to see it within yourself, it just doesn't happen, because as we enter the path, there's a lot of thoughts. Our minds are crowded. Our minds are kind of filled with thoughts, and we can't see the mechanism in the mind because we always run with our thoughts. We assume that we believe these thoughts are real and they mean what it says. When it says a book, we think it means a book. It doesn't mean anything. There's no object called a book out there. It is just a label that's been given by the convention. People from a different race, people who speak a different language would call it something else. So this mental veil, the fact that we carry it around, projecting it to the external, so-called external world, is the most difficult thing to see. When we, the image that is appropriate or relevant for a book, what we call a book, the image of that image doesn't become a book without that label. We are using that image to label the name book a book. The name or the sound, the book, becomes a book because it is attached to the image of the so-called book. If it was attached to something else, a book, what we call a book, will be hammer or something. So nothing is originating independently. They're dependent on many things. They're in the very first place, at the root, they start from vibrations. Vibrations happening at fast speeds manifests as images, sound, smell, taste, touch. And when all of them come together with respect to one package, book, mother, or whatever, it feels like this object that we refer to by a name is existing out there. So the book is not out there. The book didn't call itself a book. Without the label or the sound, the book, that image won't be a book. Without the image book, this label won't be a book. So if we didn't have any labels, what we are left with is just the experience, the raw experience of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching. That is the experience of the radiant mind before the labels were introduced to the baby. And it runs deeper than that, further than that. And that sense of self that baby has, even though baby doesn't know the book exists or the mother exists, there's a sense that something's out there. So when everything is stripped off of its labels, what we are left with is the raw experience. But that experience too is not true. It too is an illusion that is born in the moment. Because there's no such thing called light, there's no such thing called sound, there's no such thing called smell, taste, touch. They too are manifestations of vibrations. When you drop a pebble into the still water, all these ripples are created. So the vibration that is created because of the power of dropping this pebble into the water, the way that the vibration, the ripples manifests, that manifestation is detected through the eye. The manifestation is the ripples. If there's some sound that's created because of water moving, the ripples moving through water, that sound of water movement, that is the manifestation as sound, manifestation of the same vibration as sound. There's no smell to it, but there's, one can touch it. That is a manifestation. When one touches it, it will be just water or a colder temperature, but one will assume that I am touching the wave or the ripple, because that is the mental image that one would have. There's no taste. One can taste the water, and he or she would think that I am tasting the ripple. Just like how we would taste the pineapple. The tongue can only taste the taste of what we call pineapple. We cannot taste a pineapple. Pineapple is a label. So the raw senses too, they too are manifestations of vibrations. So when we slow down a vibration, when we slow it down enough, there's no vibration. Because it happens so fast. It feels like there's a vibration. So essentially there's nothing. There's only emptiness. There's nothing to everything that we see, everything that we have based our entire world around, our loved ones, our children, our partners, our jobs, our past, our history, our accomplishments, the social status, everything is based on a lie that does not exist. And we are suffering. We've been suffering for so long. About what? Like now we know nothing. But like the extent of the deceit, the illusion it's magnificent. It's just astonishing when you see this. There had never been anything yet. It's just like the rainbow. There's no rainbow, but the conditions have to be there for the rainbow to appear. Rainbow doesn't appear on a sunny day, neither on a sunny day, nor on a rainy day. But when you have kind of both, kind of whether rainy, little bit drizzling, with some sunlight, the rainbow is born. The necessary conditions are met, therefore the effect is present. And we talk about the rainbow. We're happy to see the rainbow. We love rainbows. We take pictures. We write poetry. About what? About nothing. About an effect that comes alive, a fleeting effect that comes alive in the moment and that vanishes without any residue. Sometimes you may see, if the windows are open, there's like a flower bed on the outside. You can't see it, but the reflection of the flower bed is on a window. And it seems like this actually, I experienced this actually. There was some, bushes of roses, and I was staring at the window, thinking about something. All of a sudden, my attention landed on the window, the pane, the glass, and I saw the roses, and I'm like, it occurred to me, it's the same thing, the illusion, and with the colors and everything, and they're going in the wind. It really feels like the roses, but there are no roses there. It's an effect that came alive because the necessary conditions were met. What were the two necessary conditions? The window at that particular angle, and the bed of roses to be in that place. Together, what was seeing was neither roses, neither window. It was a reflection of the roses that looked like roses, but you cannot make roses out of it or a window pane out of it. Just like when Aran Mahansa says, even though you can make ghee from the milk, you cannot make milk from the ghee. That process is irreversible. So the effect comes alive, which is the vibration, manifestation of vibration, which is the light, sound, smell, taste, touch. And it doesn't stop there. It continues to mature with the continuing vibrations and become objects, mental objects, become the existent field and the perception of self. And when you have when we have the perception of self, we cannot turn it into vibrations. But the only way that the sense of self could be eradicated is by seeing the mechanism of it, of how it came into existence in the moment. That way, when you know how the magician performs the trick, it's not magical anymore. Similarly, when you know how the mind is created in the moment, why would you be, when you know it's just a bunch of vibrations, nothing more, there's no mother, father, or loved one, why would you be attaching to a loved one or a mother or father or a child? That doesn't mean you are going to ignore your responsibilities. You will take care of your responsibilities, because still this illusion is there and things are happening. So you're part of that. Whatever you have to do out of compassion, you will continue to do. Just because you realize this Dhamma, you're not going to be a ruthless person. You're going to be more compassionate. Because you see, because without realizing this illusion, how the suffering is created in others. So you try to do as much as you could to share this Dhamma, share this truth. And if you cannot do that, in the very least, because not everybody is going to realize that, in the very least, you will start helping them with things that belongs to the mundane plane. And that's all I got for today. Theruvan Saranai Gandima.
Theruvan Saranai Harshi, thank you so much for your wonderful explanation. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, Theruvan Saranai all Dhamma friends. Yeah, so as Harshi mentioned, actually this Dhamma is not a negative Dhamma. Sometimes one will feel whether they'll experience to spend the same ordinary life after even getting this Dhamma. So sometimes one may not reluctant, one may reluctant to listen this, expecting a kind of a major transformation and so on, like so. Actually, that's wrong. So all what's happening is here the mind is the stress area, mind is the burden area, because it is not a problem of the child, it is not the problem of the house, it is not the problem of the trees, it is not the problem of the colors, it is not the problem of sound or any taste. These are sensations, you see, and it's a natural phenomena that in this sensor system that naturally spark on its own and that give rise to some sensation. But the issue is that that sensation becoming a thing in the sense that is the stress level. So once that become real only, all the needness for that and greediness for that arises. So simple as that. Therefore, it is not a problem of the things, but to what extent these things becoming real and felt like real is the issue here. Because all the experience in this system is some kind of sensation. So when you walk, your feet touches the ground and some solidity feel or some liquidity or some hot and cold, some sensation arises. So that's a totally natural phenomena. So these sensations, you see, that arises. So that's a normal thing. So even the colors, sounds, you see some sensation arises. But all these sensations are not a outside creation. All these sensations is a product of the sensor system itself. So every sensation is not real. So only thing is the sensation give rise the feel due to the speed of the activity. It give rise the feel that it is real. It is real. This is the problem. That's why color felt real, sound felt real, and the color and sound combining and you see the things felt real and the so-called self becoming real is this sensation becoming real. So this is the thing. Therefore, in this Dhamma, what happens? One sees what's the formation behind all these feelings, sensation, or the sensation feel like real, the existence. What is the formation behind this existence? And then it sees the magic behind the formation. So that is the break. Because all this time it was traveled in the entire samsaric cycle with this effect, with the so-called world becoming real. But now it is the disconnection because it is seen, and that gave rise the liberation. So this is how this happened. In the sense, what it is, then it is not a problem of the mother, father, relations, humans, the whatever the trees and so on, anything, any worldly thing will not become a thing. Because in that system, it is not finding anything, but it is finding nothingness in anything. So simply that is that. So it will not become a thing. So the becoming is this delusion. The becoming is the ignorance. That is also a natural phenomenon. Becoming also, there is no doer there. Becoming also naturally happening. And the whole process happens, and becoming also has happened, and then there is the doer, notion of doer there behind back of all the worldly thing. So not becoming is also a natural phenomena. It is the reverse side, opposites of the anusota. So that's the patisota. So therefore, there need not to have any greater fear of, you see, whether something would happen, whether this a brainwash like thing is happening, you see. No, nothing like that. This is clearly the reality is understood. Once the reality is understood, what happened, all the time there is a stress level, no? Even let's say take a child. So whether this child is okay, is good in the school, will it score less marks, whether he's good in that. Likewise, you see the thoughts keeps on coming to the mother. So, shall I send him for another class? But maybe the child is really good in almost all the activities. But what happens until the child comes home? This mother is in a greater film. This is what happened when a thought become real in the system. Naturally, the next thought like was some stress film is running, but that mother even doesn't know like there is a real burden in here. This is what happened. So even when you say living, whether what to eat next day, getting foods, these things anyway will happen. But before happening, there is a real stress is going. That is thoughts come. I have to do this. I have to do that. I have to do next one, next one, next one, next one. When that whole keep of coming, that thoughts you see, there's a high burden. It is because in the system, the whole world become real, the self become real. But now, what happened when this get resolved? Like, what is the so-called me, and what is this worldly thing? When this get cleared in the system, then it is more like the present moment. Even though the thought comes, yes, thought comes. Even thought comes, thought burden is not there. That's what is happening. That thought, that film, any film even, it is not a deep film. That film naturally become immaterialized in the system. So then it has not lived in a sort of a film. So that's the great liberation here. So all the activities are doing, but that the stress level or that the burden of self doing is not there. So this is the beauty, because otherwise one is in the cage of its own thought. It is a speed. Mind is a speed. It is not easy. If you just talk to somebody and see, they say they are really busy because their mind is busy, because that is the speed. What happened naturally due to this Abhisankarana thing, that is this getting stronger and stronger, power becoming stronger, that the system is in a quite a very extensive speed of next and so on. So unnecessarily one is really caught up in the speed. So thoughts comes and that burden come, tomorrow thing, next month thing, future thing, and all the things come, and this person is struggling in the mind because it can't cope up with the speed of the mind. That's why only way out of this speed is you must understand how this speedy formation give rise to real feel. When you see the feel, how the reality behind these speed formations only, one will get over from the speed cycle. Then it is beyond the cage. It is beyond the mind. Otherwise, living in the mind, nobody understands what kind of a burden they have undergone until they experience some relaxation beyond mind. So this is also a thing, because that stress, that next one, like it is very difficult to see, because it has now practiced that because it is anyway in a film, and some people say their system tells like next one all the time, highlight the next one. So then maybe watch a film, listen to music, and or go somewhere and or taste a food like or something will come. I mean, that system doesn't allow any peaceful thing because it is a slave. That system is slave to the mind. Then it is not easy because mind will give so many things, and that also naturally in the film and keep on satisfying that, and it's quite difficult. Always looking for something like. So this is the power. This is the inner wave. So that's why this Dhamma is important because this inner wave cannot be seen until you see some form of a liberation, some form of a disconnection have to experience with the Dhamma. If that is experience, then naturally system is somewhat in control. Otherwise, it's in the same speed, no? Then it is very difficult to experience the real tranquility and to see what's happening here because it's almost caught up in the film. So therefore, this Dhamma is the science. That science is the speed given the vibration. But vibration, nothing is there. So mind means what? Mind is a wave. It's a speed. So it is, we say, good people, bad people, like that. But these are waves, different wave systems. Now, some people, you see, they die fast because that is that wave strength. That wave strength is different from various system to systems. Now, some animals, they have anyway a shorter life cycle. So even that one have a birth in human life, that wave strength would be very limited. So sometimes, I mean, something can happen. So we have seen sometimes some group of friends, either they go to a beach and then they gone up with the wave. So maybe the same team maybe go to a river and then they dies there. Or maybe some accident can occur, or maybe sometimes they might even can addicted to the drugs. So these are the wave strength are different. That's the thing. The wave strength is different. So it is not done by anybody because that system will, something will happen to that system to end in that form. That is because that is the reading of that wave strength. So it is, we say, good people, bad people, like that. But where is good people? Where is bad people? These people means it is a thinking. But all these are waves. These are waves and it's a part of the network of wave. That's a different communication. This network. So actually what happens, good people, bad people, it is what we say, no? But actually this is the wave balancing because the whole universal phenomena is this vibration. It is the vibration, it is the wave. That is also not an existing thing. That is a forming thing, but there is some power is balanced. Everything is balanced in some form of wave balancing. So we see good, bad, so on like that, but it is a form of a balancing at the end of the day. So therefore, what is important is if we have to look at this Dhamma not in the angle like a human looking at it, like these are drushtis, but really it is a current, it is a wave. This wave is the one which is taking the cycle. So if we understand how this wave is formed, how this speed gives rise to this existent field of present moment, only there is a chance of getting getting rid of this cycle effect. So that's why the cause and effect Dhamma is important, because cause and effect shows cause is the speed. What is the effect? Effect is this existent field. So that means it is not a existing thing. It is a present moment formation. So what is important is seeing the formation. As long as when someone sees the formation means it understand very correctly, it's a process. When something is a process means what? If it is a natural phenomena, then there is no ownership towards any of the sensation. But sensation becoming a thing is the delusion here. That is the drushti. That is how it was programmed. But now it is the right time to see how this has programmed. Then only there is a way out of the program. Yeah, Harshi, Terwa Saranai, I think others also can add.
Yeah, Therwan Saranai Randima, thank you for that valuable explanation. And there's Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Ravi. Therwan Saranai, both of you, whoever want to go first. Therwan Saranai Aran
Therwan Saranai Harshi, Therwan Saranai Arenhansa.
Yeah, Therwan Saranai Dr. Chandani.
So yeah, I just wanted to add something, because we were talking about this young children, sorry, young people addicted to drugs. This addiction is also sort of a abhisankarana, isn't it? So because once taken, they get this happy sensation. So they want to like continue it. So they just take it again and again, repeatedly they take it. So what happens? Ultimately, they get addicted, isn't it? It's just like getting addicted to alcohol, sort of thing, isn't it, Harshi? So
Yeah, actually, yes.
yeah,
Yeah, go.
yes, that's what they are.
Yeah, thank you very much for bringing that into the discussion today, Dr. Chandani, and thank you very much for joining. Yeah, that was a very valuable discussion we had during Andolatmaka Deshana today. This addiction to ice, methamphetamine. Yeah, like you mentioned, it stimulates dopamine and it kind of secretes in large quantities. And they say like the regular happiness, whatever we get from eating something or having sex or whatever it is, that becomes 10 times more because there's like extra amounts of dopamine that's secreted due to this drug. And with time, the natural production of dopamine gets depleted, it gets stopped. And I mean, there are doctors who can explain it better. All of you all are doctors. So, anyways, the mind has this, the volitional formation, the abhisankarana. So this pattern continues and it's amplified, and the whatever the emotions that are created or the mental charge underneath is amplified. So and at the end what will happen is there's no happiness because now the natural production is no longer. If you want to have any kind of happiness, you have to have this drug. If not,
Continuously, yes. So it is actually temporary happiness, no? So yeah. So to keep the happiness continuously, they have to keep going on taking the drugs. So
Yeah.
it leads to that leads to addiction. Yeah.
Yeah, and even there's like without that, no happiness at all. And when you have addiction, and then there's withdrawal where you have like bodily pain and heat and some complaints of like needle kind of pain all over body and hopelessness, and obviously you get very skinny, no sleep, and you lose teeth eventually in about 1.5 years time. Becomes like a zombie basically.
Yes,
Like,
yes. Yes. It's like a vicious circle, no? Continue to take it. And when
yeah.
we can't actually, I think they can't stop it. So it's like a vicious circle going on and on.
Yeah, they
Isn't it?
want to stop it. They know now they don't have the happiness because of this, but they can't stop it because if they're not on it, there's like so much of pain.
Yes.
And yeah, I think Dr. Ravi probably add to that. He probably knows this. Kiran Sarnai, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Harshi, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Chandani, Teruvan Saranai, Arenos, and everyone. Yes, yes, that discussion was very interesting. Yeah, so as Dr. Chandani mentioned, we externally stimulate by art, by giving something. We stimulate the brain cells, and we forcefully. What it happens is we forcefully stimulate those cells and forcefully let the cells to secrete more dopamine. So that is not the natural thing. So natural thing should be the power should be come from the receptors in the sense sensors. So when you get a sad feeling or happy feeling, so you have to have some kind of a thought there. With that thought, with the power of that thought, with that the energy that is built within that thought should trigger the secretion of dopamine. That should be the natural pathway. But instead of that, what is happening here is just forcefully give something meth, then let the brain cell to secrete more and more dopamine. So that is not the natural thing. So we just what we are doing is what happens is forcefully asked to secrete happy hormones. So what is happening there, then the happiness is not natural. So ideally it should come from the receptors, initiated the pathway from the should be initiated from the entire pathway from the receptors or the sensors. But instead of that, it starts from something artificial. So that distort the entire balance of this nature. So natural process is distorted. So what happens is there would be again, as Harshi said, a negative regulation would be there. So then even though if we start to stimulate forcefully by giving more and more meth, it won't stimulate and it won't secrete dopamine anymore. So what will happen? The happy feelings that were there earlier, now it does not have. Even the other receptors or the other sensors, the amount that happy feelings come from the receptors is also not sufficient to trigger that hormone level to secrete. So that becomes entire body, as you clearly said, like a zombie, does not have feelings. A body is there, but feelings are not there. So So it is another kind of it is not the nature. So nature can't sustain that kind of a thing here. So it will uh, it will gradually start to decay because nature can't keep that system in sustainable state because it has gone against the nature. So then what nature does is just let it die by itself. So that is what is happening, as Aryan has explained it yesterday also. So even the outer appearance, face, muscle bulk, and everything become weak and weak and weak. Then of course the rejection of from the nature would start. So ultimately the fate it gets its the death. Yes, that's it. So rejection from the natural process. So so I don't think so the rehabilitation process is the most challenging part here. So how we should rehabilitate these kind of people. So it is the most so there may be certain steps that we can take. Just stop these things at once. So would it going to work? No, because just stopping abruptly everything, that makes him to suffer more and more. So I don't know, the approach should be very rehabilitation approach should be very mm, I don't know how to say it, should be very comprehensive, and it
Yes, Dr.
uh,
Ravi.
yeah,
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 I
it
think
should be, yeah, we have to get certain approaches just while reducing the amount of meth that is given to that patient, and we have to start uh, I think RMS is trying to no yeah
I think
yeah
Dr. Chandani was.
yeah John, Dr. Chandani, I want do you want to add something?
yes, I just wanted to add
No.
something, Dr. Ravi, because
Yeah.
even before the rehabilitation part, as
Mm-hmm.
parents have a big role, no, in identifying these children,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
signs of
absolutely.
children.
That's the
Yes,
point. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah. So how to identify? I mean, especially the teenagers, they are like more anxious. They don't have any lack of motivation, and they
Mm-hmm.
sleep less and they eat less, loss of appetite, mood swings, and
Mm-hmm.
all that. As parents, we
Yeah.
have to identify, isn't it? First,
Yeah, as you clearly said,
that's what I
yes,
wanted to add.
parents, parents have should take the most responsibility because they are the one who knows the change in behavior of their own children. So way
And
they behave,
also,
yeah.
Dr. Ravi, burnt spoons and syringes, if you find
Mm-hmm.
in their rooms and stuff, that is also a
Mm.
sign.
Yeah. Maybe when so patient, some others have came and come and complain me that they have found some pills the in the pockets from their children. So they asked me, what should I do, doctor, now? So these are not the usual drugs that painkillers or something. So what are those? What were those drugs? What were those medication? And they showed me that those things. So I was also helpless in that scenario. But if they caught to the police, definitely they will take to the police. And as parents, they don't want that to happen to their children, but there should be some place to go and tell these things. So I found these things from the pocket from my own son. So what should I do? So what I did was I directed to the narcotic. Say there was a thing called in Colombo. So I directed them to there. I don't know what happened then. Um then certain things happen. So some mothers complained me that they were asking money forcefully, but they don't want their children to uh, be in the police as well, go to the police as well. So these are the family problems that they have. So we have to address. I don't know how to address. It is a very complicated thing, but uh, what from our side, what we can do is we can educate. So the consequences of taking drugs and ice, and so we can tell them. So and also we can. So I think these days, why are these especially the younger crowd tend to get these things because they have high targets. They are they are I think they are I don't know, their hopes are very big, and they want to make money, they want to go abroad, they want to study, they want to have good life. In order to do so, they are trying to achieve the things so quickly. So in that case, they want to study well. So that's why they want to uh, burn midnight oil and keep awake and uh, study. So that's why they are trying to take those kind of artificial drugs or ice and all these things. So it is a very competitive world. I don't know, they don't know how to cope up with this world, so they don't have that kind of ability. So they are actually, from their aspect, they are very innocent. So they think that is the world, that is the entire world that they are living. But if you come out, if you become more uh, grow older, then you can say, so what the simplest thing that we have been doing at those ages, like things like this. So it's very difficult to them to convince what the world they think is not the world actually is. So yes, there should be multidisciplinary approach to address uh, this issue. And also we have a big role here from the Dharma angle. So if they somehow the feelings they get is they get to know if the feelings or the thoughts they get are not real. So that could be a turning point in the youth. So what we can do is, as Warren was already initiated, we can spread this message to the youth, younger generation, more and more. And if they understand there is nobody here, there's no one here, there's nothing to entertain here, there's nothing to worry even. They so they if they anyhow they can understand that they are living in a big dream, or they are caught up in such a big illusion. So they won't seek this kind of uh, things. They won't look at these kind of things, because uh, if they happen to feel like there is nothing to entertain in this world, so entertaining the senses, will not fulfill everything. So that would be their turning point. I don't know whether it is possible for a child who has already taken these drugs, but for the newer one, for the fresh minds, so we can surely give this message, I think. Yes, Harsha?
Yeah, Doctor, actually, this topic is very important looking at the disaster that's taking place in the country with the spread of these drugs. These are very heavy drugs and very destructive drugs. I remember some time ago, this was called the most dangerous drug on earth. But now I think there are worse things than this fentanyl and stuff. Like they make you like turn into a real zombie. But this is there's no. It's almost irreversible. It's like we can talk about rehabilitation, but I have experiences with close members of the family and friends that I have seen whose lives have drastically gone from like a regular life to towards destruction while we wait and watch, because you can't do anything. You can just talk to them and say or advice or whatever, then with time they would avoid you, and they're not your friend anymore. If they're close by, then they'll start stealing and trying to make a buck so they can buy a little bit more of this. So it's a disaster. I think Dr. Sakuntala probably have more information and feedback about this one as well. Tirvansara and Dr. Sakuntala.
Tirvansara Harshi. I pay my homage at Narayana Mahasi's feet. Tirvansara, all the friends. I think all of you have sort of mentioned most of the important facts. So I may be picking up few things here and there from your discussions. Actually, when it comes to children, present generation or the Z generation or whatever they call it, they do not have the strength to refuse the unwanted things. And that is because I think that is the way that they have been brought up from the small age. Now, if you compare we as children and a present child, present teenager, you can see there is a vast difference. And most of the responsibility for that should go to the parents, because you can see that how they are intervening with the children to lead them to the goal that they want. Because most of the children do not get a free hand to decide what they are going to do. Their free time is very much less. And because of the society nowadays who is having a rat race, these children are pressurized to do more work, and they have very little leisure time and very minimal time to play and interact with the others, and they are mostly on the screens, and they are dependent on the parents for many things. And we have seen now even the young adults, a child of 16, 17 years, before going to school or classes, mothers are feeding them. And there's a long list of food that they don't like, and the likes that they have is completely different and unhealthy type of foods. Now, this is one example that I am telling. So actually, they are not getting the proper love and care that we used to have from our parents. Present parents think that giving them the food they want, and they have their own framework of love and care. It's not the love and care that we had from our parents about 50, 60 years ago. And presently, these parents most of them are going for work, and we had this extended family setup that time long ago, where the grandparents also were there. So children are feeling secure, and they had a lot of bonds with the grandparents, and grandparents were very religious, and often children used to get involved with those religious works, and small children sometimes go to the temple to observe still from their small age. And the other important thing is that sharing. Nowadays you can see that unless they are in a very poor setup, they try to give separate rooms for the child, so that sharing a habit of the bed, maybe your study table or even the pens and pencils. So whatever, sharing attitude is also gradually disappearing. So they want their own separate one always, and sharing becomes a big issue with lots of fighting and all. I mean, we had fighting with our siblings, but they were not the real fights. I mean, for a while they will say, why did you take my pen or pencil? And next moment we used to say, okay, you take it. So that sort of attitude was there, but that attitude is also disappearing. And all these things, I think, make a person's personality very much fragile and very much unstable, I would say. So when they grow up as adults or young adults, they do not have that strength to refuse something that they feel is not correct. They find it difficult to recognize the harmful things from the harmless things. Now, even you can see that taking these children to classes, very few are allowed to travel by themselves, and most of the time the mothers will be there outside when the class is over, and they, whatever the age, they bring them home. So the mixing up with the society and the exposure is becoming less and less. So all these facts make them a very fragile or unsteady, as I mentioned, personalities, and who do not have the strength to refuse or to face any tough conditions. And therefore, they become flexed, or they become sort of they try to sort of agree or accept whatever the friends, actually they are enemies who are coming in a friend space, who are offering something and say that you try this for the first time. So when they try this for the first time, they feel that there is something different, and then little by little they get addicted to that. So parents actually should provide the love and care and indicate that they are having protection, and they should be close to them, so that the child doesn't feel afraid or anxious to tell any secret. So at least one of the parents, maybe father, maybe mother, should be a close person, close friend, so that the child can divulge whatever he or she is hiding. And also, too much of intervention is also not good. Trying to intervene with every minute thing is also not good, but should be observing from the distance without making the child feel that the parents or the whoever the adults who are looking after the child should have a sort of hidden eye to see what is happening. They should have some idea about the friends with whom the child is getting on and whereabouts of the child. And it's a good thing actually to get to know the parents of the friends also, so that you have a kind of circle of friends, circle of parents who sort of can communicate with each other and then know whereabout of the child is. And also a kind of random check in a soft manner, without getting the child to feel that my parent is checking my things. And sort of random kind of subtle checks, I think, is important, particularly in the school bag. And as Harshi mentioned, I think even checking the room in the absence is also a useful thing to get some idea. And actually, addiction is what happens is when a person is addicted to drugs. As Harshi mentioned earlier, and I think Dr. Chandani also mentioned this earlier, all of you, gradually the demand for the drugs go up. That is because the effect gets less and less, so that the person is pressurized and person is compelled to take higher and higher dose to get the effect, which is becoming less and less. And as a result, all the side effects become more prominent and all the systemic effects will take place. And as you all as you all mentioned very correctly, counseling setup in our country is not satisfactory at all, because, the Lord Buddha was the best counselor at that time. And yesterday we listened to one conversation with Aryan Mahanse, a mother who was like almost Patachara, who came crying to one of our Mehenin Mahanse's temple, and he had a conversation, and then how he helped, and that is a bit type of the counseling that they should have actually. But nowadays, all these so-called qualified counselors do not give that sort of background and do not get into the child's shoe and try to understand that problem, because counseling in this aspect is a different different field, I would say. And as you all correctly said, again, the rehabilitation is not easy, very difficult. First, the person should have a strong will to get out of this mess. Very strong will. And even with that will, after some time in the rehabilitation centers, when the person goes to the same environment, he will be forced to start it again. So the will should be very strong, and then maybe he will not be able to go to the same environment and the same background. And what they do is they give some drugs which simulate the effect of the addictive drug and gradually tail it off. The drugs which are used for this are not addictive but give somewhat similar effects. So it's, I think, very uncomfortable and severely symptomatic period where there is this withdrawal is taking place. So even after some time, after some months of not taking it, some of them go back. So that is, I think, Sonamali also yesterday mentioned in the discussion with Aryan Mahanse that their chemical balance is changed. So it's very difficult to have a strong will and not get into the same addictive pattern. So it is not successful most of the time. So I think our parents' time, or when we were children, we had lots of time spent with our parents. Our parents may not have been always hugging and kissing and telling all loving words, but we knew that they had love and care within them. So they may not be expressing in the way that most of the Western society will show, but we know that they had that love and care within them. And of course, our lives patterns were very simple. So ultimately, and we were exposed to many things from the small age. We had the chance of interacting with the society, taking decisions in simple ways. So those things actually helped most of us who are adults now to become stronger personalities, where we will not give in to any suggestion like this. But the present generation, the problem is they are very weak in that. I mean, it's not the physical body, but when it comes to decision making, they are not strong enough. They collapse very easily. So that is partly, not partly actually, mostly the responsibility of the family background and the adults, and the so-called advancing world, and so-called the new techniques and new technology, all these things doing more harm than the help. I think that's all I would like to say. Thank you, Terwan
Therwan
Saranai, all
Saranai.
of them. Terwan
Therwan
Saranai.
Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. I think this topic is very important. Maybe we can discuss tomorrow also. So as you said, this technology is another aspect because now this is a digital era. So most of the time this technology is misused to great extent. So to great extent, you see when the exams close by, especially this O levels and A level student crowd, maybe let's say there is a good student who will definitely score good marks and it can enter the university also. But there is a one friend around in that circle, clearly because of the jealous maybe, that student is sending some unwanted content of videos to that innocent child. Then what happened? Parent doesn't know. Parent thinks this child is studying late night, but you see slowly that video coming with a message that you read it and delete it. So that's how then continuously these videos are sent by that student because his objective is this guy failed the exam. So these things are very common, and so this is a very highly complicated, you see, the situation and the problem also becoming very complicated, especially with the drugs and so on. Especially these students are in form of cliques nowadays. So this clique, they are very much fear that they will be get isolated if they don't follow the clique. So there are some bad clicks, good clicks like, but what happens is even an innocent child, it's very easy to, as you all said, to get something unwanted or addicted. Therefore, parent intervention and also the educational awareness is a must. Top of all that, I think this Dhamma is the greatest solution for everything. That if the child at least given some sort of a message that this mind is not real, the world, the so-called association, relationship, all these things are just a thought, and then it will become somewhat solid. It will stand on its own. Otherwise, it will bound on someone and just go on believing someone and end up in a mess in the entire life. So this Dhamma is the real medicine, a real solution for every aspect. Yeah, Harshi, Therwan Saranai.
Terwan Saranai, Andima. Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, you all actually talked about really good points. And like Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, the modern day parenting is seriously flawed, and there's a lot of damaged children we see in the society, even very young adults, adolescent. All of them, if you look into their story, there's always something, because someone gets to start doing these drugs because they want to escape their reality. Their reality is they're not happy in the reality they have. Most often it's absent parents, neglect, child abuse, those things. Always there's some aspect of that present when we talk to these people who continues to like go on to one drug after another, and end up in nice. That is like the destination for a lot of them who start somewhere, has become like that. And then there are in downtown and all these touristy areas, there are parties. People know that when they go there, they're going for the drugs, and it's available, and all kinds of things. Yeah, so there's so much going on, which kind of provides the platform for anybody to be exposed to these drugs. So, but we can't go on controlling. I think government is taking measures to um, attend to these kind of things. But what parents can do is be aware and be present. Like Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, being a present parent is what matters, not just the physical presence, but the quality presence, giving that quality presence so the child knows that this parent really cares about them. That quality time is what's important. Yeah, Dr. Chandani, would you like to add something to the conversation before we wrap up today?
Yes, Harshi, thank you. Yeah. So I just want to add that actually, when we talk about children, what we should know is that the children are innocent always, because they don't
Yes.
know what the world as. So parenting is not just a little word, only a word. So as adults and parents, we have a great responsibility to look after them. So as Dr. Sakuntala said, in our time, we were like friends with our parents. We had a lot of free time. We didn't have phones or computers, so we played. We had friends, and they knew all of. Actually, if I talk about myself, my parents knew all my friends. So we are like a family. We invite them, so we talk with them. So likewise. So nowadays, the parents are so busy that they don't even know who the children are associating. So once, because they are always after money, always after money. So once they look back, the children are lost. They are in somewhere. So likewise, it's our responsibility to look after our children. I mean, that's what I wanted to add. And also, there are warning things that a parent should know, because if a child is in drug abuse, there are warning signs. I mean, the cut marks, the injection sites. So one should be aware of that also. That's what I wanted to add, Harshi. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Chandani. And if there's anything else to be added before we wrap up, I think we have, yeah. Again, Mahansa Theruvan Saranai, with your permission, we would like to wrap up for the day. Okay, let's all pay homage to Aryan Mahansa at our feet. Theruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa. Let's meet again tomorrow. Theruvan Saranai, everyone. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Dr. Chandani, and everyone.
Tēron sarnai Aryan Mahansa, Tēron sarnai Dhamma friends.
hearing. Today also you hearing. It's okay. It's good. It's worth. Yeah. But you know, this hearing is the knowledge is coming. You know this is after. What has happened here? Someone asking, you can answer it. But you know, this thinking is a knowledge. Thinking is not real. So this knowledge, you want knowledge, yes. You want first you want to know what happened here. You want to know the truth. So that is why it's a Buddha's time also, 2005 days ago also, they find the truth. What happened here? What is the death? What is the birth? What is the living? Living. And I feel, how is coming this? How is the senses of creations? So senses of creations is sense of creation is the effort is this your world. What's your world? Your world have everything, no? Chair, table, mother, father, everything, sun, moon, mango tree, and the variety of trees. But this this Dhamma, someone don't know this Dhamma. So people, you also, everybody have this experience. Is sometimes coming is dislike, sometimes coming ill will, hatred, raga, and this is Buddha's word is a moha. Raga, this moha. So raga, this is the always continuing. Moha is avidya. You don't know the truth, you are in moha. What is this? This very word. This the Four Noble Truths we discussed before. So right vision, right thoughts, right speech, right action, right livelihood. So right effort. This what is this effort? Is samavaya. Right mind, mindfulness. What is this? Samavayama, samma sati, samma samadhi. That's awareness is here. So right consciousness is the final effect. It's a nothingness. It's not no anything is there. It's your mind ending. What's the no? Mind is normally working, but not powers. That is time. So Varna Samvedi, Varna Patti Samvedi. Yeah, that's a. So what is Varna? Varna is colors. How is colors is coming? Eye creations. Color is a sound only. Yeah, that is why it's the baby's kindergarten time. Given the sound, everything. But teacher showing the picture, and this is very interesting. How is this thoughts value is coming? We explained this 2 days ago. How is this alive feel is coming? How is this value is coming? Without value, without this feel, normally, what's your life? What's your life is time? You don't know the truth. You don't know what happened here. So normally, people thinking they have everything is happened to him, but someone understood this Dhamma. Everything is happening, only incident. Nothing happened to anybody. That is the very worth, I think. So this right vision is the main part of this Noble Eightfold Path is depend on origination now. But the special part is the first one is a cause and effect. What is the cause is you won't do something. That's what is the effect is, yeah. And that is the effect, yeah. Cause and effect is the very word, I think. So it's not easy because you don't understand. First is everything is coming knowledge. Otherwise knowledge is not a truth. Knowledge can be changed, but you know this truth, not any change happening anywhere. Is one way. Buddha telling this ekainamaggoam bhikkhave. What the meaning is? Bhikkhave is a bhikshu. Is a ekainamaggoam bhikkhave is one way to the nibbana, no any other ways. That is why ekainamaggo. So it feel that wisdom guys. What is the wisdom guys? Is someone know this our thoughts are not real. It's an illusion. We are living in our mind. We are thinking everything. So this want to be verified, very clear. But it's not clear. Somebody is going speedily, other points starting. But it's not bad. We are not talking about anything. But it's not real. It's not original. So what is the real? What is the original? You see, you. Who are you? You sometimes how you understood. So most of people have ego. That's ego is given pictures. There's a given that's ideas, pictures. So someone is believe in these thoughts, mind. That is the sadness thing, because something can be happen. But someone understood this first. So example, someone is understand they know, he know how dangerous for this. So understanding is good, no bad. But what is they are doing? They are doing wrong thing now. Because everybody won't understand first is mind. So Sri Lanka here, our monks today have this problem. Somebody, so we can hear this YouTube. So others Dhamma discourses. So no more guys telling the non-soul Dhamma. Otherwise, no, I feel is here. So normally feeling is censoring feeling. It's not anybody. It's not. Yeah, it's a very worth, I think. So you know that normally that's how your lifestyle is going. How's your what you think about that's your this Nibbana way, Nibbana path. So first is the knowledge is a Satya Jnana. Everybody know now this. This is Kruta Jnana is the second one. This is Kruta Jnana is the third one. So Satya Jnana is there's a Buddhist philosophy. What is Buddha explain this word? What is the truth is here? That one is a Satya Jnana. What is a Kruta Jnana? It's a Kruta Jnana is a practically experience. You can get it. It's no doubt about it after that. That is why is a Kruta Jnana. So many people is a Kruta Jnana try to doing. Yeah, it's okay. That's you can try it because you stimulus are coming, thoughts are coming. You can realize this one real or no. So someone understood it's not real. It's illusion. It's our mind. So it's a sound and forms and other five senses of feeling is there. No any other. These are together coming. That's the thoughts. So we explain this. Every thoughts have value inside, like a magnetic power, like electric power. So this type of this rhythm of going everybody. That's lifestyle. People talking about the They have birth, they have death, they have there's a death. They are thinking everything. They have birth, they have death, they have alive somebody. That's the existence feel is given this. So existence feel, otherwise existence is chair, table, kindergarten time, that's a little baby. So he know that's now after chair, table, mother, father, everything is like a data. It's okay. But it's interesting. Interesting is a is a it's interesting one is it's not real. It's illusion. If someone realizing how it's happening, he can find it. Buddha's word. Uh, so, uh, so normally you are living. So your mind is coming many things. So you would understand what happened here. So it's very worth. So that is why we want clear this Dharma, no doubt, because you know this doubt is not good. You know there's a Sakkaya Ditthi, Vichikiච්ඡa, Silabhata, Paramasa, Tum Sangyojana. It's a Buddha's word. Is three. There's a combining points your circle of birth. How is creating this your circle of birth? How is this is continually happening? That one is the Sankara, especially. So you can see, you can realize today how is our school teachers and Sunday school teachers, how is teaching? So everybody is teaching Buddha's subject. How is everybody is teaching this? So they don't know otherwise truth. How they are given perfect, real, how they explain others. How this kindergarten, that's the age that as a Sunday school teacher or your school teacher, how is explain this Dhamma? Someone asking how is became a Buddhist, how is happening that? So how many people can given this answer, this question? I know this monks also struggling. They are struggling because that's a karma bhumi. They are teaching others karma bhumi. They are not talking about the mind creation. How is our mind is coming? So it's I think it's a huge misunderstanding. But whole this world, our world, I think most of people like this believing after they are thinking they are going heaven or death. That is why they are making everything, their house and their everything is doing because they won't know the truth. Otherwise, they want life. They want this life keep because you won't understand this Dhamma. You won't end in this circle of birth. How is you are doing this? You won't know the truth first. That's not only the Dhamma, not only the word, not only the any other type of subject. It's a real. It's your story. Every story is there. You can understand. It's very worth, yeah. So you have encourage. You want to encourage. You want to. That's a Buddha's word is the virya. Saddha virya, sati samadhi prajna, panch indriya dharma. It's a Buddha's word is 5. This panch indriya dharma is saddha is satya, is a truth. Saddha is a truth. Someone understood this Dhamma. he know the truth. He have that. That's a peaceful mind. That is the how is this coming? Does he have anything? Because he understand everything is sound and firm. So it's very worth, I think, understand first what is the happen here. So doctor also try to explain that. So so this is the very worth point is our mind creation. That is our these senses, eye, ear, nose, mouth, skin type, these senses working. The senses only understand. So how is light is happening? How is sound also happening? How is this skin sensor, the hot and cool? How is happening? How is this? So you see, the unbelievable one is it's not outside anywhere. It's your mind. It's only the thought. Thought is not anywhere. You're thinking. This one is very special, everybody, to understand. So we won't talk about this today. Yes, it's the final day before yesterday. Also, we are talking. We discussed why all people in illusion. Why they not understand the truth? They don't know truth. Yeah, it's okay. It's our society. So our religion, so Buddhism, is like a other religious type. So they are talking about going to this heaven. They are thinking that they are someone doing the bad things. They are going evil. So this is happening because there's a generating the power. So someone don't know this Dharma. You know any other idea? He thinking is good. Good work is good. Yeah. Bad work is bad. Yeah. Good guys. The good work. The good guy is going heaven. Bad guy going heaven. But it's not really happening. So someone try to end in the suffering. He won't end the is bad experience. So people talking about pim power, it's a peanut and power, but they are trying to go in that way. They are trying to doing good things, and they are thinking about going after the good place. But you cannot realize this. It's not Buddha. It's where Buddha left it, because how do you know how much you have defilements? You don't know. That is how do you know you are doing? No, there's a many dana. That's a so try to try to stop this suffering, sadness. That is the point of Buddha also given this point, ending the suffering. So suffering is there, something is here, something is not in here, nobody is here. So that's the type of ending the suffering. So suffering is happening somewhere. So they want somebody. Suffering is it won't be experienced. So you understand this Dharma. You are not in here. It's a process, it's a system. Every time is creating the one thought is the happening. It's not real. So this is understandable. So someone understood this Dhamma is okay. Karma boom is over. Action and effect Dhamma is all. So real is the coming in front, the cause and effect Dhamma. Because that illusion is over. So that one is the avidya, is a illusion. So it's very worth, I think, understand our sense of creations. Sense of creations is given this different ones in this world and everything. It's your inside is senses are creating. Your inside is power is generating. Otherwise, automatically is happening. So this power is going. This first is your vision. Want to be right? Bad ideas, guys. So more today also, like a Buddha's time. So not easy to explain the truth because how much you get in this, because you have experienced bad experience, the wrong experience, wrong vision you have. So, but you don't know it is wrong. You're thinking it is good, but it is not. Because that way, someone is doing something to find the nibbana, but he's going wrong way. How is happening? It's not happening. That is why we want to talk about it. It's a very worth our story. It's not a syllabus. We want to verify. We want to clear this. So you can read that Tripitaka, the Buddha Jain Tripitaka. So there's a sutra, there's a Pali, but in the meaning sometimes you realize be careful, because so sometimes you can't see that, but you know this Dhamma, you understand. So someone understood this Dhamma. So that is a special, because without understanding this Dhamma, nothing to do anything. Everything is normally happening. Everything is normally happening. He thinking he is alive. He's doing everything. That is why he has sadness and suffering. So this is the point of understanding. It's want to be very clean. So someone, this point is understand. So everything is sound and firm. Is after that, it's okay. Some period you are realizing practically. You are trying to do something because you are thinking, and you are thinking, your stimulus, your thoughts are coming, inside awareness is creation happening, inside awareness is creations happening. So that's the jnana. So you can feel it. It's not a thinking, it's a feel. It's a tranquility and peace and calm mind is coming. No inside pain, no inside burning. So this understand one. Yeah, but what you want is experience, because the experience is practically. It's not after. It's not believing. It's not trust. It's an experience you have. It's okay. That is a type of confirm what is the happen here. So we have experience. Many guys asking the knowledge. They are in knowledge. Many of them in knowledge. So inside the awareness, they are not, their attraction is given inside awareness. You won't, you won't think this one. This someone is someone is looking the this way, especially this inside awareness. It's not a normal awareness. Normally awareness is somebody is doing something is there. That's a normally. But super awareness we are talking. Buddha's is a cause and effect. That's a vidarsana. Vidarsana is not a samatha. Samatha is a no more stimulus, no more thoughts. There's a no given to value. So samatha, we are talking about concentration meditation. Is it's not ending the suffering. It's not ending the defilements. So it's not ending the sadness, because there's a doing that leg cross sitting and breathing and exhaling and the concentration meditation people, but they don't know how is this soul is happening, how is this life feel is coming, how is this mind is creations. They don't know. That is why they are in illusion. They are thinking they are living outside. So they are thinking they are living outside. How they can find the truth? They can't do that, because various of animals have individually themselves have that's the world. This world is individually just everybody. That's their mind creations given, not anywhere. That is why it's not happening to outside. Someone thinking outside is not this Dhamma. It's your mind creations. So that especially is the your life feeling, your soul. That creation is effort is that one. It's very special, I think. Is understand. The true Dhamma. The true Dhamma is talking about the truth. Dhamma is Buddhist philosophy. Most of them talking about Buddhist philosophy. But what's the truth? What's the real truth? What's really is happening? It's very worth everybody. So this I won't tell this inside awareness. That's a super awareness. It's very worth. Because it's a jnana. Otherwise, Buddha is telling it's the jnana. How is jnana is not a thinking. Jnana is not a thoughts. Jnana is your inside is we are not talking about the normal awareness, because normal awareness is somebody won't thinking. Somebody think something this chair or table, or someone is thinking that chair is a chair. There's inside is awareness is coming. Yeah, there is not chair. It's a sound and films. Normally is people. Normally everything is normally is happening. But inside meditation is normally is everything is happening, but your inside is that's no any value is coming. These thoughts, no values. That's understand. Finally, is coming this. What is the truth is somebody won't understood. So it's very worth. This is the point of I want explain this. That's a super awareness. That's a that's the Adhigata Samadhi, Buddha's word. How is coming? That's a super awareness is a normally is everything is here. Nothing happen anything. That is why. So that's a Buddha's word is Nisato Nijo Sunyo. It's a Buddha's word is no being, no living being, nothing existent. That's a these thoughts are normally here. Otherwise, you can see, you can hear. Mind sense also working. So everything is normal, but there's the inside. Not anybody is here. That's only the actions, creations. No one is doing otherwise. Nobody is here otherwise. It's a system is working. Mind creation is the working. That's the that's everything is normally you are doing. You are cooking or something. You are at home. Day-to-day activities is going, or someone is doing the job, or something doing. That's everything is you can do. There's no problem anything. Yeah, nothing happen. Nothing change anything. But your inside is not value is coming. That's the ending suffering. It's a reward. That one is how is coming. That's understand one. First, you want to know the truth. This is special. So, I like someone have question or something. So this non-soul Dhamma and the cause and effect Dhamma. So more people in action and effect, but it's not Buddha's word. But they can't understand this because there's a case is the books. There's a Renkai Chandramala Theros wrote books. Havandi Nibbana. So they are not that books haven't cause and effect Dhamma. They are talking only the action and effect. So they are given this our society to action and effect Dhamma. They are always talking about action and effect. It's a silly point because nobody is here who is the action and effect. But they are thinking they are in here. And how they can get this done? It's not easy. So more people today, whole world, is struggling here. They want truth, they finding, but it's not easy. How they can meet this Dhamma? How they can listen this Dhamma discourses? That is why I try to explain this Dhamma, English language. Because Sinhala Dhamma discourses I did more, 4,000 over. So Sri Lankan guys, who is talking Sinhala, know the Sinhala language. Yeah, more Dhamma discourses you can hear. But foreign guys, other guys, how this understand? They want this because this is the real one. How they understand? That is why they want English. I say I want to do this. Actually, it's my duty. I want to do this English language. Yeah, it's coming day by day. Yeah, so I'm trying to explain is my side. So your side you want to let's encourage. You want this your side have so especially is the Sandhitikadam. Is no one can given easy. Because your inside is crowd becoming the truth. It's a experience. You want experience otherwise. So someone can join with me and discussion what is how is the cause and effect and how is the action and effect done. Why people in action and effect yeah, it's okay. Why Sri Lanka here, you know, over there 90% over there in misconception. So they are thinking they are in Buddhist guy. I'm talking about the Buddhist people. Only the Buddhist people. So, Buddhist guys, I think, yeah, it's 90,000, 90 second. So 19 plus, I think. That's in misconception. They are in action and effect. Most of them. So same Buddhist time, Buddha's time. Buddha's time they are in action and effect otherwise. Buddha said Jatila Niganta Brahman. Today not Jatila Niganta Brahman. Today they are thinking they are Buddhist. That is why we are talking about Niganta Bhikshu. A Niganta is a Buddhist. Why? They are in action and effect. They don't know cause and effect. They are thinking action and effect, cause and effect. They are thinking everything is same, but it's not same. Action is effect. You are going, you want something outside. Action is effect, someone going outside is permanent because outside is real. That is why they are going that way. But inside meditation is a cause and effect. It's very rare. It's not common. It's not easily coming to you. You won't find it. That is right. It's okay. Somebody can join with me and your words given us. Teran. Someone can talk with me because this point is yeah, day before yesterday or we few days ago we are discussed, but it's not enough. Yeah, many times I think I won't remember in this action and effect. What is the action and effect? What is the cause and effect? Because this is the point of your side. Is what's happened to you. That's very important, I think. It's a good thing is you don't worry about anything. Everything can be happen to happily. It's a good one. Because I feel, my feel is like that. So this era is very valuable in Sri Lankans. So other countries have some problems the same time, especially the next year. So they are thinking their wrong vision. So they are going that way today also. They are making many weapons and they are making them very so this is destroyable items, weapons also. Very destroyable items. It's if you want again and again think about it. So especially is the action and effect them. So you remember something example is so your baby if you're married is okay. Your baby is coming to you with you sometimes office. So you're thinking this example. This example is is you. So normally that's a silly mind is it's okay. They want to end in this suffering, so it's okay. The Buddha's time is also same no. They want to end in suffering, but how is happening? How is happening end in suffering? So you have really this world is real. You're thinking this world is real. It's not happening. Suffering is here. Something is there. There's an existential field outside, but color is your eye. Is otherwise is the colors red, blue is coming to sound, but eye is given the light. These are together coming. That's the thought creations. Today is a move in that thoughts creations, but it's not real. So it's very special, I think. What is the real cause and effect Dharma? Someone know. It's very nice, I think. It's not easy, but it is okay. It's very worth, I think. Because existence feel how is coming. That's a sound and forms together. That's actually is you can realize this practically. That's example like that different type of tuning pork one time touching there's a ting and tongue is sound is coming, there's a other side someone is there, there's a tongue is coming. This is a type of yeah. So
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it, and the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
May Triple Jim bless you all. Thank you, Alan Answer, for your noble guidance. You're trying every day to get Dhamma friends or the listeners to close to non-vibration. And you have tried a lot to get everyone to drop their differences and come to the path. We can have a lot of differences. So we talk about the non-self Dhamma every day. As you say, it goes deeper and deeper, but it's very important to understand what these perception are. Yesterday, even in the Dhamma discussion, we were talking about that. How the perception work, how the light and sound waves come together and form the perception, as in like in a baby, mother is formed because of the light wave and the sound wave together. And with the repetition of that stimuli, that perception, usually it is tied to the outside. You start to believe that it is in front of you somewhere. If you talk about Sri Lanka, you have a like a sound and the light and the sound wave complex. That's the mind. You have a mind picture of Sri Lanka. You may have it as a small island near the Indian continent. Anyway, you have a picture with the sound. And that is how it is tied to the outside. That it is near the Indian subcontinent. That's how it works. So you need to understand that every stimuli works like that. Even if you say freedom has a mental image. And it may be, you say, these people have so much freedom than me, then that kind of attitude, that whatever the attitude you put that picture in is the picture that you have, freedom picture. It's a mental image. So what you say about the freedom may be not the freedom of someone else. Even the privacy, something like privacy, there is a mental image. But it may be very, very different from one to another. Very different from one to another, because privacy is again another mental picture. It's a mental picture means sound wave and light wave coming together, but now there is a attachment to somewhere. This big story around it, even if you say privacy. Even if you talk about the privacy law, there's so many things about it. So the privacy is something that you'll have as a picture. And people use this as a tool to hurt others. So just imagine if someone wants to hurt the other person, they try to find out something which will be taken as privacy for the other person. And they will try to make a story of it. Also, right or wrong, also the same thing. Right or wrong, it has a mental picture. Right? Lot of things, not like the chair. Chair, you have a definite outside, right? I know that chair, it's very old. It's nearly broken, you can say. Because you have a definite place, definite picture to that chair. But something like privacy is different. Something like good or bad is different. Right or wrong is different, because right in your eye, right in your mental image is different to right in someone else's mental image. So just imagine, right in a Western culture, maybe completely different right to Eastern culture or South Asian culture. So what do you think? So which right is right? So the mental image of right or wrong. So the wrong, just wrong. If you ask a question about someone else's privacy thing, it may be wrong in Western culture. But then in Asian culture, if you ask about the privacy, and sometimes if you don't ask about that and help them, they may take it as being rude as well. It depends. Because in Asian culture, people expect everyone to help you. But in Western culture, they don't expect anyone to help you. They are surprised if someone is helping you. So the attitude, the ideas about right or wrong is really biased with the way you have been brought up, the upbringing, the background. So what is right to you can be completely wrong to someone else. Just imagine the way of bringing up children. The way of bringing up children, like in Western culture, after 18 years, your parents are not supposed to be looking after children. They can help, but they don't have any definite. The acceptance is they have to move out. But in Asian culture, if the children start to I'm going, like if they start to move on, they take it as their parents can get even offended. So it is. So what is right and wrong? Right and wrong is a mental image with the sound wave and the light wave, but it does have a heaviness, right? Where is the heaviness coming from? Heaviness is the actual problem. Heaviness is the actual problem. Otherwise, is it right? You can say. It's wrong, you can say. You can say a lot of things, actually. Just imagine good or bad. So the good What do you think about good? You can say that someone is very good, right? Someone is very good. Something is very good. These are all adjectives. So there must be something to be good, something to be bad. Also, the same thing with the right or wrong. There should be something to be right, something to be wrong. That's the thing. So just understand. If you can understand that some of the things that we talk about, some of the things like dressing like this is not good. So there should be something attached to it all the time. You can't say just good. It's always something good or someone good. So because they're adjectives, they are not used alone. You can say good, 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 but that's for something. You use it related to something. So it obviously become very, even freedom. Freedom, whose freedom? What freedom? It's always someone's freedom, right? Or somebody's freedom, or some animal's freedom. You don't talk about chair freedom. You don't really, do you? Like table freedom, the chair freedom, table freedom, house freedom. You don't talk about that. It's always someone's freedom, like a human or animal. If you're talking about the freedom, so it's all kind of adjectives. So don't you feel that when you talk about words like that, territorial integrity, it's someone's territorial integrity, somebody's, so some country. In that one, some country also can be used. So which one is true in these things? Which one is true? So now someone does something to you, definitely it can come to you like what she did was bad. Like it can directly come to you, what she did was bad. Don't you feel the power of that? The power is the problem. This actual wordings are not the problem. How much power it has. So that power, if the power goes down, and you might use the word, oh, that's bad, but you don't care. Really, it doesn't have any heaviness. It doesn't necessarily matter. If the existence feel or existence perception is gone, whatever the words you say will not actually matter. do you think? Mm, so the heaviness of these adjectives that we were talking about. So I'm talking about the perceptions. Some perceptions are engraved in our system as true things, good, bad, right, wrong. When you say, in India, they had so much caste system, and there's something engraved in their system that's higher caste, lower caste. And this racism based on the color of the skin is also engraved in people, the white and the black. And the money-wise also, there is a difference of acceptance, poor and the wealthy or rich. Man on a female is also the same. There's so much heaviness in that. Because we have so much difference. And even normal people, lay people and venerables, the same thing. You feel there's a vast difference, right? They are different, 100%. Mother and father, they are different. Husband and wife, they are different. Animal and man, they are different, yes. But the thing is, when it comes to our perceptions, they are all our perceptions. They are all the sound wave and the light wave coming together. So does it differ? Not really. So the sound wave and the light wave, when they are together, they are all perceptions. They are not actually true. Mhm. So which perception is true is a big one. Is nirvana perception true? So none of the perceptions are true, but according to your system, which ones are true is the main thing. Whether it is the husband, whether it's the wife, whether it's the kids, whether it's a family, whether it is me. I mean, me is a dangerous, very, very strong perception, which is very heavy. Very, very heavy. Let alone the good, let alone the bad, let alone the right, let alone the wrong. I, me, mine is a very, very strong perception. It's only related to each person. Even animals, they have that. The feel, life feel is also felt by even one cellular organism. But the thing is, this view is very strong in humans because of the mind power. This changes the heaviness drastically. So when you come to humans, it's like a juncture where you'll be thrown to the four hells easily, very easily, like the lower realms, because the heaviness is too much. Because this heaviness and meaning, heaviness and meaning as heaviness is the power of that self-vibration. So understanding this self-vibration is the main problem. Uh, you need to understand every perception. It's not outside anyway, but every perception. Even if you understand, fully realize that it's not outside. Still, I'm talking about the perception level, form level. That's not true. This mind wave and the light wave coming together is not an actual thing. So the right or wrong. Right is a perception and it's actually a sound wave. But it has a picture as well. If you fully understand this, the power of the sound wave will go away. Actually, the light wave also will go away. Then this duality will be gone and can become the vibration. Then only you will come to the field, and that field will give you how much power is there in the beginning. And that power is not there, you know how different that is. But still, non-vibration is different. That even that field should not be a thing. That field also you have to understand. It's just the speed of that sensory organ. What is whatever? It's the speed of light. Yeah. So even non-vibration, if it becomes a mental image, it becomes powerful. So we need this very tricky area now. All the mental images, if they are powerful, you're not going to attain Nibbana. So that's why Lord Buddha said, put aside Dhamma as well in the end. if you are becoming very agitated at something, you need to understand, you need to feel it and see which perception is active. What do you think? So take as something like loneliness. Now the loneliness is also a mental image. And if someone starts that mental image and it has so much power, you can even get really down. Because loneliness, no one likes loneliness. Like the death. Same as the death. Death perception is the same. It has so much heaviness. Same time, the loneliness. No one likes me. Something like that. No one cares about me. Or things like that. The perceptions from childhood has gained so much power. No one likes to be isolated. But actually speaking, isolation is a mental image. And if the mental image is not there, isolation is not a problem, you know. That's how it works. But as soon as you get the image that I am isolated, I'm lonely, or I am alone in this house, then it might get a, like, you know, we call emptiness syndrome for elderly. Same thing. The children they have moved out, different countries. Now, when we talk about the loneliness, this is the era of digital, social media, digital interaction, right? this can get wider and wider, because digital interaction may not give you the may make it worse. Just imagine you I don't have social media, but I'm just taking an example. So you put a post and no one likes it. From the moment that you have put it out, you are just constantly checking whether someone has liked it. Like, just an example. So this digital interaction also is coming to another level, because you're not prepared. You're not prepared for non-attention, because you have given so much value to the attention. So how these perceptions, like no one cares about me, or no one liked my post, or no one liked me, all these perceptions are very, very strong, very especially young adults, like teenagers and young adults I'm talking about. So they attribute loneliness to the either absence of people around you, or absence of interaction, true interaction. Because even if you have some likes, if you know they are just putting likes even without feeling it, that would also that might also do the thing, because we can put like even without liking it. That's become a fashion now. You just smile because you smile, and there's no interaction as such. The human interaction levels have gone down. So we don't feel the other person's sadness. Just imagine you get a cancer. This cancer diagnosis, same thing, cancer is a perception. When it is tied to the outside, yes, this can do something to the body and lead to early death, right? Yes. But actually speaking, if you have tied it to the actual world, yes, it's okay. But if you try to understand, it's a perception, right? The cancer is a perception. Otherwise, you don't know that you have a cancer. Even the death is a perception. Breathing is also a perception. Actual breathing, as we talked about the walking last time, actual breathing is a mental image. No one knows that you are breathing, right? You have to say that this is heart. Then only you know that this is heart. Heart is a mental image as well. So the heartbeat, if you say heartbeat, you feel sometimes the heartbeat. Heartbeat is a mental image to begin with. And then you have tied it to this thing. If you really believe these two are same thing, you have to be careful. But what I'm trying to say is, this perception of heartbeat is made of sound wave and the light wave. That's a perception level, and that is not true. But it is there. You can call it heartbeat, beat or heart sound. So this breathing, there's a mental image of breathing. Walking is a mental image, running is a mental image. Likewise, breathing is also a mental image. That's where it starts from. Otherwise, you don't know that whether you are breathing. Ask from a 1-year-old, are you breathing? What? They will ask, what? What do you mean? They will look at you and just run away because they don't understand what you're talking about. But elder child, if you ask from a year 10 child, do you know what breathing is? Yes, yes, I know. This is the lungs working. This lungs coming, like moving, it's breathing. Or you might have different mental pictures. You might say air going in and out, that is breathing. And you can say diaphragm working up and down, that is breathing. You can keep saying a lot of things. That's what the perceptions are made of. Like you have a word and you have a meaning and you have a heavy weight to that also. So, but you have to understand, breathing is a mental image. All the mental images are sound wave and the light wave. But why does it have such a heaviness? You tell me. You tell me. What do you think? Which mental image is correct? Actually, there. Hmm? Which mental image is actually there? So when you say my freedom, to see this I, me, mine is the strongest ever perception you have. So much heaviness to that. Why? Because it's been reinforced all the time. My body is also reinforced. My money is also reinforced. My freedom is also reinforced. My is really heavy perception. I am so and so. I'm John. I'm Kirsty. I'm Christine. Anything. It's very, very heavy. So, what do you think about this whole thing? How does the I, me, mine perception work? Yes, still it's the same thing. Light wave and the sound wave, they come together. So you are given an idea. This is me, this is I. Then you have tied it to this alive field. It's been tied, it's a thought, mental image. It's a mental image, but there's an underlying alive field that we have tied it to. Not just like that, because you feel like the chair is there. That's why it's important to understand what this vibration is. It's not just a thing. Always there is a inside alive field or change in here that is attributed as me. So when you feel, just imagine you felt irritated, or you felt jealous, you felt angry, you felt happy, you felt whatever, then that the change is attributed to self. Because there's someone keep changing. That's how it is. Take it. But actually speaking, it's a stimuli which is changing. At one time it is chair, one time it's a table. So according to the heaviness of the stimuli, that's the actual you. There's no separate you, but that's not how we took it. Every heaviness changed. So one time table is a thing, one time chair is a thing. Suddenly your sun comes, completely different, right? Yeah, completely different. So if you are judging yourself vibration, you have to judge it by the highest point of contemplation. Mostly it is me, or mine, or I. I, me, mine is the heaviest ever perception you have. Heaviest ever. That's because it's been repeated every time. Even before birth, the same thing in this samsaric journey, this alive field is attributed to self. And this a very this sakkaya ditthi or wrong view, existence field, trying to maintain the existence field has been a great effort forever. So life is difficult like that. So this I, me, mine is the greatest ever, heaviest perception you have through repetition. And what we understand by this Dhamma is every perception, every stimuli, the shadow is the I, me, mine. There's no actually I, me, mine. It's a shadow of every stimuli. If you get this properly, you won't have any suffering. And it's very important to understand this Dhamma. Aranhansi is helping you every day in Sinhala language. There's so much discussions and home to home or village to village programs. So it's really good. Thank you, Aryan Mansa, for your noble guidance. May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you so much.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and welcome to the Buddothpado English PeoTV channel, where the Dhamma talks are delivered right throughout in English language under the guidance of our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, with the intention of sharing this message to the question, who am I? The answer to the question, how this feeling of self or sense of self is generated. Is there a self, or this I, me, my concept, whether it's a myth, misunderstanding, or whether actually there is a self in this body and mind. So it's so beautiful and actually the truth was disclosed to the world 2600 years back by Gautama Buddharajan Wahanse, and now Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, our spiritual teacher, has actually experienced the message of Gautama Buddha Sasana by involving in penetrative insight, vidarshana, and he is sharing this self-evident Dhamma with us. So as usual, let's look at another important point related to the Buddhist philosophy, because as we every day mention, the Satyajnana wisdom of truth gained through listening to the sermons based on Buddhist philosophy is the first phase of the path. So the Srutamaya Jnana, or the wisdom of listening to Dhamma, arises naturally when we listen to the sermons. So today, let's explore how the self-view is formed. So actually, understanding Dhamma means understanding that there is no being, person or soul in the physical body. So Nisatto Nisjivo Shunyo means that only natural phenomena exist. The process of power generation, when a stimulus arises and accelerates mental activity, can be compared to how a dynamo generates power when the wheels rotate to charge a battery. So this power, what is taken to be the soul or self-view, is formed as a result of the mechanism of the six sense bases. In every sermon, we explain how the sense bases, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind generate this the current or the existence perception. So let's try to understand this further. So when the eye perceives a stimulus, the eye sensitivity or chakku prasada sparks, and the rising of visual form occurs billions of times per second. So the reason for the eye sensitivity is the working of Kamma, Chitta, Ritu, Ahara, which give rise to the 54 Upakalapas or material groups that constitute it. Just as a mirror gains its shine when mercury is applied, the reflection that falls on the mirror was not made by the person himself, nor by someone else. So it's purely a natural phenomenon. Hetum paticca sambhuta hetu bhanga nirucchati. Conditioned by causes, things arise. When the causes cease, they cease. The reflection arose due to conditions. Otherwise, it is not a story that belongs to the body. Due to the speed of vibration of the eye faculty, the sense of light arises. The eye faculty does not refer to the physical organ called the eye, but to the process of seeing. So, similarly, when the eardrum vibrates billions of times per second, sound perception occurs. A newborn experiences color, sound, smell, taste, and touch, but they do not give rise to taints and defilements. However, they possess sasrava, that mental taints that cause attachment to stimuli arising from the six sense bases. This natural tendency to get attached is not done by someone. It happens due to this the vibration, which is, or the defilements in the inactive form or the dormant form called sasrava. When a child attends preschool, this is what happens. The teacher introduces them to various stimuli, showing diverse pictures and producing corresponding sounds. For example, the child is shown colors like red, blue, white, and orange, and objects like tables and chairs. So these visual and auditory inputs arise through the six sensory bases and create countless moments of sensory contact, sparking billions of vibrations per second. This rapid rising of stimuli is referred to as contact or pulse. So this contact is the continuous sparking of vibrations of similar frequencies. Actually, when these two, sound and color, come together, it is called a thought or chitta. So, however, because these vibrations occur at such an incredibly rapid speed, they cannot be distinctly perceived by the ordinary sensory organs. Instead, the mind experiences all of it as a single unified impression. This is referred to as Sakaya, the notion of a compact, solid self-identity. Lord Buddha explained the individual sensory processes and the subsequent collective interplay of the six sense faculties as Vattambattati, the two rounds. So when the stimulus is an image, in the first round, eye consciousness arises. This means that the image in front of the eye is merely sensed. This initial contact is known as Patigha Sampassa, the Pali term, the physical contact between the eye and the visible form. In the second round, a thought arises and the image is identified or named. This is called Ativachana Sampassa. In Ativachana Sampassa, seeing ditta, hearing sutta, smelling, tasting, and touching mutta. The five sensory experiences come together to give rise to mind consciousness. So that is the step-by-step process, theoretical process of thought formation. So for example, when someone says durian, the sound of the word triggers a response where the image, smell, taste and tactile sensation of durian come together to form a mental image, a single perceptual moment or shot. So these individual sensory impressions spark rapidly, and in the second round, these vibrations converge and give rise to Dhamma, that is, thoughts or mental objects. So Dhamma here means, actually we use it in two meanings. In Buddhist philosophy, the entire Buddhist philosophy is Dhamma, and Dhamma is again the thoughts. As the sensory faculties are sparking billions of times per second, feeling or Vedana arises. The depiction of this feeling, whether as light, sound, taste, smell or touch, is known as perception or sanya. So the high speed activity is also what we refer to as mental formation, sankara. This continuous speedy flow of vibrations. So recognizing that all of these experiences arise together due to rapid vibrations is what we understand as consciousness or vinyana. Manasancha paticca dhammesu uppajjati mano vinyana. This beautiful Pali term means when Dhamma or thoughts come into contact with the mind or mana, mind consciousness arises. This process continues to spark due to its incredible speed. So from the moment breathing begins until it ends, this arising of mind consciousness happens continuously and without pause. It is just like the illusion of a ring of fire created when a fireball is spun rapidly. In reality, there is no ring and one cannot find a single fireball in the illusion. In the same way, when objects like tables, chairs, and beds are perceived, they appear to exist as fixed and solid entities. But this is a mental construct only, a compact view formed from the rapid succession of some impressions and the thoughts. So what we should remember is that there is a power underlying every vibration. So whenever two opposing waves come into contact, they generate energy or power. This energy gives rise to the thingness within it, that we feel as if there is a thing due to this underlying power. The same particle can produce light, heat or sound depending on how it vibrates. So matter is nothing but projections that occur due to the speed of vibrations. So in a hydroelectric power station, we generate light, heat and sound using the electricity produced by the dynamo, which operates through the speed and force of water vibrations. Similarly, when sound and color come into contact, they generate objects like tables, chairs, beds, etc. So these are perceived as the material world. When these perceptions appear as real, excitement arises. Abhinandati abhivati ajyosaya tittati. Yarupe nandi nandi means the binding force. From this comes clinging, birth, decay, death and so on. Upadana, jati, jara, mar. Clinging, birth, decay, death and so on. The feeling of the existence or of a thing is called bhava or becoming. Things arise because of rupana, that is manifestation of form. The speed is sparking of vibrations. But we do not see them as the four great elements. Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu, solidity, liquidity, heat and air. Or as mere sound and color, in other words. What we perceive are walls, windows, tables, tangible objects. There is a charge or power present, which gives the impression that there is a solid external world. So this perception itself gives rise to desire, raga, aversion, dvesha, and delusion, moha. So because of this, we come to have houses, properties, mothers, fathers, heavens and hells. The becoming, bhava, and the mental formation, sankar, where all of this is contained, actually the sankara are accumulations we have built up. When these arise repeatedly, clinging takes hold. So as a result of the notion of the three time periods arises, past, present, future. We believed these things existed in the past, exist in the present, and will exist in the future. Even perception itself undergoes viparinama, change or transformation. So no one can stop seeing, hearing or occurrence of thought. But it is through the mind that we identify what is seen, heard or felt. So in doing so, we entangle these experiences with the sense of self, believing I saw, I heard, or I felt. Perceiving objects like tables, chairs, or even children as things tied to me is the foundation of the self or soul concept. The value you give to your own child is not given to other children. This sense of self is not something inherent in the objects or people. It is the value or meaning the mind attaches to sensory input through attachment or aversion. So, over a long period of time, as we have been going with the current, or we have been in the Anusota, we have developed a certain view tied to self perception. This view also includes the belief that people and things truly exist. But in reality, this is only a view, drushti. There are not actual mango trees, ironwood trees, walls, chairs, or tables in any absolute sense. So actually, we are lost in a mental condition only. So from infancy, we have mistakenly assumed everything we perceive truly exists out there. But what is actually happening is a process of abhisankarana or mental fabrication. That is reinforcement of perceptions. So rupan rupattaya skandhanam abhisankaroti. Form is fabricated into formness. Rupang rupattaya sankatang abhisankaroti. Form is fabricated into formness. Due to this abhisankarana or fabricating of perception, self-perception also arises as a solid and convincing reality. So that is why we feel as if there are real separate things in the world. When the sound mother resonates, the infant perceives mother as a fusion of sound and color, a unified stimulus that gives rise to meaning, and trillions of sensory impressions converge to actualize the world for the infant. These are bursts of sound and color vibrations. So, a constant stream of energetic pulses. So, a current is generated sparking continuously. So it becomes clear that the rapid vibrations of sound, color, smell, taste, and touch are what give rise to the very feeling of existence, the subtle illusion of a soul or self. So that is why I told you this Buddhist philosophy is completely a research to identify if there is a self or a soul in this body or the mind. So it's obvious that it is this rapid vibrations of sound and sound, color, smell, taste, and touch that give rise to the very feeling of existence. The cause is sound and color, but the effect is the sense of a soul or self. See the danger. So the Buddha taught, actually Lord Buddha taught, that the cause never belongs to the effect. Effect arises from the cause, but it doesn't belong to the cause. That is, the effect does not contain nor become the cause, nor does the cause remain within the effect. So to explain this, Lord Buddha gave a metaphor. So he addressed the monks. Monks, although ghee is made from milk, you can never convert ghee into milk. You can actually you can never convert ghee back into milk. In the same way, Although the sense of a soul arises dependent on sound, color, and other sensory vibrations, it cannot be reversed back into those elements. What arises is conditioned, impermanent, and without self. The illusion of self is a refined product of causes, but like key, it carries no traceable identity with its origin. The effect does not belong to the causes, yet we become deceived by the effect. The self, in truth, is not an entity but an illusion, a mere thought, a momentary stimulus. Hence, it is said, Chittena niyati loko. The world is led by the mind. The mind is the forerunner of all phenomena. The world is not something solid or external. It is a fabrication of mental formations or sankhara. A world born of conditions. Everything we perceive arises due to causes. But what arises is not the cause itself. The Buddha clarified this when he said, Salayatana loko, salayatana samudayo loko, samudayo, salayatana nirodho loko, nirodho. Monks, the world is just the six sense bases. With their arising, the world arises. With their cessation, the world ceases. The so-called world is merely the eye and forms, ear and sounds, mind and thoughts, and the gratification or involvement with these sense objects leads to the creation of the world. Books, chairs, tables, beds, identities, and names. These seem external, but in truth they are mental constructs. So to see the consequence is to understand that these phenomena are not independently existing things but arise and fall within perception. So liberation or nissarana from this illusion comes actually through the realization that nothing truly exists externally. That what we take to be the world is merely a projection, a mental interpretation. So this insight is the liberation from thought, the ending of mental proliferation, and the seeing of things as they truly are. Oyata Bhutajnana. That is why the Buddha declared Aloko Udapadi, Chakkung Udapadi, light arose, vision arose. This the arising of the Dhamma eye or Dhamma Chakku, the eye that sees beyond the physical into the true nature of reality. When we investigate practically how the sense of self arises, we come to realize a profound truth. Seeing is merely seeing. There is no one who sees. There is no subject behind the experience, only the process of seeing, hearing, sensing, thinking, non-self in its clearest expression. This can be practically experienced through the path recommended by our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa. If we feel a taste, it is just a taste. How can we tie that to I or me? Eating happens. The process happens. Food goes into the stomach and then passes out. So how can I eat? When we say I ate, it is simply a mistaken view, only a drushti. We mistakenly believe that this body is I, but actually the body is not me. Even when breathing stops, the body remains. As long as there is breathing, there is also a spark of life. When inhaling and exhaling come to an end, the inner system shuts down. We call this death in mundane world or conventional world. But it is not truly the body that dies. It is the mind that becomes absent. What we call mind is simply seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching and thinking. Thought is just the result of sensory activity. A kind of current or signal. There is no real person behind it. There is only a process. One who doesn't know the Dhamma experiences a sense of self. So he perceives everything as if happening to me and grows with self-perception. This strong misconception of I, me, mine, without clear understanding of the truth. One believes in something as I, and the sense of self becomes evident accordingly. As one matures in the Dhamma, this path, this self-perception naturally dissolves. The strength of the self-perception depends on the level of self-view. When one becomes an arahant, stimuli no longer gives, the stimuli no longer give rise or sustain self-perception. When all mental formations are seen merely as conditioned phenomena, there is nothing to be taken as a thing. This state is akin to the functioning of a robot, purely mechanical, without identification. One should clearly know through direct insight that form, sound, smell, taste and touch are not things, not entities to be grasped. They are mere processes, mental, finally a mental construct. Hence, when eating, if one thinks I eat, the view of self is imposed through that very thought. Thinking it is I who drinks, it is I who walks, or it is I who do this is an expression of self-view or sakkaya drushti. Actually, not just the word, but the belief, the feeling. Actually, nowhere can I be found. When a burning sensation arises in the stomach, it is labeled hunger, a name learned in childhood. That feeling arises in the mind. Food is given through the mouth. It enters into the stomach and later passes out. Did the mind eat food? Can the mind eat food? Yet the thought arises. I ate. This is merely a thought rooted in self-view or Sakkaya Drishti. Because of identification, one believes I eat. From the moment hunger is felt until eating is complete, what truly unfolds is a dynamic interplay of consciousnesses. Body consciousness, mind consciousness, and gustatory consciousness arising and causing in succession. These processes are not orchestrated by a permanent self, but are conditioned phenomena arising due to causes. Externally, nothing functions independently. All is mediated through the mind. Yet upon deep investigation, even this mind is seen not as a fixed entity, but as a flow of impersonal mental events, moments of knowing, arising and passing away. There is no enduring agent behind the process. Through mindful observation of this unfolding, seeing clearly the arising and ceasing of sensations, thoughts and perceptions, one directly experiences the non-self nature of all phenomena. This insight is not theatrical but experiential. In that very moment of clear seeing, free from grasping, there is a taste of Nibbana. Nibbana is not a state to be attained after death. It is realized here and now, in this very moment of non-clinging, in the midst of a single stimulus, such as hunger and its satisfaction. One who is fully mindful may realize the unconditioned, the cessation of craving, the freedom of Nibbana. When Siddhartha Bodhisattva attained the Buddhahood, Mara asked him, "Monk, are you happy now?" Buddha asked him, "For gaining what, Mara?" Then Mara asked, "Then are you sad, monk?" Buddha replied, "For losing what, Mara?" The Buddha further said, "If something is lost, it is only the thought that there is someone and something. When one dispels Sakkaya Drishti and fully realizes that there is no self within the body, such a person is liberated from the suffering of the flood of continued existence, Sasaroga. From then onwards, like the zigzag stitch of a sewing machine, there is only the nature of non-self. But the mundane person believes there is no meaning in life without a soul. He thinks we should enjoy, we should satisfy the self, and thus generates a force in thought. This is called mental delight or nandiya. And thoughts then arise as I live, I eat, I am. Such thoughts undergo mental fabrication, abhisankarani, and grow increasingly powerful. When the thought becomes strong, it cannot exist without the idea of a soul or self. This arises from the system itself. In the functional mind or kriyasita, there is a non-conscious, aviññānaka nature. There is no soul or self. But within the body system, there is consciousness, saviññānaka. Just as a force is generated by the spinning of a spindle, or when a whirlpool spins, thoughts too become powerful. This is the current that runs through the nervous system to maintain the body. It is not something done by a person, but it originates from the system itself. So these beautiful examples of whirlpool and the spindle, how it moves with the power that is auto-generated, is the same phenomena, same scenario. That is how this system keeps running. This vibration does not end there. Due to telepathization or synchronization, this vibration also occurs elsewhere. When sperm and ovum come together to form the zygote, a vibration of existence also arises. This telepathization is referred to as Kanti Gabbanti Gabbaseya. When one is liberated from worldly perceptions and attains the non-returner stage, that is Anagami stage, he experiences a common vibration or common existence vibration. Otherwise, this existent vibration is not common to all. Just as different people have different mobile numbers, the frequencies are dissimilar. It is only this that telepathizes, the individual power level. This is the cause of samsara, the flood of continued existence. So when one realizes the Dhamma, this power gradually dissolves. So the story of self is really beautiful and convincing. There is no room for anyone to have any doubt. So that is why after 2600 years, still the Buddhist philosophy is bringing us perfect liberation, because that is the ultimate truth. To understand the true nature of the mechanism behind the six sense faculties, we need to use the six sense faculties themselves. This is ironic. We use the mind to realize the mind. That is why being born in the human realm or being telepathized into a human system is essential for someone to liberate from this system or the continuous deadly cycle of life and death. When we perceive the truth within these faculties, we realize that there is nothing substantial in vibrations. Gradually, vibration gives way to stillness. This is the perception of non-self, zero power, non-vibration. The sense of existence is itself a form of vibration. Light, sound, smell, taste, and touch come together to create a thought, and that thought is a vibration. It becomes a thing, and from this arises self-perception, as explained before also. When the sense of existence collapses, the sense of self also collapses. At this point, the diminishing of desire, aversion, and delusion, raga, dvesha, moha, becomes evident. Actually, diminishing of desire, aversion, and delusion. There are various forms of the existence field due to the rapid variations of the sensory faculties. We perceive light, sound, smell, etc. as being real. But in truth, there is no self within them. However, when sound, color, smell, taste, and touch converge, forms such as tables and chairs appear. It is in these formations that the illusion of a soul becomes evident. When a whirlpool forms, it generates a certain energy that causes movement. Similarly, thought generates its own energy. In Dhamma, this phenomenon is known as oneness, or peaceful or harmonious state of being, Sukhiyatva. Even when the trees are concerned, their roots move towards water and they grow towards sunlight. Yet there is no sense of self in them. Likewise, infants also experience sound, color, smell, taste, and touch. Actually, they do not have a sense of self. This is because the vibrations of their sensory faculties have not yet come together in a unified way as if in grown-ups. So when the fourfold origination, Chatusamuttana, namely Kamma, origination by Kamma, Chitta, origination by mind, Ritu, origination by temperature, and Ahara, origination by nutrition come together, they give rise to the 54 types of Rupa Kalapas, or material groups, that create eye sensitivity, Chakku Prasad. At this point, Jivitandriya Rupa, or vitality form, is always present, and it manifests through the radiance or shining of eye. So the reason behind all this is the existence field, the sense of existence. Actually, the sense of existence has been sustained since the moment of conception, that is, the moment the sperm and the ovum combines to form the zygote. It has continuous existence, field continues from that point. But it collapses when one truly sees that there is nothing substantial, only impermanence and emptiness. In that moment, the perception of non-self or anatma arises. Yet outwardly, we continue to act as usual. So we cannot actually talk about Arahant experience. They become just words, but it is just sharing the philosophy, the theory, so that from the sermons we quote and talk about them. So in this Arahant stage, everything happens as usual. Seeing, hearing, but that sense of self is not there. The stimuli arise, but the person is missing. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. It is self-evident to that system only. This Anatma, non-soul experience is such a beautiful experience where everything happens as usual without any burning, without any value attribution, without any vibration, without any additional power, current. So everything happens, continue to happen as usual. Beneath the surface, however, there is a state of deep absorption, adhigata samadhi. In this state, there is nothing anywhere. So everything happens as usual. The person may involve in social activities, even traveling, day-to-day things, eating, drinking, everything happens. But in a samadhi state, adhigata samadhi, with perfect tranquility. It may not be evident for someone who observes externally. So actually, another important message passed by our spiritual teacher is that one cannot attain Nibbana through thoughts. It's a pitfall. Sometimes when we become strong in the philosophy, the theory, we feel as if we are experiencing things. So it is again an illusion of the consciousness. So Lord Buddha once said, monks, if someone sees a rainbow in a dewdrop on a blade of grass at dawn, he should observe it from a particular angle. That angle is nature, the natural perspective of reality as it is. When one sees that there is nothing external and that all phenomena are mind-made, they begin to move against the current, or they step into the patisota path, leaving behind, going with the current, the anusota. This marks the path toward becoming a stream enterer, sotapanna, one who gets rid of the self-view, attains this stream enterer stage. Yet, even at that stage, sorrow may still linger in the mind. The ground where one begins to experience the diminishing of defilements such as desire, aversion, and delusion is the state of the once returner, Sakudagama. So it will be self-evident to someone who is vigilant, will realize that defilements are fading away. When one realizes that there is nothing truly in the mind, only a rising of sound and color, and becomes liberated from both the external world and the inner mental fabrications, one reaches the non-returner or anagami stage. This level, the liberation from the mind, that perfect realization that everything is a mental construct, not just the knowledge, that inner realization, the feeling. So at this point, there is no ground to maintain or sustain the mind. So one becomes Vinyanang Anidassanang Anantang Sabbato Paham. Consciousness without surface, infinite and shining in all directions. So all external stimuli become anidasan or unseen, ungraspable. This is the most precious point of the Dhamma. It is the state of complete Cheto Vimukti or total liberation of the mind. Actually, it is non-perceptual, empty, and not directed. That is apranita toward any object. So this is the ultimate destination. So we do not use these words from a self perspective, but in the path, this is the ultimate liberation, or the Sukhiyatva, or the Arahant stage experienced by the fully awakened system. So this is the story of self. This is the answer to the question, who am I? Or whether there is a self in this body or mind. So you can further investigate into this by listening to more and more sermons done by our spiritual teacher to suit the modern context, and also by joining the English Dhamma discussion, which happens daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So with that invitation, I pay my homage to Buddha Dhamma Sangha and our spiritual teacher for giving us this opportunity to discuss Dhamma, because discussing Dhamma itself is the best way to realize it, see it through the self, because he always says one should design one's own raft. No one else can take one to perfect liberation. You can take the horse to the water, but you can't make it drink water. So individual effort to realize Dhamma is essential. So let's meet tomorrow as well. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all.
Good morning, dear Dharma friends. Everyone Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Everyone Saranai, sir. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Thiruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 135. This is a sermon titled Morning Zoom Discussion on Saturday, October 21st, 2023. Participant, good morning, Thiruvan Saranai. May I have your permission? This morning, while watching a Dhamma lecture on TV, it was said that the 4 elements coming from the outside form the elements inside our minds. I would like to know your opinion on this. Aryan Vahanse, if someone listens to discourses on the 4 elements, it becomes clear that there is no such thing as elements coming from the outside or inside. The lecturer is holding a wrong view, and people with wrong views should not preach. Misleading lectures twist the minds of innocent listeners, putting the bliss of Nibbana out of their reach. The dependent origination occurs in an instant. It cannot be explained in terms of past, present, or future. Buddha Dharma must be understood personally, individually, through direct observation. Only those with great wisdom should guide others. The mind exists only in the 6 sense bases or Salayatana Loko. This is mentality and materiality, not materiality causing mentality, but mentality creating materiality. The common belief that the 4 elements create all phenomena is incorrect. Participant, in reality, the 4 elements do not exist independently. Everything is created instantly as the 8 particles or Suddhashtaka and disappears. It is purely a creation of mind consciousness. Participant, even the Buddha explained this clearly. Until your explanation, we mistakenly thought materiality caused mentality. Our education reinforces this false notion. There is no such thing as the 8 particles. 8 particles. It's all telepathy. As Aryan Vahanse explains, one must see this through great wisdom. Aryan Vahanse, notice how I perform my duties in noble silence. Why? If people attempt to attack my understanding, Nibbana cannot be reached by them. Everyone must have the opportunity to reach Nibbana. There is difficulty for most to observe the instant bliss, Oshana Sampattiya, because the dependent origination is often presented incorrectly. Many are limited to intellectual knowledge only. Knowledge alone is not true Dhamma. Venerable Sudarshana now says, Nothing comes from the outside. Everything is created in the mind. The learner must accept this truth. Misleading others with results keeps the notion of self alive. If one clings to I or me, they cannot eradicate the wrong view of a separate being. Mistakes are natural at mundane levels, but those affected by Dhamma, arrogance, drift further from the path. There is no person called Aryan Mahanse. My duty is only to speak the Dhamma, nothing else. In the Buddothpado Sutta, Buddothpado believed he had reached Nibbana in the Asanyatala, base of neither perception nor non-perception, because this perception was subtle. The Buddha corrected this, emphasizing that one must completely abandon reconstruction and the notion of a self to reach Nibbana. As long as someone is attached to the individual self, they cannot eradicate the wrong view of the soul. So in this teaching, Aryan Mahanse emphasizes that the mind and the world it perceives are constructed by vibrational phenomena, not by external elements. His original question was that he had listened to some sermon on TV, and whoever the person or the monk who gave that lecture, rather, that's actually the correct word to use, said that the four elements coming from the outside form the elements inside our minds, and Aryan Mahanse completely rejects it and says that someone in the wrong view shouldn't be preaching Dhamma because it can mislead innocent listeners, putting the bliss of Nibbana out of their reach. How can that be? We always talk about what Buddha expounded to be dependent origination. Nothing originates independently. Everything is a dependent phenomenon. When there are the necessary causes or conditions, the effect is obvious. So, and Aryan Mahanse explains this in a way that utilizes many contemporary ways, so a contemporary listener can understand this Dhamma and sees it within his or herself. So, and when we were attending Sunday school, also what we knew was the dependent origination portion of it is in the previous birth, and another portion is in this birth, and then the rest of the dependent origination falls on to the next birth. But Aryan Mahanse clearly pointed out, showed us, so that we too could observe it within ourselves, not just intellectually take it and agree. No, we can confirm it within ourselves as we go through the practice, that the dependent origination occurs in an instant, in this moment, in one single thought. And so does the so-called entire world, so does the so-called self, so does the mind. Everything is one and the same thing. So to get at, okay, it's easily said than done, but it's just a bunch of some simple sentences. But how do we see it? One should understand first intellectually and see it within his or herself. This is an individual journey. See within his or herself personally through direct observations. That is why Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko, the world that what we perceive is a world that is created through the Salayatana, the six sense bases, the inputs of the six sense bases, which is what is seen, what is heard, what is smelled, what is tasted, what is touched, and what is thought. So this, what is thought. The thought is a creation of the rest of the five sensory inputs. That's why when if you, let's say we think about the mother, your mother, instantly by listening to that sound, the image of the mother could be seen in the eye of the mind. And if we contemplate on it a little deeper, we can clearly notice in that mental object, in that mental image, the color of the mother, the complexion of the mother, which is just a bunch of colors and shapes, and her smell, her sound, her memories, how she took care of you. We can zoom in on all that, because the sound, the mother can call upon all that, because this is phenomenon of resonance. One vibration gives rise to another vibration, just like when you have two tuning forks of the same frequency, let's say 256 hertz, kept a distance apart. One is struck, automatically the other one will be vibrated. No one did it. There's no connection in between them, just the air, but the other one is automatically vibrated. This is how signals, the telephone signals that we get through phone towers, or this is the same phenomenon at play. This is the same way when I say mother, you can, the image of your mother comes into existence. Telepathy. We call it telepathy in the context of Buddothpado sermons. So everything is created instantly. That's why there's something called Buddhakshana. This moment, this instant. Buddhakshana means seeing that everything comes alive in one moment. You only have to see this truth in only one thought. Just like if you want to understand the Venetian pattern of a mango leaves, you only have to understand the Venetian pattern of a mango leaf only, one mango leaf only, because it will be the same for all the others. Similarly, you only have to see this truth in one thought only. Even though we use that language to say that it's not your doing, you're not actively saying the truth about a thought. It is as this Dhamma is listened to, as this practice is done, we continue to talk about how everything is a system. Even the realization of the Dhamma happens according to the system. The Dhamma will reach your ears in due time, not before, not after, exactly at the right time. And these things will start making sense. And these, efforts will be made. Maybe there will be fallbacks, drawbacks. You will fall off the wagon. It too will happen according to the system. Just like there are plants that are growing in the jungle. Some turn into huge and magnificent trees. Some just die early. Some just grow to be okay sized trees because they don't get enough light or enough water, whatever enough nutrients, whatever the situation be. This is nobody's doing. It is how the nature works. So with time, with enough understanding, with enough seeing the truth in one thought, the total realization will occur. Since until that is happened, where the listener believes in a self, until the last bit of self-perception is diminished, there is a self, there is a sense of a self left. So it will feel like that self is kind of guiding you to Dhamma, making you understand Dhamma, or doing the practical approach, but it is the doing of the nature, the system. So There's not even a thing called dependent origination. Those are also mental constructs that are used to transcend this illusion, using the illusion itself. We talked about this in great detail yesterday. Even the 8 particles or the great octet, that too, there's no such thing. It is this nature of these mind objects that has the solid nature, that has the flowing nature, that has the, gaseous nature, all that it's still a mind object. Inputs from the sense faculties getting together. So, and they behave according to the phenomenon of telepathy. So to get to that stage, you have to get into the practice and continue to and be skillful at seeing every thought, the thoughts that assume the existence of a so-called world and a so-called self. In those thoughts, you can feel the emotions. Rather, the emotions are felt. Someone yells at you, thought arises, why is this person talking to me like that? How much have I hurt this person? He shouldn't have talked to me like that. That's not proper. So there's pain in that thought. That thought assumes there's this person out there. When it's just an illusion, when it's just a combination of images, sound, smells, taste, and touch. And this thought assumes that there's a self here. And there's this internal burning. This internal burning is the underlying power of these vibrations. The vibrations detected through different sense organs. So any vibration cannot come into existence without this power. So this power always gives us results in, due to ignorance, results in that restless feeling. That feel that something's out there. And because of the language, because of the thoughts, it feels like something's out there, I'm here. But this vibration, this mental charge, this internal burning, it is just one continuous feeling, one continuous charge. There's no duality in that one. The feeling that something's out there and the feeling that I am here it's just one continuous feeling that's been extended from existent field to the sense of self. It's an extension of the existent field that creates this self-perception. The extension happens due to fast vibrations because they accumulate. The power is accumulated. So other than that, there's no duality. Duality comes from while this power is being accumulated, the name and form are also assembled in the moment. So in that moment, the internal burning is there, the dual mind is there. Dual mind saying, I am feeling pain. He yelled at me. He shouldn't have talked to me like that. Him and I formed in that same thought, that duality. This vibration comes alive due to two opposing polarities. If there's any opposing polarities created, that gives rise to a vibration and thus an underlying power. So this understanding couldn't be sought through argument or logic. If someone tries to prove a realized one wrong or tries to argue, he cannot reach the Nibbana because he's not trying to see what is being expounded by the realized one, or in our case, Aryan Vahanse. Because there's a veil that's blocking his view. You don't have to agree. Neither do you have to reject, but you have to, always the middle part, you have to be able to see that truth. You have to be able to have an open mind and inquire if this is true or not. If you have a preconceived notion as to, oh, this person is wrong, there's a clear blockage, there's a clear barricade which takes you farther away from Nibbana. So having an open mind, to have an open mind also, it's a certain kind of spiritual maturity. One should have done his or her fair share of journeying towards the truth, because in our cases also, a lot of us who are listening to this Dhamma has traveled this country, Sri Lanka, and out of Sri Lanka, to excessively looking for this Dhamma in different places, doing, observing different disciplines, different practices, just like in the Buddha's days. We followed jhana meditation, we followed chanting meditation, we followed different kind of interpretations, different kind of Dhamma, different kind of schools of thought. Someone would say anicca over anitya, someone say this anicca is different to that anicca. We can't, none of them we practiced for years at a time. We couldn't get to the level of tranquility that we've become today with those kinds of schools. So we know through these forums, a lot of people have shared their experiences with all kinds of big name schools of thoughts, with all the drawbacks, but we talk about them with great respect to them, because all these monks and all these lay people who were exploring Dhamma, we did that with great intentions, did that with pure intentions. We believe that, and therefore there's great respect for them because of that. We came even a step further toward this path, but they were not the path. But the moment we heard that there is no such thing called mind, or all the 31 planes is in this moment in one thought, or the so-called external world is not a reality. And not only that, we kept on listening to this Dhamma, and even when we couldn't understand, even when it felt like this is so advanced Dhamma, we couldn't understand it, we kept listening, and it made sense a little bit more the next time we listened to the same sermon. Just like if you're in France, you will be talking to French people, you would know the language, you would first learn one word, then learn another word. But through association, you will begin to learn some stuff about their lives, some general stuff about their lives, even though you didn't have any French teacher. Similarly, here we have the noble friend Aran Wahanse and his total guidance, but yet the journey has to be walked by us. Lord Buddha says there are no ready-made rafts. You have to make your own raft. Meaning, after listening to this Dhamma, seeing it within you, have that investigation, have that Arya investigation to see, experience this truth. Because when you listen to it, Purabhaga Pratipada, the preliminary practice, which is listening to Dhamma, wisdom of truth, Satyajnana, at an intellectual level, you agree with the Dhamma. Then, okay, it makes sense. Aryan Wahanse is very skillful at that. He expounds this Dhamma in a very practical way, using everyday examples. using relatable examples. So with that, it intellectually makes sense, it logically makes sense, but you cannot understand it. You cannot realize it logically. To do that, you have to try to inquire, what does it mean by the world out there is not real? What does it mean by eye only detects images? What does it mean? Look around to see whether the eye can detect anything else other than images. When we say images, it means just colors and shapes. We have to use the language, colors and shapes, but colors and shapes are also labels. Whatever the eyes can detect, if you strip the whole experience off of all the labels, whatever you're down to is the experience of seeing. Cannot be described in words. Similarly, extend the same practice to the ear. Can the ear detect anything other than sound? Strip that sound off of its label and just listen to the sound. Close your eyes and listen to the sound. Close your eyes and smell and see. If when you smell, if there are jasmines in the nose, no, it appears in the mind. When you see, are there any rainbows that the eye can perceive? The eye will perceive the colors in the rainbow. And whatever the explanation, whatever the label, the thought arrives in the awareness, in the mind. Even though we say mind, there's no existing entity called mind. The mind itself is that thought itself that was created in the moment. So you have to do that RA investigation to see this within you, to realize this Dhamma within you. We call it Krutajnana, Satyajnana Krutajnana. And that is the Krutajnana stage. And by Krutajnana, wisdom of completion, that stage, that means the world doesn't become real to you. You will just continue with the day like any other day. You will, at some point, it will occur to you, isn't this a little weird? Like all the other days, I would get upset over calls that came, or upset over the fact that I spilled the milk, or I will be upset over the fact that the phone rang while I was watching the TV. None of that happened. All that happened, but there was no that upsetting, being upset. That internal burning is no more. So now it is confirmed to you by seeing that these things were a creation of the mind that assembles in the moment to moment. You have to see it moment to moment. By being engaged in that practice, you get the confirmation. Now you have a more settled mind, more tranquil mind that doesn't get affected by things that easily. You will still have things that you get affected by, but as the practice gets deeper and deeper, you will see this silence kind of creeps into all aspects of life, including very subtle things like the subtle senses of ego. You will walk into a room, nobody will give you the recognition you would like, and there will be a little, like a tiny hiccup sort of a feeling, tiny aversion kind of a tiny burning. And you will see that. Where's this so-called world that didn't give attention to me? Where is this me? In this thought that was created, that said, the world didn't give me attention that I wanted. So this is the path. What else do we want? Do we want to keep chanting? Do we want to keep meditating? This is the meditation. This is the Vidarshana meditation, the penetrative insight. With penetrative contemplation that is based on the true Dhamma comes the penetrative insight. This is the Vidarshana meditation. The only a Buddha revealed this Vidarshana meditation to the world after breaking away from the 5 ascetics, pursuing his own individual journey. This is the Pubbesu Anansesu Dhammesu, never encountered Dhamma that Buddha self realized is this: the fact that there is no external world or a self in the way we thought, except for a mental construct that comes into the moment, into the existence moment by moment. That's all I got for today. Theruvan Saranai. Theruvan Saranai Randeva. We can proceed with the rest of the discussion.
Theruvan Saranai Harshi. Thank you so much for your very insightful explanation as you do every day. Thank you very much for that. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, Theruvan Saranai or Dhamma friends. So this practice is the most important thing, and the reason this practice, you see these procedures, the four techniques, four meditation techniques introduced by Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa seems to be highly practical as well. Because Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa mentioned these four meditation techniques that not just came out, that came out from Aryan Mahansa through a very long research, noble research in his own practice. So now we can see, Harshi, these monastery concepts with longer walking path really effective, and that seems to be somewhat novel to Sri Lanka also, because frankly we saw big temples coming up, buildings coming up, but there were no much discussion about this kind of walking meditation, right? So we especially we did not see especially the normal people, not the Buddhist monks, but the normal people. You see, doing this kind of engage in this kind of a walking meditation. So now we saw on 21st this month in the Buddothpado newly opened International Meditation Center, especially the walking path, which was surrounded by almost nature. So the green fields, some cultivation beds, some rubber estates, and you see, and the wind and the shade of the under the shade of the trees. People was undertaking this walking meditation, and that was very, you see, even to see that, even that was a very different sort of experience. Frankly, we saw this in other Buddothpado centers as well, but this one seems to be very different with the setup. Anyway, as we listen to Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, we saw Aryan Mahansa had this kind of a vision towards new monastery concepts. We heard some sound healing techniques, and you see this kind of a long walking path, and most of the time Aryan Mahansa admire on even Buddhist monks undertaking this village walk. So actually walking around the village life. So this has immense benefit when it comes to this purification, because that really paves a way for way out of this cycle, because all that meditation has the real pratipada, real practice towards one's own liberation, to see that everything is just a process happening. So especially as you discuss, Harshi, this Purabhaga Pratipada and the Aparabhaga Pratipada. So the Purabhaga Pratipada is the preliminary practice, the Vidarshana, and the Aparabhaga is the Vipassana. So we saw people are given a sort of a opportunity to sort of to first they are given opportunity to understand what is self and what is the reality behind the so-called world, and then you see it is with some understanding they sort of first start with some contemplation, and then they experience the formation of the senses in the meditation itself, and then they experience slowly when it comes to the third and fourth, they fully understand it is just a happening thing. This is just not somebody's walking, so it's walking is naturally happening, and senses naturally sparks, and complete natural phenomena is happening here. So when someone sees that it is a process, a natural process happening, then it um, drops automatically, it drops the duality. So duality automatically bring down, vanish, when it sees the formation and the process happening here, and then it experience there is no ownership for any of this process. So therefore this walking are given opportunity to blend with the nature. That's why every mothers who undertook this walking meditation in this manner really gave very good comment about it, because they never have experienced that kind of a long stretch, maybe because that experience is quite different and that really got felt, rather than walking in a very short distance. So this is the difference you see in this walking meditation, because mostly people just listen something and they do not they don't have time to really see in within. But this walking meditation really provide a practical way of seeing within. That is also happening, and then at the same time it is experience. They can experience what is really happening here. Natural phenomena is happening, and it is at nobody's control. So that they start to felt, and then they realize there's nothing more to think here. So this is the Dhamma, this is the Anatma, the unsolved Dhamma. So they themselves find the moment here. So therefore, this novel concept of the new monastery concept is really would be very effective for everyone to feel the real Dhamma. Because what we saw is most of the time, even the meditation centers where we have been, mostly the encouragement was to sit in a building or somewhere and sit and engage with the concentration meditation. That is the focus mind focused on a particular point, and there were no discussion about what is the reality of the world, what is the reality of the soul. This is a current, this is just a moment. These things we did not hear, frankly. So therefore, the process we undertook in concentration, meditation, even was like a never-ending process. But Nibbana is in the present moment. When someone understands the real science here, and this science, this formation, this mechanism, this was not explained, then after giving that whole direction, and then you see giving this kind of experience, walking meditation experience is unbelievable vision. So because we got to know in I think yesterday's Zoom, I can't remember, maybe, yeah. So Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse mentioned it was in the until the late night. Even Aryan Wahanse was clearing the pathway. So with some couple of people. So look at the effort the Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is taking to make this. Because until someone experience this, they will not feel it too. So somebody's effort, actually the Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's effort to clear this path and have this kind of a long walking meditation path is a unbelievable vision. So therefore, so it is a very fortunate thing now. Sri Lankans and the international community really has a opportunity to experience these new monastery concepts. Yeah, Harshi, we can continue. Thiruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Nandima. Thank you for that variable speech. Actually, Paranhase, this initiative of creating one of a kind monasteries has really, I mean, it will really help people, like you said, um, so unique. And like when one enters enters the premises, it just takes you to kind of a different world. It automatically, the mind is slowed down, like, mind has no other option but to get to that same speed of the environment, and slowly taken through all that, the nature, um, and then the Dhamma is given, and then it slows down even further, and then the practice. So, from the moment somebody came in, by the time he or she leaves, then you could almost taste it. It's kind of a thing, like, with this practice, uh, it sets the stage for someone to really experience this nirvana within themselves. So it's like a great initiative, a unique one, and we would like to see that it spreading all over the country, and even out of out of Sri Lanka as well. And it really elaborates on the importance of practical approach, how important it is. One could be listening to this Dhamma for years and years and years, but it will, however much he or she listens to, it will be just some intellectual knowledge gathered, until that person goes deep within themselves and try to see it within for themselves, how this mind is created, how this illusion is created, how this self is created. It doesn't become his or her direct insight. So these programs are very, very valuable. Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala Theruwan Saranai. We would like to listen to you as well, your feedback.
Okay, Theruwan Saranai, I pay my homage at R.N. Mahasi's faith. Theruwan Saranai Dhamma friends. Yeah, just few things to add on to what Randima said and you mentioned. Actually, this insight meditation was something, the word is and word was misused, because most of the meditation places, what was practiced was the concentration meditation. There is a nice example, I think it's given by Lord Buddha himself. Concentration meditation. Some examples. One is just you suppress something underwater with your hand. The moment you take the hand off, it will come to the surface. So forcibly, you are concentrating on one topic. As long as you are able to concentrate on that topic, you feel very relaxed and sort of very quiet and comfortable feeling. The moment your mind is out of that topic, you are returned. You are back to the square one. Actually, it's if I say concentration meditation is, in a way, it is difficult, because your mind is used to run around the whole world, not only the things around, but all over the world, and also to the future and the past. So it's like a wild animal trying to be tamed, and then trying to be tied up to a pole and keep in one place. So right at the beginning, concentration meditation is also a very difficult task. And forcibly, you tame your mind to be in one place. Whereas insight meditation is just getting on with the natural flow of sensor function. So it may be something that you see, something that you hear, something that you feel, as a taste, smell, or tactile things, skin sensation. So whatever the sensor input, whatever the sensor creation, you just try to analyze how it happened. So really speaking, if you know this subject, it's easier to follow the insight meditation, which Lord Buddha said that is the only way to Nibbana. And also once, I think there is another example, like concentration meditation is something like you're keeping something on your lap. As long as you sit still, it will be there on your lap. The moment you get up and go, it is gone. It's fallen and then not with you. So similarly, I mean, when you are listening to these Dhamma disclosures also, if you are not paying attention and trying to concentrate on that, the moment the preaching or the deshana is over, whatever you heard is gone. So these two are more or less similar when it comes to takes this example. And as Randima also mentioned, I think this environment is very important for a beginner actually. When you have this inner transformation, of course the environment doesn't really matter, because it is like you are having inner calmness with whatever the hustle and bustle going on around outside. So for a person who is in the path, or who is beginning or halfway, this sort of tranquil environment is important. And then I remember once Aryan Vahase said that the vibrations become more or less equal when you go to a quiet environment like that. So the fast vibrations that was happening in a system, when you go to a very quiet, close to nature type of environment, where there is less vibrations, you somewhat go closer. So that is why a person who was disturbed, a system which was disturbed, go on a holiday to a quiet place, away from the crowded and noisy environment, you tend to feel something very comfortable and a tranquil nature within. That is because the vibrations become more balanced, and the system vibration, which was imbalanced, becomes more closer to a balanced vibration setup. So that is what once Aryamansa explained. I think partially now, this is something that happens. People who have been working and under very much stress, they sometimes go on a holiday to have a break, they say. Or sometimes, if they are Buddhists, sometimes they go to a meditation center where concentration meditation is taken place mainly for a weekend maybe. And then during that 2 days, there is some settling down of what was aroused. The stress vibe sort of slows down to a slower, more tranquil type of a vibe. And then the person feel very comfortable and then returns for work the next day, next Monday. So concentration meditation is something that we mostly got from the Hindu culture, and it has been there even when Lord Buddha was born. And that is that time, lots of people are looking for truth. They had a sort of very much interest in finding out what the truth is. People left all their fortunes and then went on looking for truth. They meditated. They sort of even clothing. They thought that even wearing clothes is something a kind of defilement. So they were mostly with bare bodies. So that sort of a culture was there when Lord Buddha was born. And when he felt now, when he left his palace looking for truth, he met some of these hermits who were meditating for long, long years, and he practiced under them. And then he found that it was all about concentration meditation. And then he felt that there is no truth here and there is no permanency here. And you tend to lose this ability or this relaxation very quickly when the attention is taken to something very attractive. I think that time they say that the people who could move in the sky or sometimes stand on the surface of the water, that sort of abilities were there to these hermits who have been meditating for a long time. Even now they say in Himalaya region there are people who can do this sort of magic type of surprising activities or performances. So it's true, the concentration meditation has these abilities, but finally, it's not the end of the birth cycle. After long, long, long years, they lose these abilities, and then they are reborn wherever. I mean, whatever the current which was within them at the time of the death of the physical body, they will be reborn somewhere. So the Lord Buddha or the Prince Siddhartha realized that this is not the truth. So that is why he left all these teachers and then went on to do his own experimentation or own research. So that was the result of the Buddhist teaching of long, long experience and long, long experimentation research. And at the end, he found that this is what is the mind, what is meant by thought, how the thoughts are formed, and then we all live in a created world. The creation is done by the senses, but the biggest ignorance or the foolishness is that what is created by these senses is taken as real. And then according to that created world, the systems engage in various kind of defilements. Defilements is another, it's a kind of current which is formed without any control, without any proper system, and there is no doer here. But the illusion is that there is a doer, and that doer is responsible for all these activities. So in concentration meditation, what is taught is how this is formed, how the mind is formed. So you need to have the background knowledge about this true meditation, true Buddhism, and with that background, very clear knowledge, you can see how these thoughts are formed, and then the value which was given to each thought or this sense of function gradually gets faded away. And you realize that there is nothing called existing world, and the myself or me concept is also part of that created world. Now that is something very important that we have to realize. Sometimes we tend to feel there is no world. The world is a creation, but there is a there's myself. I am there, who is experiencing this non-existence, or I have understood or realized that there is no world. This is all a creation, but tend to forget that there is the concept of me or myself is also part of that world. So these both sides, I think, understanding is very important. The moment you take as world as an existing thing, then and there, like the other side of the coin, doer is also there, or myself is also there. So the moment you understand there is no world, or there is, in more correct words, what you imagine is not there in the outside world. There may be something we don't know, because our sensor capacity or the sensor function is the one which creates something, and we have to accept, the system has to accept that that is what is there. So there is no way of finding exactly what is outside, and what we think as existing is not there outside. So this is the basic concept of Buddhist teaching. So that is what is trying to be sort of explained in insight meditation. And the moment you little by little understand, it's not an easy thing, because we have been going down the stream all this time in our all births, but we are trying to swim upwards. So it's not easy to reverse something that was convinced over years and years of this birth also. So you have to sort of get rid of the rust of the iron, little by little, scraping, and then finally at one point you tend to realize that there is no existing world, and there is no existing myself, and it's all a sensor function, a very mechanical system, something that occurs as a nature's law, something that occurs as a spontaneous function of a system. So when you realize this end, the lightness or light feeling, or the relaxed feeling is immense. And so the moment you extinguish all the fires that occurs in the system, that is where the Nibbana is. So Nibbana is not something that is achieved. You get rid of the fires that were burning all this time. That is where the Nibbana is. Okay, I think I have given a little bit of information that I was thinking of talking. Therwan Sarnai Harshi, Therwan Sarnai Randima and Dr. Ravi. Therwan Sarnai everybody.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Sakuntala, thank you very much. And we also have Dr. Ravi here today, and now we're meeting Dr. Ravi. Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai Harshi. I just joined. I heard little bit of Dr. Sakuntala's speech. So she was talking about how this illusion gets created, and so with the insight meditation, what you through the understanding that you will gain the true liberation. So that is very true. Yes. The only thing actually here, the only thing what we have to know is, as Dr. Sakuntala said, it is a system. So we are studying, we are here, we are trying to study. What we are doing here is studying the system, studying a system. Then you get some kind of a realization that
there is kind of a system is functioning, but so-called doer is not there. So that understanding will bring you towards the true liberation from the mind in the sense the illusion itself. So what happens here is we are trying to understand the system by at first staying within the system. So we in the mundane, the, the mundane people are the ones who understand this reality. So mundane people, what we call by mundane people is the people who were get cheated by the illusion. So but at some point we get some kind of a message like this. So you are in a system, you are trapped in a system. So it gets some kind of it brings you some kind of a curiosity to find out that whether we are in a actual world or we are in some kind of a simulation or something. So that makes you to think more and more and study more and about the system. Then what happens when you become thorough with the understanding? Eventually you will get to know that you are in a dream. Then what happens? Then you get the understanding that you are there is no such a person called you. It's only a kind of system is functioning. Then of course what will happen, the illusion that you that had become early that had become real earlier, now you know that you are in a illusion. So then you don't get worries that you usually receive through that, perceive through that illusion. So that is how that so-called burning gets vanished. So they are born. So one the when you understand, when you become thorough with this understanding more and more, what will happen? The illusion won't get real for you. Then the sorrow, sadness, and suffering that has been created through within that illusion will no longer be true for you. So then, of course, the liberation will automatically happen, because you know there is no person to suffer here. It's only a system is running. The byproduct of the system is you. So you know this is the byproduct. So if you understand the system well, there is no value that you assign to that particular byproduct. So that is the way how you lose yourself. Actually, what happens ultimately, you come to certain realization that you are no longer here. So that's how you lose yourself. Then in the absence of a self, who would suffer? So is there a real thing called suffering? No, because suffering was there in the illusionary world. That put you towards the suffering and the sadness and sorrow. But if the doer is not there, if the perceiver is not there,
if the reception is not absence of the receptor, so what kind of a stimulation would be there? Even though there are certain simulations, but in the absence of the receptors, the stimulation can't act like previously. So perceiver is gone now. So that is the state that you achieve through this understanding. So for this understanding, now it is very clear that the knowledge is not enough. There should be some kind of a internal transformation that has to happen. So what you have to focus is not towards the internal transformation. Internal transformation also a byproduct of the understanding. So how much you become thorough with the understanding, and that will eventually push you towards this transformation. So what you have to focus is not for the transformation. It will happen involuntarily, but what you have to focus towards the understanding or the understanding or the realization. So how much you become thorough with the Patisamuppada or the cause and effect Dhamma, then that much the transformation will occur. So that's why Lord Buddha said the first half of this Pratipada is the most important here. So unfortunately nowadays what is lacking in the society is also the first part. So then of course then you try to most of the people what try to do is just try to uh, uh, land on the second part straight away. But that won't help. The second part cannot be achieved without the first part, because you have to have a very clear idea about this philosophy, the fact, the cause and effect Dhamma. So otherwise you won't be able to jump to the second part straight away. That is the practical part. That is the place where the internal transformation occur. Absence of the first half, there won't be an internal transformation you can achieve. But unfortunately, what is happening these days, they think the internal transformation can achieve through the concentration meditation. But in the concentration meditation, they supposed to do is keep suppressing the mind. They try to suppress the mind, keep by empowering one thought or another. So that won't help. It will help for a very transient period. You might feel some kind of a liberation or some kind of a freedom within that, but it will last. So how so all the defilements or defilement in the sense that the self that has been created as a result, as a byproduct of the thought, so the self will be there. But what Lord Buddha said is completely a different thing. That's why the penetrative insight that you gain through this understanding is totally different from the state achieved through the concentration meditation. With the penetrative insight, you get a permanent kind of liberation. But when compared with the concentration meditation, it is a very transient one. As long as you keep your thoughts suppressed, mind suppressed, you get some kind of a stillness. But when you get up from that get away from that. So we have been talking this thing for many times. So as long as you keep a rubber ball pushed down in a water, in the water, so it will remain under the water, but as soon as you release this pressure, so it will come up like that in the state that the stillness that you achieve through the concentration meditation is very similar to that situation. So you are back in the mundane world, or maybe another arupa world, non-form world. But the internal transformation that Lord Buddha said is very different. It is a permanent state. It is an absolute internal transformation. So it can't be reversed because it gets through the understanding only. So understanding in the sense, what are you going to understand? That as Dr. Sanguddana said, that system. You, how much you understand the system, that much you can liberate from the illusion. That makes you to get the internal transformation happen. So that is the thing. So I think this is the one and only uh, series of sermon that tell that announce that broadcast this true Dhamma to the whole world in this present day. This is the only one. So most of the European countries think Buddha has said told about the concentration meditation, but it is not. It is not all about the concentration meditation. When even at the Buddha was born, in that particular era also, they have been practicing this concentration meditation. But what Buddha announced, revealed to the world is something different. That is the vidarshana. It is different. So we have to be very clear about this. So the first half we have to do the vidarshana, then of course you will be pushed towards the second half automatically. So that is the internal transformation. There are two parts, Purvabhaga Pratibhadava and Aparabhaga. First half of the practice and the second half of the practice. First half of the practice is the insight meditation. That is not the concentration meditation. So the second half is the absolute internal transformation. In order to achieve the second part, you have to fulfill the first part. But it goes hand in hand. There is no clear demarcation in between. How much you become thorough with the understanding, that much you will be able to get away from this soul or the notion of self. So that much you will be able to liberate from your mind, that in the sense, in the other words, from that illusion. So yes, Harshi, that's the
Yeah,
thing that I have to say. Yeah.
there was a night, Dr. Ravi. Thank you for that explanation. As you clearly mentioned, this concentration meditation, the whole world thinking what Buddha expounded was concentration meditation, such a wrong view and a wrong belief. And, that's why we have this controversial sermons, Andolanatmaka Deshana, at 7 p.m. every day. Like we have to deal, not that we have to deal with in that sense, but any seeker of truth comes to this path with all these wrong views. So what is the right view? Right view is the absence of all the wrong views, or absence of all the views. There can't be any kind of view. Then there is the silence, there's the emptiness. So it's not an easy task or easy path. all these wrong views have to be like, the whoever is explaining, or the noble friend has to clearly show that how this wrong is view, how the other wrong is view, how concentration, meditation is not the path, how chanting is not the path, how, all these things, how uh, how thinking that there's no anitya but it's anicca, or all these things that we talk about. So
Yeah. And at the same time, Harshi, the people, especially in the Western, in the countries, will think that you need to get away from home, your loved ones, to have this state. It's not. But unfortunately, in Buddha story, before becoming Buddha state, uh, what Siddhartha Gautama has to try out the certain practices that were carried out in that particular era. So he was seeking the truth, and he practiced about it, usual concentration meditation for about say 6 years. Then he gave up that practice. So you need not to. Now we have the pure truth, pure Dhamma now. So you don't need to go away from your home. And people give this message very incorrectly, because in order to understand this Buddhism, you have to leave everything and go to the jungle and start meditating. That is not the message that is given by Lord Buddha. But unfortunately, before becoming Buddha state, he had to practice practice that concentration meditation. But at that time, he was unaware that there is certain kind of penetrative thing called vidarshana. That's why he had to leave his newly born child and his wife at home, and he had to leave the uh, home or palace to the jungle. That was not the practice that after becoming Buddha he explained to the world. In that moment, in this position, in this posture, we can achieve this, saying the truth. That is the message. This is the moment that you achieve the Nibbana. This is the very moment. Yes, you can achieve. So after becoming Buddha, he didn't tell like that, go to jungle and start meditating and all these things. In certain instance, I can't remember the incident, for certain monk, Lord Buddha said, monk and came and said, so I have to be go away I have to be alone to have some kind of a tranquility. But Lord Buddha said there is certain kind of isolation practice, but in the way I tell to the world is totally different. It is not that kind of isolation. It is an kind of isolation with everything. So I don't know how to express in English, but I don't know. I know you, Harshi knows it. අර මහණෙනි එහෙම හුදකලාවක් තියෙනවා, but what I'm telling is not that isolation. Like that, Buddha explained it very nicely. Yes, Harshi.
Yeah, there's actually tranquility too, but the Buddhist, the tranquility that we are referring to is not that tranquility, something like that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, like,
If
I
you
don't know.
say sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you
Dr.
say
Sagar.
isolation within and isolation from outside world, does it explain something?
Yes, yes.
what you're trying to say.
Yes, exactly.
I didn't
It's
get
like,
you. What is it?
Isolation within is different
Mm,
from the
yeah,
isolation that you expect from the outside world, isn't it? So
yeah,
a
yes,
person can go looking for, I mean, isolation in a jungle or a lonely area where there are no people. So that is isolation from the world. But even
mhm,
if you go there, if you do not have the isolation within you, you will be
mhm,
fighting with all your thoughts. It's useless.
mhm.
Whereas a person with a noisy and sort of environment still could be isolated within, could be calm and having tranquility within whatever is going on around. That
yes,
is that
Yeah,
what you were
yeah,
trying to yeah,
yeah, yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes,
That
yes.
sounds better.
yes.
Or we can
Mm,
use the word solitude too. Yeah, that sounds better.
Okay, yes,
mm,
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
There are
I
some.
think Hudakalava, no, the word was
Yes,
Sinhalese word
yes.
is
yes.
Hudakalava,
Mm,
yeah.
Mm.
mm.
So,
It's difficult to find the exact word, isn't it, for
yeah,
most of
sometimes
the
it doesn't
things.
just come,
Come, yeah.
Yeah, so when we started this first also we like had a tough time coming up with all the translations and stuff. So it's as we go through it, we kind of explore and learn that kind of a thing.
I learned
Yeah,
many words from you all, from your discussions, because I was clueless at the beginning.
yeah. So did we.
Yeah,
With time, it improved.
yeah. At the early stages, we prepared some kind of a glossary thing, right? Can
Yeah,
you remember?
yeah.
Yeah.
Collective glossary. We agreed on words, and that's how it kind of evolved. That's the most difficult thing, right? All these Pali things, and like even to explain it in Sinhalese is not that easy.
Easy, yeah.
Yeah, did you see that? What is this? There was um, some puja where they kind of wash like a not Sandakada Pahana, but like a entering tile. I don't know, some sort of a tile that which is at the entrance of some temple or whatever. They wash it
Mhm,
and then they put some scent and they put jonak or some ointment to make it colder.
mhm.
And like from time to time, like these kinds of trends would come that they would
Sense,
come up with
yeah.
some unique puja. It's one of those puja, and I saw that people had been commenting on that and saying it's pedicure puja or something.
Yes, yes. They are practicing certain things that earlier I remember there were some offerings of to Ruanali Chaitya, the beds. They they offered beds to the
Well,
Ruanali Saya. So that is
yeah, something unique that they'll be creative and come up with. I mean,
yeah.
like, okay, I mean, we shouldn't laugh, but sometimes just some things are laughable. Like, it's kind of too far away from the real message. Like,
Yeah, yeah. In the
mm,
absence of truth, what should they do? They are in that
yeah,
way they are
that's
so
true.
innocent, right? So
Yeah.
they think that is the best thing that they carry out. So that is the helplessness. So they are so
Mm.
helpless because they don't know the truth. So what they should do?
That's the
Yeah,
nature
that's
of the
true.
mind, isn't it? They are looking for something different, something newer, so
Yes.
that the
Yeah.
people will gather around. As you said, these offering beds and sometimes fruits as it is. Now, we
Hmm.
usually offer as cut fruits in containers, but they are bringing the huge bunches of plant and sometimes various fruits as it is. They are offered. So different offerings are taking place, and more people are getting attracted to those because by nature, I think they are looking for something different away from the traditional offerings that
Hmm.
were done all this time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nowadays they are becoming more Instagram worthy, Facebook worthy. So I think like people like to show that, we did this, or even if they kind of delivered dry rations to poor people or whatever, they would like to try to. I mean, you can't blame them, but like it's because of social media also, like people are in need of more content now. So I mean, there are various reasons, but yeah. So it was nice.
After doing those things, they go with heavy hearts. I mean,
Yeah.
they take so they take that particular activity as a thing they did, and they think that get they collect more merit on that, and they go back with home with that with heavy hearts. But but in contrast to the activity we did a few days back, so we didn't bring back home anything. So just so if you are able to see just an incident only, so that is the thing, that is the difference. So we didn't care about merits, we didn't care about any sin or anything. Just we did what we suppose we should do. Then we carried out that thing and we left it there. We came back home and resume our duties as usual. So that is so different. So in certain instances, monks also advise write them in a book called Pink Potter. Then in Fun Day you will be able to read it, and you can recall it again and again, and it will carry you more merits. So likewise, so many misleading things are there, but unfortunately we can't, as you said, we can't blame them because they are helpless, they don't know the truth. So other than that, what would they do, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Mm.
We would have not been any different hadn't we found this path. Not much of a difference, right? So I think we have come to the end of the session. Aryan Vahans is also here. Aryan Vahans, with your permission, we would like to conclude. Does anyone have any comments or questions before we conclude for the day? Okay, then let's conclude. Let's all pay homage to Aryan Vahanse at our feet. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse.
Theruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse. Theruvan Saranai Dhamma friends.
Yeah, Aryan Vahanse. Theruvan
Yeah,
Saranai.
it's okay. Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai
Yeah.
Aryan Vahanse.
Theruvan Saranai. It's okay.
Let's meet again tomorrow. Theruvan Saranai.
Buddothpado, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado, Buddothpado.
Seeing the sorrow
spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dhamma's flame, the guiding light, you reawaken Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpado, loving and kind.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Wahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Theruvan Saranai Wahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayabo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So yesterday we had a very special Zoom session. We were able to experience the inauguration ceremony of Buddothpado International Meditation Center, which is a great step forward in sharing this truth, this Dhamma with the entire world. And finally, that we have a very beautiful place, which itself is very calm and peaceful and serene, and it's surrounded by nature, and we saw how a lot of our practitioners were taking their karma sthanas and doing the walking meditation in those amongst the rubber trees. There's plenty of space, and we saw how silent the entire place was, even when it was heavily attended by, in some sources, close to 1,000 people. So it was a beautiful sight to see all these people being in silent and living according to what the Buddha preached, what we discuss every day. It's not just some external knowledge or whatever. They talk the talk and walk the walk, and that was a beautiful experience to experience. And we invite all who live in Sri Lanka and who live overseas, who are non-Sri Lankans, to make their reservations through Buddothpado.org, which will lead you to the site for reservations for this Buddothpado International Meditation Center, and visit this place. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in this rare human birth that we've been given. If you do not explore why we are born here, how this world come into existence, who is this so-called self, what is the mind? If you do not explore this, what's the point in being a human? This sophisticated mind, this unique mind, it only belongs to this human realm. And Buddha had showed in many ways, in many metaphors, how rare to get to this realm, to be born in this realm. So we invite all of you seekers of truth to join this Buddothpado International Meditation Center at Dombugoda. So let's get back to the regular discussion on the book. We've been discussing the book, volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we're starting with page 133. Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai. So this, to attain peace and tranquility, the superior wisdom of truth must be realized. That is why the 5 faculties of power, Baladharma, faith, mindfulness, effort, concentration, and great wisdom must be cultivated. The Buddha clearly explained how the mind is created, bringing out wisdom in people. When the mind is active without wisdom, suffering is inevitable. By wisdom, what's meant here is without the jnana or prajna, or by realizing the mind, by realizing what ignorance is, being non-ignorant. When great wisdom is applied, wisdom of truth is applied, peace and tranquility naturally follow. Along with this wisdom, when one escapes the concept of self, they're considered a liberated being. But there's no really personhood or any being there. It's just the absence of the belief of a concept of a self. Participant, Peace can be reached when mine is given up by me. It is the Dharma. Aryan Mahan says, all wrong views must be completely destroyed, Sattanam Visuddhiyaya, to reach purification. Participant, an existing self is present within the supreme emptiness. Aryan say, within that experience, is there a me or mine? Participant, in this situation, one should be able to catch the notion of self. It is difficult. This must be observed through super-awareness. Aryan Mahan say, Nibbana and great wisdom come together. With this awareness, the 5 faculties of power must be fully developed. This is where Animitta Samadhi, or objectless concentration, can be reached. Awareness and mindfulness are essential to reach this goal. To make the outside world my objects through thoughts must be eradicated. This is seeing things as immaterial at the Sri Mentra or Sotapanna level. This is the wisdom we speak of. To completely destroy the concepts of me, mine, and myself. Almost everyone is lost in wrong views. The Buddha predicted that discourses on supreme emptiness would not be widely taught by monks. To acquire Nibbana and follow the path, an eye-opening awareness is necessary. Buddha valued the path to Nibbana. Therefore, those who follow this path must be energetic and vigilant. Observe great silence when needed, and eradicate defilements for true peace and tranquility. It is up to each of you to observe how the notion of self fades and dissolves as you advance spiritually. This is the awakening to the truth. In this teaching, Aryan Mahan emphasizes that true peace and liberation are inseparable from the fading of the notion of self. The 5 faculties of power, faith, mindfulness, effort, concentration, and great wisdom are the practical tools that help the mind perceive reality correctly. So, listening to this Dhamma, understanding it intellectually, and when it makes sense, that agreeableness, that faith that you have, that this is the true Dharma, that is the first one, the faith. And then the mindfulness is being mindful about what's going on inside the mind creation, paying attention. And then comes making an effort. That effort that needs to be sustained throughout the path and until the very end, because now without that effort should be put forward when it is the most difficult to put effort. Because what happens is, a follower of this path, when everything is all nice and smooth, they will make the effort, of course, all well and good. But when there are challenges and difficulties in life, they just look the other way. They are not brave enough to look at these challenges also through the eye of the Dhamma and see the ignorance in them, ignorance in those thoughts, words, and actions. So, effort is required. Effort is a must in those situations. It's good if you have effort in, less challenging kind of situations, but effort is a must in these difficult situations. And then concentration, when you continue to see these thoughts as not real, as the illusion of the mind, it becomes a sustained concentration, sustained mindfulness. It becomes a meditative absorption. So, which brings to this samadhi state where nothing becomes a thing. Nothing is important. There's no mental reaction to anything. You just engage with the day, carry out whatever the duties you have to carry out in this mundane plane. But you will see that there's no internal reaction to it. Back in the days, you would notice that in the past, if your boss says something, you will get irritated, annoyed, would say something back. Even you would plan what to say, even in a different conversation, if not now, because there's restlessness, because there's this internal burning, thinking, oh, he said this, how dare he says this, I should say something, I can't take this all the time, I need to stand up more for myself, or whatever the thinking process is. But now, even now, you would carry out that. Maybe if it is required to say something back, talk back, or whatever it is, you would do that, but there won't be any internal burning that's giving rise to so that's being given rise to. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And in that sustained state, there's wisdom, because that transcends mind. There's no clinging. Clinging belongs to the mind, because when there's clinging or aversion, that means the mind assumes that whatever the thing that is relevant to that thought is existing. So when that is no longer happening, when there's no such ignorance for a sustained period of time, that is, you're in jnana, you're in great wisdom, prajna. You're not being deceived by the illusion. These are the practical tools that help mind perceive reality correctly. The reality is that there's no reality. That reality is whatever you thought of as reality just assembles in the moment to moment, through a manifestation of vibrations. Eyes see, ears hear, nose smell, tongue taste. The skin can detect pressure, the solidity of something, the temperature, and pain. In its nothing is, what we call the world, what we believe as the world is not, it does not exist. It's a dependent effect, dependent process that comes alive due to the functions of the eye, the ear, the nose, tongue, and the skin, and the mind. And even the mind, for the mind to come alive, for the mind to come into existence, the input from the five senses should be there. If you closely examine a thought, you will see thought has all the elements, all the inputs of the five senses. So, which is in itself proof that mind is created through all the other five senses. So when the mind operates without awareness, it creates suffering, because it assumes the existence of the world. So if the world exists, even if it is not a big problem in the moment, if it is not a big thing, no immediate challenge, or no immediate threat to your life or whatever, still, even that subtle thought that assumes the existence of a bus on the road gives you a subtle sense of stress, which is not detectable if the awareness is not finer. So this without awareness, the suffering is created, because this thought assumes the existence of me and mine. Through super awareness, by realizing this, but by not being in the ignorance, by understanding and realizing that there's no continuing thought, the thought is assembled in the moment, our experience is assembled in the moment, one begins to observe the rising of thoughts, the sense of individuality and the attachment that bind the mind. So as we practice this, okay, there's, all these karma sthanas, the 4 karma sthanas that we practice during the practical approach, these one-day programs, one-day practical approach programs. The first one is to observe that the external world, the so-called external world, is not real. So we come to that practical approach after listening to this Dhamma and after intellectually understanding this Dhamma. Without understanding this Dhamma, there's no point in practicing these karma sthanas, these 4 karma sthanas. So the so-called external world is not real, as in what we think of the world is a world that is thought into life. So like when someone sees a rubber tree or a building or a nice peaceful environment or whatever it is, there's no rubber tree outside. Rubber tree is in the mind. Rubber tree doesn't recognize itself as a rubber tree. If there's a nice bird singing or whatever, there's no nice bird singing outside. It's a thought in the awareness, in the mind. And we project it out and we think we are listening to a nice bird singing. But in essence, what we hear is just the sound, just a bunch of vibrations. You might have experienced some bird singing is mimicked by people too. They would just, make that noise into a mic in a show. So where is the bird then? The bird's singing is a vibration. The person who's mimicking that sound onto a mic is also a vibration, but they sound the same. So how can we say it's coming from a bird if you didn't hear the singer mimicking it onto a mic, if you didn't see the person, if you heard it outside or somewhere, if you heard a recorded sound of it outside while you're outside, somebody played it, you would think it's a bird. So the bird is in our mind, not in the sound. And this so-called the sound is also vibration that's detected by the ear. So this is the contemplation that is required. And when we say that, as a listener, what you have to do is really contemplate this. Is this true? What's being said here? Is it true? Not to just accept it for what it is, or accept it or believe it. This is not a belief. This is a Dhamma that you realize. So the realization is an individual experience. So for you to get that, you have to put that effort, like we discussed before. You have to really inquire why there's no bird in the song of a bird, why it is just a sound, why there's no rubber tree when we call it a rubber tree, why it is only a mental construct and mental projection, how it is that there's no rubber tree out there. If you had done this penetrative contemplation, the penetrative insight will be born. You will be using thoughts to do this penetrative contemplation, but as a result, penetrative insight will be born in that moment, and that insight does not belong to the contemplation. And that is the beauty of Dhamma, using contemplation to realize that whatever the contemplation you did was wrong. Using thoughts using the illusion to destroy the illusion. That is the only way through this Dhamma. Just like someone who fell into the well had to get out of the well by the opening of the well. This Dhamma, we've fallen into this illusion. We are believing in this illusion. How do we transcend this illusion? By realizing that this is an illusion, using the same thoughts and words that's been created by the illusion. So that first karma sthana is is that. So this could be extended to all the other sense faculties. Smell, when you're walking somewhere, there's like a nice nice dry fish smell or something, like bombili or something. Usually these are very easily recognizable smells, and automatically, very fast, suddenly, instantaneously, the thought comes, oh, somebody's frying bombili. If you don't like it, you'll be like, oh, bombili, I don't like it, I hate it, or something. But if you like it, you'll be like, it's nice. I feel like I'm hungry or something. But neither of the thoughts belong to that smell, because that smell was detected by the nose, and that experience of the smell doesn't carry in any information about what kind of a smell it is. It is just an experience, a raw experience. And this experience doesn't even belong to the nose. It transcends it. So so if you see that, if you really contemplate on that, if you really inquire into that, you will see that the thought about bombili, this dry fish, special kind of dry fish available in Sri Lanka, that is because the assumption that this smell exists. There's something called dry fish, and that gives a smell like that. Now this is the same smell I'm inhaling, so therefore I like it or I don't like it. So in this thinking process, the underlying assumption is this dried fish curry exists, and I am smelling that. So the world right now is of a world where there's a dry fish smell and a person who's experiencing this. And since the truth is not seen here, which is smell is just a smell, whatever is born out of it, whatever is born with the aid of it, does not belong to the smell. And that there's an underlying there which assumes the assumes the existence of an existing entity called dry fish. So this is the truth we have to see in the moment. So that is the first karma sthana. And with time you will realize, because as we live day to day, we face many things, we experience many things. From the morning we get up until the end of the day, when we wake up, we experience the bed, the room, the bathroom, your partner, lover, husband, wife, whoever, your children, your work, while you're going to work, the roads, the traffic, the news, the shops, salons, whatever it is, all these things, moment to moment, depending on what the mind clings on to, what becomes real in that moment, becomes our world. So we have to do a lot of contemplation, because there are many mind objects that a mind come across in a day. So all these objects need to be contemplated, and until the realization comes that all of these are mental constructs. They seemingly come alive because due to the manifestation of vibrations, different ranges of vibrations detected by different sense faculties. Therefore, it feels like something's out there, and with respect to that, I am here. It's not even that something is out there is that same vibration become feels like the self here, like an extended version of it due to speed. So if one sees this truth, he has come to the realization of the full realization of the first karma sthana. Then Then the second karma stand, that there's no such thing called the mind. Mind also comes alive moment to moment. So throughout the day, we go through many thoughts. So if we can, if the images that are seen, the sounds that are seen, the smells that are smelled, the tastes that are tasted, the touch that are touched or felt, if they are not true, if they are manifestations of vibrations, how could the mind that is made up of these 5 inputs be any real? That too is not real. That too is a manifestation of vibration that comes alive moment to moment. So that second karma sthana is to see that all the thoughts that we come across during the day, because thoughts are very fast, they move from one thought to another to another. In every thought, the self is created. In every thought, I'm hungry, meaning there's a self, there's a world of food, there's something called hunger, and that is happening right now, and that is happening to a person. That person is me. I am hungry. So that in this moment, that world is created where there's someone who's hungry here, looking for food. This person would come, go grab some food, eat. In that moment, while eating, that food is the world. There's a self-respect with respect to it. In the next moment, this person might need a drink to kind of top it off. Then this person will get a drink, and in that moment there will be a drink and the person with respect to that. So this world is created moment to moment based on where your attention rests. So if that is the stimuli, that is the whatever the stimuli there is, the stimuli itself becomes the perception or the so-called external world, and therefore ends up maturing into the so-called self. So if we are able to really do these contemplations, thought by thought, see how the self is created thought by thought in the moment, that is leading us to realization. There's no inherent value in a thought. There's no inherent substance in a thought. We think the thought, the chair. In the thought chair, there's no chair. It's just a thought that's in somebody's awareness. How can it carry a 3-dimensional chair? It doesn't. When I say I'm hungry, there's no truth about it. True, there's a process, just like a tree will be absorbing nutrients from the floor. Yes, there's a bodily need. Whether it is a hunger or not, the system will lead you to food, whatever is around you. Just like an animal will go find their food even without knowing all these labels. Just like a newborn, how when he's kept near the mother's chest, he will go towards the breast milk. So there's like a system that's in operation, that's kind of working with some sort of an intelligence. Just when a cat is sick, the cat doesn't know, cat doesn't have a doctor or doesn't have anybody teaching what to eat or whatever, but he will just find catnip somewhere and get that medicine. So there's an intelligence, there's a system at work here. Because we have labels, because the so-called external world has become real, we think I am doing it, I am getting the medicine, I'm eating it, I am eating my food. So the third karma sthana is seeing this system for what it is, not with the labels. Seeing that the function of the eye is to see. It is just a mere experience of seeing. Like when we first enter this path, when we look at the world, when we try to get our attention to this present moment, it feels like I am looking at whatever is in front of me. But is it true? That division in the field of a visual field is a mental construct. So the more you know, the more you contemplate, the more you see this truth in the moment, that division fades away. And slowly, as we continue to see this truth, slowly but surely, the visual field just become the visual field without any divisions. Even when we close our eyes and listen to some music, there's a mental image of an ear that belongs to me listening to music and the sound appearing from the area where the ear is. Even when the eyes are closed, there's like a very faint, dark kind of a mental image. When you even when you see that truth about that, that is also the faculty of the eye. Mental image could be seen even when the eyes are closed. That is the faculty of eye at work. If you can see, it's also just bunch of colors. The sound loses its mental images slowly but surely, and you will see that this becomes a very different experience from the experience we had when we started the journey. Even when we smell, if you close your eyes and smell something, the mental image contains like the area of the nose and the idea that it belongs to me, and the smell is kind of lingering near that nostrils. And that is also like a dark kind of a mental image. If you contemplate enough to see the truth about it, it's a bunch of colors, densely on certain areas, not so densely on different areas. If you see a color is a color, whether it's a dark color or a light color, whether it has a shape or it doesn't have a shape, that division is also gone. But you will still be able to smell, taste, touch, see, hear, all that is there. But this duality that's kind of that's spread onto everything that we think, all these mental images we have, they slowly diminish to give the clear view about things. So, and as you go on, you begin to see the process for what it is, that seeing for seeing, hearing for hearing, smelling for smelling, so for tasting for tasting. And you see that this is just a process. Nobody's doing it. Like even when we walk, there's a mental commentator, there's a narration. I am walking on this kind of a flow. But if you see the truth about it, the legs, the so-called leg, there's only kind of a touch, there's only a touch when you keep the foot on the floor. Whatever else is mind-made. When you look at the floor, maybe there's an idea, this is a tile floor. Now I'm walking outside. Now I'm walking onto a sandy floor, whatever it is. The skin of the soul, the feet don't know all of that. These are all mind-made, which is not true. So similarly, extend it to all the whatever you do, whatever the practice you do, extend it to all the sense faculties, and this clinging, the sense of self slowly diminishes. Nobody's trying to claim ownership all the time and to get, claim ownership all the time and thus have this internal burning all the time. Not that somebody's doing it. When when someone assumes that it is true, when it is assumed that the so-called world is true, that internal burning naturally arises. So with realization of this, with contemplation, and then followed, which is followed by realization, that internal burning slowly subsides. So I see we have Nandima, Dr. Sakuntala, Ms. Indu and Namni, Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai Harshi, thank you so much for your excellent speech.
So that gave a very lengthy explanation about the formation of the mind. So I think that's very useful. So as you start discussing about this International Meditation Center, which opened yesterday, I think it's a very important milestone of Buddothpado reveal, especially relation to international community. So this place is a very calm place, and everywhere you see, what you could see is the lush green. So this place is you see very much suitable for especially the international community and even maybe the local ones also, and international community, especially for you see to practice this mind. Because such a serenity is everywhere. I would say the place is more or like a village. It is not just a place. So it carried a village feeling. So everywhere, I mean, one side was completely surrounded by, you see, paddy fields, and those are very huge ones. I mean, the area covered by the paddy fields were very large. So it was a very spacious place. So almost what you could see in one side is the sky and the paddy fields. Then the other side was covered by very nice rubber estates. So these rubber estates are very well managed, and anybody could even walk inside the rubber estates as well. So even the ground was very well maintained, and it was very nice. Even this rubber estate itself was very, you see, unique, and very different arrangements were there. And in other side there were some katupol, so some coconut type plants, and even that was very beautiful. So maybe Harshi, myself thought sharing, you see, a few about this place today, since this is one of a very unique place. So actually, the building, if we take this building is very large. To cover the building, even you need a lot of time, because the building was such a very spacious, and it was very big, and it is a very high quality building. And this is more or like a villa, or more like a hotel, like a bungalow type, and that was very much suitable. I mean, when you look at the design, even it is very much suitable for tourists. So and every place, I mean, inside this building, especially the ground floor, that was very nicely arranged. Everything, I mean, very high luxury furnishing, and everything was there, and nobody was restricted. You see, walking inside the premises too. Everyone who gathered on that day was allowed to, you see, walk and see what is this place? So, and you see, there was a very spacious kitchen, very spacious kitchen, and very spacious dining area, and very elegant living area, and these rooms even like very this is like a building complex. So many rooms, and especially with spacious bathroom. These bathrooms were not small; they were very big, very large bathroom. So that's why we are telling this place is not just a very simple place. This place is very attractive, and everything is very thoughtfully designed. Like the design was very at a very high level. So it is some beyond expectation, I would say. And you see, even the entrance on the day, this entrance was very beautiful. So there was a very large stone Buddha statue. That Buddha statue was very massive one, and very, very elegant. Very nice Buddha statue. And the place, especially the grand entrance was there, and it was decorated with very beautiful flower arrangements with some hanging flowers, and you see some very beautiful, very nice flower decorations. And so the place, actually the entrance was very extremely beautiful. So nobody expected that much of a grand entrance on that day, but it was very simple but very grand. So and even it's a very nice, because this entrance is you are able to see the entrance through a very huge pathway. On the side, the rubber estates, and people have to walk in a very long pathway to reach the main entrance, and that is very straight line. So when you see, when you walk along that path, you feel almost like you are going to a separate world, like because such a beautiful scenery was here. And so extreme beautiful. And so on that day, the first it was started with the religious activities, and then lightning of oil lamp. So everyone was given the opportunity, and then that ceremony was held. Actually, that ceremony was very nice, and there was no any issues there, and it was very, very grand ceremony, and that runs until 10:30. Like even Narayan Wahanse also talk from the mobile, but there were good sound system also there, and everyone in the premises and one in the rubber estates even could hear what was told. So that was a very, you see, everything was very, I would say, nicely planned. And people could sit in so many places, because there were verandas that were very, very spacious, and even outside. People love to sit outside also, because around the trees there were, you see, sitting areas, and people could sit in round around the trees. The trees are very big and shady, and even ourselves, myself and Ashanti, we sat actually outside. We did not feel even we are in outside, because due to the greenery and due to the large tree shade. And due to the beauty, of course, nobody felt that they are outside. And it was not too sunny either on that day, and there was no any issue from the rain. The program ran very well, and so by around 3:30 p.m. It started rain, but you see that rain even was extremely beautiful, because with the rain it started sunny condition, and you see the water was falling on leaves, and people could see the sparkling water bubbles due to the sunny thing, and you could almost see the rain falling on the paddy fields. So with such a beautiful scene, people lost, I would say, in the last 30 minutes, people almost lost in the place. So, but anyway, that rain was over almost by 4 o'clock, like it was fully over. Then full it was sunny, and so people could leave the premises without any issue. So there was no any kind of you see any damage. Even the rain couldn't do. Actually, even that rain, everyone felt as very good thing. And the other thing is, everyone was given a very good meal. And Harshi, these things also very matters, because people came without lunch. So actually everyone was given a very good meal also on the day, and people gave a very good comment about it. And a nice thing we can say, the guy who cooked on that day, he spoke to me. And you see, he said actually the guy was about to cry, seeing this much of a large crowd, because it was a huge crowd, Harshia. I mean, unexplainable crowd. So this guy said he cooked for many people before, but yesterday was the his most happiest day in his life. So he said that by seeing such a large crowd. So there was a walking meditation. You see, the path was superb clear. Everyone could walk in the path, and the walking path was very big one. But you will, I don't know, Harshi, whether you believe it or not. So people, you see, line up for the queue, and the first set of people, you see, they started the walking meditation journey, and then they continue, and then they reach the main entrance by completing the circle. Even by that time, there was another huge, large set of people waiting to start the meditation. It was such a huge lineup. Even that walking meditation line, you see that meditation path, even though that was a huge, big path, that was not even enough on that day to cover the massive number of people, especially in the morning session, because in the morning session there was a unbelievable crowd. Then after having lunch by around 1:30, some people left, because people came for the opening ceremony from very, very far places. So such a huge gathering was there, and so this shows, Sarshi, the great message what we saw is, this place, of course, would be very much used as a tourist location, because that also need, because there must be a center to bring this message in a strategic way to the international community. So there must be some other plans you see on the way, targeting the foreign crowd, the tourist crowd, because this Dhamma is for whole world, not only some set of people. But you see, the message is, if there is a very spacious place, even for locals, like maybe it doesn't want the big buildings, because they just want to come and go. If the what it want is a big hall and a ground for walking meditation. So if these things are there, and if the Dhamma is there, still in today's context, people, there are a set of people, a fairly large number of people in Sri Lanka searching for the true Dhamma, the real Dhamma. So that was seen yesterday. The enthusiasm and the willingness of the people who in search of the truth, and who has effort to engage in such a practical training here. So that's all I have to say, Harshi. Thank you. Others also join. Teruvan Saranai, Harshi. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Nandima. And we saw you yesterday for the first time, and Dr. Ravi and not others, and you all worked tirelessly yesterday, conducting this program, and we thank you very much. And Teruvan Saranai to both of you all, and everybody. Lot of people, lot of great support to get this place up and running, to have that inauguration ceremony. So there's great respect, and we thank all of them. And there's without those efforts, it wouldn't have been possible. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai Harshi, Teruvan Saranai Randima. Yes, as Randima said, the beauty of the place is actually unexplainable. So it is the place itself becomes a teacher for the calmness. So what Lord Buddha expected is the calmness, quietness. So the place itself gives this calmness to everybody. So as Randima said, even though it is located in a somewhat remote area, in a middle of a village, it consists of all the required amenities. I mean, washrooms and kitchen and the luxuries it has. I mean, the comfort of beds. So they were really good. They are really good. So anybody who come from the other countries, so they can stay there very comfortably, actually. So apart from the scenic beauty it has, so as Randima clearly explained, it has a good viewpoint. So on the rooftop there was a nice Buddha statue. So if you climb there, so there's a certain metal iron ladder to climb that area. So when you go to that particular place, you can watch entire village from there. So that is very beautiful. And so it is very beautiful, and the rooms in the upstairs are also very comfortable, very spacious, and washrooms are granite. They have granite floors and very luxurious washrooms are there. So as Randima said, other furniture and the things to entertainment are also there. Uh, we saw mm, guitars and all these things are there also there. Uh, so it is a comprehensive kind of a package if you visit Sri Lanka. So you will get any experience, every experience that that you intend to have. That means from starting from a luxury stay and the scenic beauty and the meditation and the food also. There would be I don't know whether there would be a housekeeper, so he or she can prepare food for you. So or you can prepare your own food during your stay, because kitchen is there with all the facilities and all the utensils, and I think nothing to say about that. It has been used for uh, a tourist destination about a couple of years back, but now it has become a meditation center. So with all these facilities, so it is very beautiful. It is situated in a very beautiful and peaceful area. So as I said earlier, itself it teaches the calmness a Buddhist should have. So if I talk about this the yesterday's program, that was very I mean that was very good actually. That means nobody was hurried to do anything. They did it everything on their own face, but they did what actually wanted to do. So I didn't want to bother about what Randima is going to do, because she does the same thing what I expect. She did what I expected. So vice versa, it's the same thing. When the professor was there, he did it. Even it was done by myself. There were no difference. So like these things. So we only felt that everywhere there was me. Even I saw in the kitchen, they were doing their maximum capacity. So if I were there in the kitchen, I could have done the same thing. So I didn't feel any kind of a difference between them and myself. So it is more or like a same kind of a community who comes from. So though we haven't seen each other, this was the very first time we met each other, but we know. So we behave like the people who know how years know each other years. So that was a great experience. So that is the that is the that is the thing that we achieved through this Buddothpado sermon. So everybody could feel it. I know, as Randima said, even I don't know whether person who came for the cooking and the other stuff, so he might have not been heard this Dhamma before, but he also, I'm sure he also should have felt it. because that much there was some kind of a calmness, stillness, and everybody was everybody was acting as one. But they were actually not very hurry, but they did their job more than 100%, it seems. Because when I went there in the early morning, there were very few people who were there for 3 days. Mrs. Rebecca and Niroshani. So they were sweeping the floors and all these things, but the calmness was there within them. Anyhow, they knew that this event would go smoothly. They knew it. So as Aranhas also says this, you have kind of a mental picture that this event would go like this way. So actually they had that mental picture in their mind. So they knew this event would go very smoothly, very peacefully. So they were not hurried. So actually the people who engage in those activities were very, very good. Very good means they are the people who live in this Dhamma. The Dhamma makes them to behave like that. So every time, everywhere we saw the Dhamma is function of the Dhamma. So it is very nice, and also the meditation the practice programs, the way Randima and Asanti conducted, that was really nice. And we were also kept sitting and listening to those things. And I also personally walked all around this area, did the walking meditation. So as Randima clearly said, when the first people enters to the premises, so we were supposed to get out from that premises. So that much people were there in the walking meditation. So entire circle, more than entire circle, could make from that gathering. So it is. So I was in the last in that queue, in that queue. So it made almost entire a circle. So that was very nice experience, and also we felt something we haven't felt ever before, that should say. So after coming back home also, I expressed my feelings to my wife also. I was telling I didn't feel we went to something new. So it is the place, our place. It belongs to everyone. I was there everywhere. Likewise, I can't explain that thing. So it was a really nice experience. So what I have to do, what I want to tell is, I'd like to invite people from the other countries, please do visit here and feel the true feeling of Dhamma. So this is the Dhamma, this is the truth, the place where the truth resides. So you will, we will guarantee that you will get the stillness. So so RNHC has set up a nice what do you call a timetable for people who going to engage in these meditation activities in the future. So if you do the things accordingly to that timetable, you will we can guarantee you that you will achieve uh, the stillness for sure. So as advertised earlier, the depression, the anxiousness, and all the things would go away for sure if you uh, follow this timetable and do some kind of practice uh, uh, when you visit Sri Lanka. So it is now ready. The International Meditation Center is now ready and open, and it is now open to the entire world. So please do visit Sri Lanka and have the feel the difference. So that is my message. Harshi, Therwan Saranai.
Sarana, Dr. Ravi, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, we can continue to talk about, like, keep on talking about how beautiful and peaceful that place is. And it's a huge thing because it's all these efforts that's been kind of uh, getting together, being accumulated. Everybody's actually kind of operating with this true intention of sharing the Dhamma they experienced within themselves. So, yeah, it was really beautiful, like really kind of nestled in the nature, and wish we could personally go there and experience it ourselves. And it's a great opportunity that's opening up to the world. And yeah, we have a lot of others today, which is great to have. We have Dr. Sakuntala Thiruvansaranai. We would like to hear from you as well.
Therwan Saranai, I pay my homage at Thailand Mahase's feet. Therwan Saranai, Harshi and other Dhamma friends. Actually, as a person who couldn't attend to that event, including Harshi and maybe many others who were not there, we could only have a mental picture, beautiful mental picture, I would say, which has become more and more informative, more and more detail-sided, becoming richer and richer right from the beginning when we were watching the live program, and then there were many photographs and video clips which were sent to the groups, and now Randima and Ravi described their own experiences. So all these things made a very colorful mental picture. And from that, what I could say was that you can actually experience the 4 steps in the practical pathway. And I could feel that the sensor functions created a very beautiful picture. Without my eye function, it was only the vibration in the ears, but the rest of the picture was completed in the mind very beautifully, with various colors and even sounds, and even could feel the cold and breezy feeling to the skin when they were describing. So all the sensor function created the beautiful mental picture. That was a thought. And then the next thing that the system could recognize was that this was only the sensor function, and there was no controller. It was an automatic or a spontaneous happening without a person behind. So from what he listened just now, this all 4 steps actually could be felt, and it was convinced more strongly. And also, as from what Chandima and Ravi said, that walking meditation on such a long stretch, I think, is very effective. As both of them said that we never can experience that in a shorter stretch. And actually, when you do it on a longer stretch, especially for a person who has a clear knowledge about the darshana part or the mechanism of this thought formation and how the self-feeling erupts as a result. So if you know this mechanism and if you have that underlying knowledge as a basic, the 4 steps actually do not have to go one after the other. For a person who is more familiar with this walking meditation, experience because but there is a happening, there is a lightness. So that is the end of that 4 steps in the practical experience that what RN has taught us. Actually, these things, these facts can't be any more simpler because it's explained in such a simple manner. It's very practicable and it can be applied to day-to-day activities without any difficulty. So that was, I think, it must have been a real once in lifetime type experience for for our friends who took part, and all of you did a great job, and especially the people who have been working there for several days and giving a complete beautiful picture with the facelift of the garden and everything, because it was not used for some time. So everything had to be sort of colored and cleaned, and so much of work because there is such a big garden, and the house is also huge. So there must have been lots and lots of work to do. And organization, I think you have no words to explain that, because the very last bit was meticulously looked at by R.N. Mahase and then organized. So it was a very sort of impressive, and I don't know what words to say that to explain such a sort of magic-like performance, I would say. So I think that is a little bit that I wanted to say. I can see Lalana also has joined. Thiruvaan Saranai, all of you. Thiruvaan Saranai and Hansa.
Yeah, Thiruvaan Saranai Lalana. We would like to hear your ideas about this as well.
Thiruvaan Saranai, everyone. Even though I couldn't visit that place, I think they have organized it very well and all went well. And first time I also saw Dr. Ravi, Randima, and Ashanti, and all the others who were actively participating in this Dhamma forum. So we are very lucky to have such type of international organization, the place where the tourists also can visit and get the idea of meditation, because most of the tourists are coming to Sri Lanka, enjoy and go back to their country. But beyond that experience, they have a place in Sri Lanka to train their mind how they have to live, and they have how they can feel about the mind and everything. So I think that experience is very important rather than enjoying that. And the place, it's very, very beautiful, and the everything, the environment and the house even well organized because of our advances thing. And not only that, yesterday Harshi and Dr. Kokila, even though they were far away from us, they explained it very nicely. I thank every of you. You have done their job in a great way. Thank you very much for everything. This is how we can go ahead with this Dhamma. We can see the beauty of the Dhamma, and the way they behave in that place is wonderful. So no hurry at all. Because of this Dhamma, they don't want to force any other people to do such things. They did their job. That is also very important and well organized. That event is very wonderful. Thank you, Harshi.
Thank you, Larana. Actually, like, we are very happy and grateful to have that place being open to the public, so that just like we found tranquility through this Dhamma, through the internal transformation, we also can find it. And that is the duty of anyone who's following this path. And we know our Advanced has been doing that duty impeccably. Like, we cannot, like, working tirelessly, getting all these things up and running, and all Dharma friends here, Randima and Dr. Ravi especially, we thank you for all your great support, and everyone, Asanti, Nirosha, Dilrukshi, Dr. Rebecca, and Professor, and all these people. Like, we don't know a lot of names because we only work with a limited number of people, and there are lots of organizations and kind of different units attached to this Metmal Foundation. So all of them we thank, and we are grateful to them. And I think we have come to the end of the session. Thank you for joining, everyone. Let's pay homage to our Enhancer at our feet, Theruvan Saranai, our Enhancer. And let's meet again tomorrow. Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
Theruvan Saranai, Harshi. Thank you, Harshi. Thank you, Dr.
Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
I was lost in a maze, the maze of samsara, going on circles where there was no way out. The walls whispered of lives I'd lived before, each step was a shadow knocking on a closed door. I carried all my suffering, carried all my doubts, but inside had the feeling there is a way out. the path is true and clear. Lift up, Buddothpado, guiding light will shine bright and clear, showing you the way out of the maze of samsaric fear. Lift up, Buddothpado, guiding light will shine bright and clear, showing you the way in the darkness of the night.
Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Teruvan Saranai. So it's a very special day to all the followers of Buddothpado discourses, because it's the grand opening of Buddothpado International Meditation Center, where retreats will be conducted mostly for foreign nationals to come and stay long term while listening to this Dhamma and practicing it. So it's just like the one-day practical program that's been conducted all over the country. Similar programs will be conducted here. The food will be provided, the accommodation will be provided. It's free of charge, and this project was being worked on for a while now, and today is the grand opening of that Buddothpado International Meditation Center in Dombagola. So most of our followers and practitioners are there. So we'll just start, just like any other day, start discussing about this Dhamma. And from time to time, we'll be joining with them. And we will have updates from the program that's being conducted today. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai. Yeah, we see some followers have joined, and so let's get on to the regular discussion. And if there are any updates from the Buddha, we'll catch up with them as well. Teruvan Saranai. So usually we discuss the book. Volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, a PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And until everyone joins, I'm going to start reading the book as usual. We're starting with page 131. This is the discussion titled Night Zoom Discussion on Sunday, October 15th, 2023. Participant, if the brain is dead, that is also regarded as death, I believe. However, I also feel that if parts of such a body can be donated, that's a great deed. And Mahansi, you must look at this situation as the inactivity of the senses. I am now going to answer a question asked by a child. The notion that the mind is located in the heart is a misconception. The Buddha never declared such thing. Dhamma sparks cannot be placed in a particular spot, or rather a physical location cannot be attributed. Now I take your permission to answer a question asked by you, sir. You cannot observe the supramundane plane by being in the mundane plane. Aranhatsi does not require anything from the mundane plane. The great Mughal Thero did not find himself in him. People who wrote books state that he was massacred to death because of a karma. When there was no Mughal Thero, how could someone say his death occurred? That is another misconception. That is, an Aryan do not break branches or leaves from a tree. How is this possible? When they do not consider these as objects or trees. The Buddha declared that he would not preach what he preaches to the mundane, insane world to the Arya world, and vice versa. The mundane world has been entangled in karma concepts. In the past, the innocent people were misled by brainwashing them with karma effects. Aran Vahanse came forward and destroyed these misconceptions by offering the true Dhamma, which refers to the base of all the occurrences depends on sounds, colors, taste, sensations, etc. and the vibrational energy. It was clearly exhibited that there is nothing you can hold on to in the phenomena. This is the time to learn about the doctrine of cause and effect and not karma effects. When trapped in the belief of karma pala as a result, the fear of death gets stronger. The fear of death gets stronger that leads to anxiety and depression. In the English zone discussion, it was discussed about various types of addictions. People are addicted to various things such as alcohol, drugs, bodybuilding exercises, and also something called meditation therapy. Parents brainwash their children to become certain people with what they think as social status. And the children run and run after these for material well-being and to compete with the others. Therefore, it's correct to say these people get addicted to senses and walk towards destruction. The humanity and the association with the nature and its wonders are forgotten. This race ends up having severe mental illness. Is this what we live for? Within the technology of artificial intelligence, the minds of people have turned abnormal. Finally, this intelligence destroys the human race in abundance. All this refer to an addiction and a reconstruction created by the vibrational energies. The Dhamma has been preached in order to help people escape this madness. This is all related to an illusory mind. So all these discussions, in whatever the way we discuss about it, they all talk about the same thing, that this so-called external world and the so-called self, they're an illusion that's created moment to moment as a manifestation of vibration. So in this discussion, they talk about how supramundane plane is different to mundane plane, which means supramundane plane means the realized one. When someone understands and realizes that there is no self here, the thoughts don't have that internal burning that he or she once had. And unnecessary thought patterns are not there that believes the existence of an external world and so-called self. So when people from the mundane plane says that Mugalantero was massacred or killed by a bunch of thieves, yes, that is true for the mundane plane because that's what they see. They see an existing Mugalantero, an existing bunch of thieves, and the action of murdering someone. But in reality, Mugalantero as a realized one, it's just a system, it's just a process. Mugalantero had lost himself long time ago. That is how we can say it. That is how, but Mugalantero has realized that there is no self here, that the so-called external world is also not true. So whatever happens, there's no getting upset or regretting over the fact that he's being attacked by a bunch of thieves or whatever it is, as it would be there for the people from mundane plane. That's why Buddha said, whatever I preach for the mundane plane will be wrong for the supramundane plane, and whatever I preach for the supramundane plane will be wrong for the mundane plane, because this Dhamma transcends the mind, this Dhamma transcends the illusion. So people in the mundane plane, they believe in this illusion. And for them, everything exists. Mugalantero, Buddha, the doctrine, Devadatta, everything. And for them, it's difficult to see beyond that without realizing the truth. And there's another similar example that's been discussed here. For an Arya, for an Arahat, they say in the doctrine, they have said that an Aryan doesn't break branches, but then the mundane plane that seems like it. But the deeper metaphorical meaning is, for an Arahant, there's no tree or a branch, and there's no breaking, because he sees that as a process. There's no doer that he feels. So that is how whatever Buddha said to preach to the mundane plane becomes totally different to what he preached to the supramundane plane. And if we talk about the mundane world, they believe in karma. They are entangled with concepts of karma and effect theory. So even before we stumbled upon this Dharma, we were in the same place because that was the only thing that all the temples have been discussing, have been preaching. And it was deep rooted in our society. It was embedded even in the way we talked. But after we found this Dhamma through Arya Mahanse, it completely destroyed that belief. True that we've heard that Buddhism is a cause and effect Dhamma. Even in Sunday school we learned that, but it was just nominal and nobody really knew how to explain it, and nobody really knew what it really meant. Given this stamp, we still believed in karma and effect theory. So Aryan Mahanse completely, fully, and in a very profound manner explained why it's not the case and how, due to conditions, the world come into the so-called world come into existence. How dependent origination is really dependent. Before that, those were just ideas and things that we would write for the exam. Aryan has explained how everything, the inputs from the five senses, the faculty of the eye, faculty of the ear, faculty of the nose, faculty of the tongue, faculty of the body, faculty of the mind, all of them are manifestations of vibrations. The visible range of light is detected through the eye. The audible range of vibration is detected through the ear. If there's a range that could be smelled, that is detected through the nose. The tongue, similarly with tongue, the nerve ending detecting the pressure, the temperature, and the pain as manifestations of vibrations. And when we consider thought, a thought is formed when all of these are present. The baby, when the newborn baby didn't have any thoughts, but when he was gradually introduced to the language, the labels, precisely the label mother, an image was pointed at, he was pointed at an image, the relevant image of the so-called mother, and the label was given through the ear. The faculty of the ear was able to detect that sound, that range that is
Teran Saranai.
Teran Saranai Aryan Mahanse.
I think today very special day. No, Buddothpado, Dhamma friends. A special message we want given. Buddothpado International Meditation Center, Dombogoda. It's starting today. I think it's very important message. What do you think about Harshi? I think you know this. Yeah, Harshi.
Yeah, and so it's a great initiative by the whole body of Buddothpado, and the grand opening of the Buddothpado International Meditation Center at Dombogoda, and offering programs for foreign nationals mostly, introducing this pure Dhamma to them, and offering retreats surrounded by nature, and bringing whoever is suffering from anxiety, depression, whatever it is, or any seeker of truth, whether you want to end suffering or whether you want to kind of explore the truth.
Yes,
This is
yes, Harsha, I think Randima is there. Randima, do you hear me?
Yes, Sare and Mahansa, I can hear.
We like see this today opening ceremony. I think just now busy. Who's there? Zoom. There's a video. Indrani, are you there? We want screen video screen this Dharma ceremony. Indrani, are you there? Do you hear me? Yes, Indrani. Do you hear me? Someone is there. Screen sharing. Who's doing today's screen sharing? Yes, Indrani. Randima is there. Now is now is the opening time, so they are in busy. Randima, yes, you can explain what happened there.
Yeah, so Aryan Mahansa, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. This place is very beautiful, very calm, peaceful place. I think many people have gathered here today for the opening ceremony. So all the procedures are underway now. We are ready almost for the opening ceremony. So in a short while, we'll able to communicate the procedures. So I am indeed beautiful for coming here and participating in this beautiful event, Aryan.
Yes, Randima. We like to see the board, name board, and the Buddha's statue also there, especially. Yeah, we can see the. Yeah,
We can see a very nice
yeah. How is this?
statue here.
Yeah. What do you think about Harshi?
wow,
Yes.
it's very
Yeah.
beautiful, Aryan Mahansa.
Randima phone. I think his phone is there. It's a good angle. Is the angle? Indrani, is that okay? Screen is
Randima, can you hold the phone horizontally?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, now it's okay. Now it's okay. Yeah. Yes, that is the open ceremony. Is there? What do you think about Harshi? Buddothpado, that's a meditation. Buddothpado meditation center. The Pogota is that is the board. It's okay.
Yeah, it's very beautiful, Aryan Mahansa.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of people have put a lot of work to get this
Yeah,
to the
lot of work is
stage.
there because heavy rain is there. Day before yesterday also, but they are doing this well. They did this well.
Yeah, and it's great to see that the
Yes, and
statue. It's beautiful.
yeah, and Rebecca is there, and Nishant also there. So many guys is there today. Those father friends. Very important, yeah. Nishant, Randima, given this phone, Nishant, I think is good. Yeah, Randima, you're busy now. I know that. So, yeah, Harshi, what's your idea is this program, Harshi?
It's a great initiative, Aryan Mahansa, to share this Dhamma with everyone. And, we know with our own experience how it has helped us. So for sure, it's going to help a lot more people. And it seems like it's the first step towards that. And it makes us happy to see that. And the whole of Buddothpado fellowship has come a long way. And it's good to see all these listeners joining and working towards it. It's very beautiful, and
Yeah.
I saw some pictures and the website and and it looks very beautiful. Wish we could experience it first-handedly as well.
Yeah, monks is there. Otherwise, the nuns also there. So many nuns with us. Our country. You know. We don't know how many monks, how many nuns with us. So many nuns with us. Sri Lanka, everywhere. So, because the Dhamma is the very specially. You see there's a experience. Otherwise, this is practical. You can experience it. That is why the many guys here, because it's a experience. It's not a trust. It's not a belief. It's an experience. No, they have feel. They have experience. That is why this not only the book reading. This not only the knowledge. So inside transformation is happening. That is why they are here. No harsh.
Yeah, and it's obviously different to any other, any other monastery or meditation center that we've been to, because this is not just somebody believing in a monk coming to help, because people have seen real transformation within themselves. They really want to help this great initiative. So we can see that, as you mentioned earlier, a lot of people have been joining this. I think they're going to start the program.
Community. I'd like to request we welcome all of you. We are gathered here to this inauguration ceremony.
There is Dr. Ravi, no? I think it's
I have.
Meditation center.
Yeah.
So, first of all, I'd like to let's.
Dr. Ravi, I think it's there. Otherwise, Mahachar, that's a professor is there. Behind him is
to conduct
yeah.
the various observances at first. So, Professor, can you thank you. Siru denatama dewan formai. Buddothpado වැඩසටහනේ අද බුද්ධෝත්පාද මේ සෙන්ටර් එක විවෘත කිරීමේ සහ ප්‍රතිපදා වැඩසටහනේ ආරම්භයට පැමිණි මහා සංඝරත්නයේ සාමයේ අවසරයි පතමි. ඒ වගේම විවිධ ප්‍රදේශවලින් මෙම ස්ථානයට පැමිණි සියලු දෙනාටම දෙවන් කරනයි. ඇත්තම කියනවා නම් මෙම දානය බුද්ධෝත්පාද වැඩසටහන් සමූහ පමණක් නොව අන්තර්ජාතික වශයෙන් මෙම බෞද්ධ මධ්‍යස්ථානයක් විදිහට ප්‍රථමයෙන් බුද්ධෝත්පාද දේශනා අහන අයට පමණක් නොවේ සියලුම ලෝකවාසී ජන
I think we lost connection with them.
Yes, it's okay. I think it's a signal. It's okay sometimes. It means I think no, it's a busy time. No, that is why. Actually, you can explain. That's a few days. I think it's a new program is there. There's a timetable also. I think it's good to explain others what's the program is there going.
Yeah, that was
සියලු දෙනාටම පෙරවන් සරණයි. අන්සිල් සම
Yes, Harshi, are you there?
Yeah, and was they are back again.
Harshi, it's not even important. You want to explain in that program. You see, you don't think about screen what is going. Yes, Harshi. Well, what is the program? Yeah, why are you silent? So it's not. Do you think or do you do? Don't worry about it. It's okay. You explain. Yeah, program. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, yeah, so this, I think it's a big piece of land, and this um, establishment is really very well suitable for our purpose here, and to have this meditation center. And I don't know for how long, but last couple of weeks I was able to work closely with the project, and there was a lot of work that was done, a lot of people who got engaged and helped, supported throughout. There was a website launched and got the place up and running in a manner that's suitable so that foreigners can come and take part in these programs. It's similar to the one-day practical approach program that's being conducted all over the country. So that same program is a program closely mimics the same program. That's the daily program. So anybody can come and stay for as long as they want and listen to this Dhamma and experience this Dhamma. It takes someone from the wisdom of truth to wisdom of duty to wisdom of accomplished satya prutya prutak, that whole journey, like how we experience it within us. So that is the idea, to share it with the world. Of course, RNHAS has been working tirelessly day in and day out to share this true Dhamma with everyone in the country. We know we have almost 8 Zooms a day, and we can't even think of a time where Anwanse gets any rest, continuously guiding each and everyone individually throughout the journey, pointing out where they're going wrong, the wrong directions, pitfalls, and everything. So it is going to be the same program here, and as followers of Buddothpado discourses and as seekers of truth, it's a very blissful thing to see this happening today. And you can, yeah, Aryan Mahansa, thank you very much, Aryan Mahansa.
Yeah, it's a little bit rain also there, but they are not worried about it because everything is okay. Yeah, it's going.
Yeah, it's
I
well
think we should.
organized
Yeah,
too.
yeah. I think now it's in Tisarana Sarana time is doing that monk. Yeah, how's telling that English, Harshi? Mm. Tisarana Sarana is a is opening
I
doors
haven't
and
thought
Gachana.
about it before, Aaron.
Yeah. What the English is talking about?
Maybe
It's
Dr. Kokila can help
Pay
us.
yeah,
homage to Triple Gem.
Yeah,
yeah,
thank
Kokila.
you, Doctor.
No, Kokila, you speak. It's okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
Kokila, explain this. It's okay.
yeah, they are paying homage to the Triple Gem at this moment, and
It's going on.
so yeah, they're trying to introduce something. So if I'm speaking to the everyone who's listening to
Oil
the
lamp, I think it's
yeah,
and
light in the oil lamp. Traditional cultural things that we do when we try to inaugurate something, so that in Sri Lankan culture we have all these ways and means of doing something as in the first
that's an
place.
Hirosha. That's a Buddothpado Dharma Grantha Sasada. Is how is studied in English. This guys are very no very expensive work. No, how is this? How Dharma Grantha Sasada? 4 years or 3
Is she the
years?
president?
Yeah.
She's the president of that.
So Dharma Grantha Sasada president is Tanuja, no? Tanuja is the president. Hirosha is a I think is a treasurer. No? Sabhapati is Tanuja, the Lekam is the Nirosha.
Secretary.
Secretary is a Nirosha. Yeah, that's the secretary. Dhammagas Salsada. And the treasurer is who's treasurer there? Yeah. The oil lamp is doing. Yeah, it's okay. Two oil lamps is there, no? Yes, okay. Because Dharmagata Sasada is the other one, and there's a book prepared in them. And the Nivatamaka Sasada is the other one, and that's doing that's maintain the monasteries and the that's the Dhamma discourses and the Zoom discussions also, and the Karma TV and the Prajnanalika and the there's a media section is doing, otherwise Nivatamaka Sansada. So other one is there's a Metpal Foundation. Metpal, no, is a Padanam. How is it in English? Metpal Samaseva Padanam. Kokla is there?
I'm not sure, but we can tell the same word.
The English words, yeah.
Samaseva.
Social
I
work.
think it's Metmal Foundation, isn't it?
No, it's not a Metpal Foundation. It's a NGO, no? It's a national. What is that? Words. Yeah. That's a.
It's a non-profit organization.
No. It's a Metpal Foundation. No, it's the other one. This one is a Metpal Samaseva Padanam. It's the other one.
Okay.
Samaseva Padanam. The house tells that English is social.
Social work.
Social Services Foundation.
Okay.
Yeah, someone is there. Very clearly explain this. What is this words? Metpal Arra Samaseva Padanam. Yeah.
Metmal Monastery Social Services Foundation.
No, Harshi. Are you there? Someone is there to telling these words. Kokila, what do you think about? You try. What are you doing? Explain. Yeah. How can you do that? You do it. You did it. But you can do now. Why are you silence? No, you're not a babies. Now I'm telling that.
Samaj Seva doesn't come to.
Yes. Yeah, it's okay. Word is okay. Not any other. It's okay. No problem. It's okay. The Metpal Foundation is the other one. Metpal Foundation is the everything is there. Metpal Foundation, because Metpal Foundation is the like so is a foundation. It's okay, including there. Metpal. So Metpal Samasya Padanam and the Niwata Sada and the Dharmagasa Sada and the Met Mudita is a unity. So all of them are in one group. That one is the Metpal Foundation. How it's okay. Now you understood
Yeah,
what's
it's
the
subsections.
yeah. Metpal Foundation is president is Dr. Suran. So is the secretary is the Asante. Otherwise, is who's that treasurer is Mane. So there's a Metal Foundation. It's okay. So 10 directors are there. So director board is there. Is other many guys. It's okay. 10 guys is there. So they are now. Is I think I will have speak. Yes. Uh, yes. I would words English words. This opening going. Yeah. So how you understanding this? You can explain now. Arshi, are you free?
Yeah, Ranhas. So they're
Yeah.
lighting the
Kokila,
oil
yeah.
lamp.
You given this words. It's okay, Kokila. No problem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Arana. So
Yeah.
all the venerables are actually lighting the oil lamp, again showing the traditional way of opening ceremony. This highlights, or actually, it gives you the feeling that we are starting this meditation retreat today, and as a first day, and it is open to all the local, local Sinhala speaking as well as English speaking people, but mostly it is local persons there. But so all the venerables are lighting at the moment, and I unfortunately not sure about their names, but I know because we have so many venerables who are listening to Buddothpado Dhamma discourses and going in this path, and who are actually following this path. There's a lot of people. I think it would get bigger and bigger because all the I don't think everyone has come yet. It's early in the morning yet, so I heard about buses coming there.
Yes, everywhere. Purunagala buses are coming. Otherwise, they can be also. Otherwise, the Surya Samara. Otherwise, Martha, Gal, the many buses are coming together. Then it's very nice, no? Anuradhapura and the other Kakirao and Mihintale. What you think about this whole?
Yeah, Dr.
Yeah,
Ravi, who used to talk in this
yeah,
Zoom discussions every day, is
yeah.
standing there now at the moment. Actually, I think he's the main person who is handling the program, who is naming the people to come and light the lamp, which is the traditional thing.
Yeah.
And I think everyone represents a part of it. So even every subsection, every and also people who have helped this so much. So this is like a fruit of endless efforts.
Ours is nice, no? Nice work, no?
Yeah, and that's very nice. And it's good to put some faces to the names that we've known, like Dr. Ravi and Randima, and maybe we'll learn the names of some of them, name and form down the line. And, yeah, a lot of people are there actually.
Yeah, yeah.
It's,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, it's very
Randima.
early too, like Dr. Kokla said, but still a lot of people are. They have made it on time too.
Yeah.
I think that is Jyoti Dheera Swamin Hanse.
Yeah, yeah.
Did I spell it correctly? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Teruvan Sarnai Aren Mahansa.
Yes, Sudarma.
It's actually very, very nice, Aren Mahansa. I think 2 days ago you showed us the video of all the arrangements that were being organized. But from 2 days ago to now, there's so much that has been done to decorate the place and to have it ready for all the people who have now congregated to this place. Aren Mahansa, very nice.
Yeah.
You can see a lot of monks and nuns as well here. All to your efforts, Aryan Mahansa. And I think more than 1 or 2 years ago, I remember on Zoom, you mentioned that there will come a day that you will bring all people from all parts of the country together to one place. So now we are seeing that happening, Aryan Mahansa. Teruvan Sarnai.
Yeah. Yeah. So can see that yesterday also. So huge work there. So everybody saw we coming
Yeah, I
full
heard
night.
from 7 p.m.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Andalam Pradesh, I heard that Aren Hanse was actually working there at that time. And
Actually, Aryan Hanse's organization skills are admirable. Like we just heard about this, I think not even less than a month ago, probably through Donatmadeshana itself, that this project was in progress. Now it's completed, and to get it, get such a project to completion in such a short time, in silence, kind of for a while, like it's a lot of work. Thank you very much, Aryan.
Yeah, yeah. 2 days ago, very heavy rain is there. So that is why struggling all of them. So after I went there and appear and getting the no, it's my duty is how to do this at that time. They are going back. No, we won't go front. Not, no matter what is the weather. Now we saw everything is arranged. No, we can't go back. We won't go ahead.
it is the same with the path as well, Aren Hanse. Once we feel this, there will be no going back.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They are going back. I'm coming front. Yeah, it's okay. I don't know if it's there. A lot.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. They are surprising. They are. I went there. So I don't want. I don't want the maintain character or anything. I won't do this best. I won't do this best. That's it. That is why. Only that one. Only
I think
that idea.
that would be the first example of an inauguration without the actual head of that inauguration, principal of that inauguration.
Yes, indeed, Dr. Kokila, isn't it? I mean, every other conventional or Pruthakshana Aryan Mahansa function will have the person who organized or arranged it right at the front.
Yeah, and I actually worship this.
I know, Aryan Mahansa. Yeah. I think that is just a testimony to the pure truth and the noble truth that you are teaching, that you are, practicing it by action itself.
And then everyone would follow. Everyone would follow, because no one can actually be the head anymore, because they all have to follow Aranwan's footpath.
And Harshi, like you said, it's good to put a name to the face, isn't it? For the first time, I'm seeing Dr. Ravi.
Yeah, that's true. Like we've been talking for like months, like such a long time now. I think almost a year.
Yes. I saw the Pradipika Menin Vahansa earlier lighting the oil lamp, and I saw the Menin Vahansa or the nun from Panangala. So there were a couple of familiar faces.
I haven't seen Kurunegala Mahanse.
This is at the entrance, isn't it, Aryan Vahansa? The Buddha statue. It's very, very nice.
Yeah, that one is the entrance. So it's nice, no? That's the
Yes,
Buddha.
very beautiful. Yes, beautiful, Aryan Vahansa.
What is there? Yesterday night, they are coming bring this board. I told we want board. Midnight. They are midnight making this board. You see, this board is arranged in midnight yesterday.
Everyone must be on toes, like trying hard.
Yeah, hard working is there. So many guys there yesterday night, so busy. They are wake up and they did their job very well. I think it's good. Yeah, it's nice, no? Yeah, it's nice.
Very nice, Aryan.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
There's the
very
flowers
nice.
is there. So,
Flowers are
this
beautiful.
flowers is there. It's a fresh flower also there.
Yeah.
Yeah, how is that? You see, there's a fresh flower arranging. Yeah. Nice. Now it's nice. Many guys are there, no? We don't know how many guys there, so we can't say because how many guys in Sri Lanka in Buddothpado.
No, they will be still coming. They're only coming now.
We don't know how many guys. Yeah, many vehicles are there.
Oh, there is Asanti coming.
Which one is Asanti?
There's Asanti.
I haven't seen Asanti.
There's Asanti. Yeah, there's Asanti.
We can't miss Asanti.
That's the foundation.
Asanti is the one who is touching
Randima.
Oh, there's Asanti.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to see Asanti.
Asanti is there. I think, yeah.
Who is standing near Randima?
On the left side is...
sometimes Sudharma.
Is she Sudharma? Okay.
Yes. I've seen on Zoom, yes. Sudharma.
Sudharma told me, especially, I'm coming day before yesterday, yeah. Nice picture.
Very nice to see all Buddha followers are advancing.
You see this Buddha statue also 1 week made in 1 week or 2 weeks. They made in this statue also. Buddha statue and the others. There is my ideas. You know, one guy is a huge working is doing. Huge work is did. No, done. It's a planning and the deciding and a quick decision and getting the action. Otherwise,
yeah.
Quick decision is a very important. Yeah, quick decision is very important. This project. What we want to do is okay. No, we are ready for that. It's okay. How is doing that? I asking others how is doing this. That is only that for that question. I won't do this. That type. It's Dr. Ravi's speech is, I think. Dr. Ravi is right, you know. Yeah, it's okay. Because many guys is there. So many there. So
Yeah, they have to keep in mind and thank everyone and all that.
Many unique is there. Many unities there. That is why, you know.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
he
that is
has to
why.
mention everyone.
He won't tell in the everybody's name, and he won't explain everything. So Dr. Ravi, no, it's okay. This is my handwork is there. Is the flower you see there? It's my handwork there. Yesterday 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. Now I'm not there. I'm kind of far away. But early morning I went. I leave there.
We heard you didn't even have anything to
It's
eat or
okay, sir.
advance the whole
They
day
are coming.
yesterday.
They are coming after. Many guys are coming.
Yeah, I think more buses will arrive. And I think it will be because it's a very early morning and people have, I think they have to travel 8 hours, sometimes 6 hours, 4 hours.
You see how many guys there, how many busy there. You see this rubber
I think there's
for
more people now.
Yeah, it's okay. Thousand people. I think is coming. What to do? No, huge. We don't know how many guys are coming here. We don't know. But we arrange the rice and the foods also the hangers. So we arrange special guys. Yeah. It's a professor is there.
I think Randima is giving a speech or.
Yeah, it's okay. As Asad, it's okay. Asad is late, no? Asad now is coming there. He's the foundation secretary, no? That is why. It's a Kurnagar. You see, Hatharalia, there is a candy, no? Kurnagar and candy.
Yeah,
Middle
must
there.
be taking much time.
Yeah, it's a late. That is why it's okay. And the Manil is there. Yeah.
That's Mane.
That's Mane.
That's Mane is there. Yeah, it's a Kurnagar. It's a project is leading Mane.
Indrani must be watching this as well, isn't it, Aryan Vansa?
Yes, of
Yeah,
course.
there is Pavitra.
There.
You see, there is Pavitra Merinas, you know?
Oh,
There is
is that
Pavitra
so?
Merinas. She's very important, yeah.
Oh,
She's the
there.
Pavitra Merinas. I'm
And Samita
Samita
Meena.
Merinas.
And
Yeah,
Samita
it's very
Mesi.
important.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Pavitra Merinas yesterday, I think he's thinking, actually, I won't go there. And the Lakkana Merinas is there, I think. Lakkana Merinas operation is.
No, I think she had a surgery, wasn't it? Yeah.
But Lakkana Merinas is there, I think. There is Lakkana Merinas. I think it's a young. Yeah, young. None is Lakkana Merinas, yeah.
This is Samita, isn't Samita Menin once?
Samita is oil lamp.
Lighting the lamp now, and then next person.
It's okay.
There was an Aranasa.
Yeah, there was a
Aranasa, I can remember in 2022, Aranasa highlighted in 2025 will going to be the special year for everyone. Now it has come true, Aranasa. It is nice to hear that everyone, those who were actually participating in this Zoom discussion and the work in Buddothpado organization, nice to see they have gathered to the same place and doing their work nicely, Aranasa. The dream has come true.
Lala, you know the story, no?
Yeah, I know, Aranasa. In
That's
2022, Aranasa, we had a discussion over the phone. The 2025 will be the special year for everyone. Now it has grown, Aranasa.
Yeah. Otherwise, a story is how is the Pavitra Menas is coming, no?
Yeah.
And a story because at that time you there.
Yeah. I started because of the Pavitra once she gave me the number, Vance's number. The very first day I called you, Aran Vance.
Yeah. That
Because
is
I offered alms for that monastery every month. Because of that, Pavitra once called me. I did a lot of work with Pavitra once to translation many sermons in English. So I can remember the day Iron was explaining everything with me over the phone. Personally, Iron was very nice to see. Actually, it's a great year. I think this is a great year for everyone, isn't it, Iron was?
yes. So we are not did this. How is happening like this? No,
Yeah,
we want
yeah,
we want truth.
yeah,
Yeah. So many years we are searching this truth. We are
yeah.
how how you are going this way.
Yeah,
How
yeah,
do you come in this way? Yeah, you can
yeah.
explain. How much Sri Lankans is trying to nibbana is effort is getting.
Yeah, and also initially we had a small crowd. Actually, we didn't have the Zoom discussions and months, but gradually it has increased month by month. And when 2023, Aranvasa has highlighted so many special things in your sermons, Aranvasa, especially the mind creation and the identifying the soul and the problems that we are facing in going on this path, and especially the Pratipada, that is the special one for everyone because we didn't have that such a Pratipada.
That I heard,
Yes, the arena, that is very important because of that. These organizations have established to practice the Pratipada because I have Arana once has told me, asked me to go to Matara Monastery. I went there. I stayed there even. So those days we'd have small crowd. Now people can understand this Dhamma. And more people are coming to see the truth of this Dhamma. So they have realized it. Now it has grown because of this project RNVAS. So how hard the RNVAS it is. I know the RNVAS had made a lot of efforts and encouraging us to do everything what we can do RNVAS, and even invited those who can do something, at least for small thing even Aranvasa has invited without seeing their position, their way of speaking. Bhase never concerned about that. Those who are going sincerely in this path, they have come together and doing their job Aranvasa.
This is Sudharma speaking.
It's a beautiful function too.
Yes.
You turned
Yes.
off the volume probably because everything is in Sinhala, isn't it, Aaron? So maybe you
No,
can see the
no. English
video.
as Sinhala. The English explain is doing. Dr. Ravi and the Randima after Sinhala explain is doing. That is why
Okay.
it's going
Yeah.
that 2 time. Yeah. Because this monastery is English is a language is using. That is why they are doing
Yes, of
explain
course.
English.
Yeah.
Yeah. After experiencing.
So how do we travel to this spot? And once I heard it's Kalutara, but
Yeah,
then it says Dombagoda.
no,
So if you
no.
come on
Yeah,
Lower
it's
Road,
Dombogoda. It's Dombogoda is Corner Road. You won't
Corona Road. I
you won't
see.
turn
Okay.
you won't turn the Matugama area.
Oh, Matsugama side. Okay.
Area, but not the Matugama, not the Kaluthara, not the Horana. It's the middle.
Middle, right. Okay.
Yeah. There's a village. Otherwise, no buses also.
So the village is Dombagoda.
Dombogoda village, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Wow, I know that entire village belongs to this monastery now. I mean, the meditation center, is it?
Yes, what you say?
That village belongs to this meditation center, is what you said,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Otherwise, not only the one place, 3 places there, combining the 3 like a triangle. It's a net. Is there village covering? Otherwise, the huge area is there. The paddy field and the other farmers is a tea and the timber. This
Rubber plantation.
plantation. Otherwise, the paddy field. So this monastery is have these paddy fields and the this so the truth. I don't know how long I how stay in this area.
There
Yeah,
must be quite a few hectares, no?
yeah.
You said this belonged to a British person, and then he
Yeah,
didn't want to give up after the independence. He didn't go back, and he
yeah,
stayed.
that's the place. Is a Derana is a Chatura explain this place. Is a horse running path is there. Otherwise, many places there. We can show there's a, I think is this time is guys are there, is some media guys also there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yesterday or day before, and Vahansa, the professor was showing all over the paddy fields, the rubber plantations, and the cultivation, vegetable cultivation.
Yeah.
Very nice, Aran. So I think the villagers are also, there'll be a big awakening in the village as well as a result of the monastery, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is
People around.
Doctor from Karapeti here?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Dr. Suran, I don't show. I don't know that is why. Dr. Suran face, I don't know. So that is why.
I don't know. So you could have gone because nobody knows who you are.
No, I don't know. That is why. Dr. Ravi also, I don't know. First time I was looking here. I don't know he's Dr. Ravi or no. I know Dr. I know there's a professor. I know Asanti. Yeah. I don't know others. I know in the Tanuja also and the Nirosha also. So yesterday night there, Tanuja and Nirosha, so first time they are looking me. They show me because this activities is very important. No? This one is very important. That is why I given the house this this. I'm given the
advice.
Advice. Yeah.
Instructions. Yeah.
Instructions. That is why. Few guys saw me, Tanuja and the Nirosha and the Rukshi and they are in these groups. The few guys, yeah, show me yesterday night, and they are especially with us. Otherwise, I call them. You come here and support me. I'm there. And we won't build up this. We won't do this very well tomorrow. No. That's why yesterday night. So I call everybody and come here, and I won't do this. So that's why board also coming after that midnight. Everything is very speedily did it because heavy rain few days ago. Heavy rain. 1 week, yeah. They're struggling. I think this is Dr. Ravi, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. We can say voice. Are you like to see hear in the voice? It's okay. It's okay. I telling them open the voice. It's okay. Yeah.
Randima, can you turn on the volume?
I think Randima is not there.
No.
I think someone else is
They were
holding the
have this.
phone.
Yeah.
They're able to do that. Those. Oh, okay. Randima. That's Randima.
Mm. I think it is still mute, isn't it?
Yes, I think from her side she has muted, right? I don't think we can. We're able to turn it on.
I think now it's.
Aranwasi, is this closer to Bodhinagala?
Not sure who is holding the phone of Randima. Mm. Now at the moment, Asanti is delivering a speech for the audience.
Actually, last night, I think Karen once was asking how many people are arriving in buses from different areas. And I think some people said 20, 25 from Kurunegala. I think they said 48 people. But then apart from all those people, I think some people have just turned up, isn't it? So you really don't know how many numbers are there.
Mm.
It's quite a lot of people, I'm sure.
අපිට මේ volume රන්දිම volume දාලා දෙන්න.
I told Randima to.
Okay.
Now it's okay, no?
Yeah.
කටයුතු කරනවා. ඉතින් ඇත්තටම
විශාල කටයුත්තක් මම හිතන්නේ ලෝකෙටම මේ ධර්ම ගෙනියන්න පුදුමාකාර කටයුත්තක් මෙතන අද දින සිද්ධ වෙනවා. නමුත් ඇත්තටම බලුවොත් කරන කෙනෙක් නැහැ. ඉතින් ඇත්තටම සන්තෝෂයි, ගොඩක්ම සන්තෝෂයි මේ හැමෝම දැකපලා ගන්නවා මේක ගැන. තාම අපට කතා කරන්න බැරුණා හැමෝමත් එක්ක. අපි බලමු ඉස්සරහට කවුද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ. ගන්න මොන කියනවා. හඳුන්වයි මම හිතන්නේ විශේෂයෙන් පූජා කියන්න නැහැ. ගොඩක් සන්තෝෂයි. බුදුපාදාරයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර කරනවා. ලෝකෙට පණිවිඩය ගෙනියන්න මේ ධර්මතාවයට අපි හැමෝම බුදුපාදාරයන් වහන්සේට ශක්තියක් ධෛර්යයක් කියලා සංහිඳනවා කියලා අතරම කියන කරුණුයි ඒවා කරන්නයි
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ඔබතුමීටත්. ඉතින් අපේ තවත් මෙත්මල් පදිනමේ ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන ආයතනයක් තමයි මෙත්මල් සමාජ සේවා පදනම. ඉතින් මෙත්මල් සමාජ සේවා පදනමේ සභාපතිනිය දිරුක්ෂි පෙරේරා මහත්මියට වචන ස්වල්පයක් ඔබම තබන්නේ මම ආරාධනා කරන සිටිනවා. එතුමිය ඇතුළු නිරෝෂා මහත්මිය ඇතුළු තම්ජ මහත්මිය මේ ඒ කට්ටිය මෙතන මෙතන ඉඳලා අපි දැක්කා මේ වීඩියෝ වල කැම පිළිවෙල කරනවා, අස් කරනවා, අතු ගන්නවා කරමින් ගොඩාක් මහන්සි වුණා මේ තත්ත්වයට. ඔබ අද පැමිණෙනකොට මේ තත්ත්වෙට මේක ගේන්න. ඉතින් එතුමියට අපි අවස්ථාව දෙනවා වචන ස්වල්පයක් ඔබ මේ තබන විදිහට. දිරුක්ෂි පෙරේරා මහත්මිය ඔබටයි මේ අවස්ථාව.
පළමුව අපි බුද්ධෝත්පාදාරයන් තෙරුවන් සරණයි. අද මම හිතන්නේ බුද්ධෝත්පාදාරයන් වහන්සේ කීප කාලයක් තිස්සේ ඉඳලා කතා කරපු සිහිනයන් සැබෑවිත දවසක් කියලා මට නම් තේරෙනවා. උන්වහන්සේ පළමුව අපිට ධර්මයේ දේශනා කරේ YouTube එකේ. ඊට පස්සේ ආන්සේ ක්‍රමයෙන් අපිත් එක්ක සම්බන්ධ වුණා ටෙලිෆෝන් එකෙන් ධර්ම දේශනා. ඊට පස්සේ Zoom සාකච්ඡාවකින් සම්බන්ධ වෙන අතරතුර Zoom සාකච්ඡා දවසින් දවස එක වැඩි වෙලා දැන් Zoom සාකච්ඡා නම් මේකට විතර තියෙනවා. අමතරව ඉංග්‍රීසි භාෂින්ද ආරණාසේ දේශනා කරන්න පටන් අරගෙන දැන් ඒක මුළු ලෝකෙ පුරාම ශ්‍රවණය කරන්න පුළුවන් ධර්මයක් වගේ. මේ ධර්මතාවය ලෝකුරාම යන මාර්ගයක් මේ තියෙනවා. ඒකේ අලුත්ම කියලා අපි තමයි බුද්ධෝත්පාද ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් මෙඩිටේෂන් සෙන්ටර් කියන එකට ලියුවා. මේක ලංකාවේ විතරක් නෙවෙයි පිටරටින් සියලු දෙනා වෙනුවෙන් සිතේ පහළුණු ඒ ආරණාන්තිය අවුරුදු ගාන තිස්සේ බොහොම මහන්සියෙන් හොයාගත්තේ ධහම අවබෝධ කරගත්ත ධහම මුළු ලෝකෙම පසුරවන්න පටන් ගැනීමක් කියලා මට නම් දැනෙන්නේ. ඒකටම සුදුසු තැන සුදුසු වෙලාවක් ඇවිත් අපි ඔක්කොම එකට එකතු වෙලා බුද්ධෝත්පාද ශ්‍රාවකයෝ ටික එකට හම්බෙලා අපි මෙතෙක් කල හැමදාම අපි හම්බෙලා තිබුණේ ටෙලිෆෝන් එකෙන් කටහඬ විතරයි අපි හැමෝගෙම අපි හැවුනේ. උනට අද දවසේ අපි ගොඩාක් අයව දැකගත්තා. ඇත්තටම සතුටු දවසක්. මේ ආර්යනාථේ එදා කියපු දේවල් හැමදාම මොනවාද කිව්වේ ඒ හැම දෙයක්ම සාර්ථක වෙනවා. අපිට එතකොට හිතුන්නේ මේ වගේ දේවල් කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි කියලා. හැබැයි හැම දෙයක්ම දැන් ඇත්ත වෙලා ඇස්තනාතික අපිට ඒක විඳ ගන්න දැකලා ලැබිලා තියෙනවා. මේ හැම දෙයක්ම අපිට මෙහෙමුනේ ඇයි? මේ සත්‍ය ධර්මය සත්‍යයක් නිසාමයි. සත්‍යයට කවදාවත් බොරු කරන්න බැහැ. නිසා මේ සත්‍ය ජය ගන්නවා. ඒක නිසා මේ ධර්ම ශ්‍රවණය කරන ඔබ සැමත් හරිම භාග්‍යවන්තයි. සියලු දෙනාටම සත්‍ය අවබෝධ වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආරයන් වහන්සේ බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන මේ ධර්ම ප්‍රචාරක ඇතුළේ තව තවත් දියුණුවපත් වේවා. ඒ වගේම හැමතෙම සත්‍ය ඇසෙන්න මේ වගේ තැන් තව තවත් ඉස්පිරිදී ආරයන් වහන්සේ සම්බන්ධ කරලා ඒ සියලු දේවල් සාර්ථක වෙන්නත් සියලු දෙනාටම සත්‍ය අවබෝධ වෙන්නත්. ඒ වගේම තව වචනයක් මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ. මම නියෝජනය කරන්නේ ඇත්තටම මේ ආරයන් වහන්සේගේ උපදේශ පරිදි මෙත්මල් සමාජ සේවා පදනම. ඒකෙන් කරන්නේ අපි මේ දුප්පත් පවුල් වලට අසරණ පවුල් වලට උදව් කරන එක. මේ වෙන විට
ව්‍යාපෘති ගොඩාක් කළා ඒ අයට ගොඩක් උපකාර කරලා තියෙනවා අපේ මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ මේ ගැන දන්නවා මම හිතන්නේ ඒකත් හැමෝගෙම ධනපත් ධනලා දිනු ලබා දුන් ධනෙන් තමයි හැමදේම සිදු කරන්නේ හැමතෙම ස්තුති කරමි අපි සෑම එක් වෙලා ආර්යයන් වහන්සේගේ මේ ගමන් කරන මේ දැල ඔසවීමට අපි හැමෝම එක් වෙමු අපි සත්‍ය කරා යමු උන්වහන්සේට දීර්ඝායුෂ වේවා සියලු දෙනාටම සත්‍ය අවබෝධ වේවා
බොහොමත් ස්තුතියි අපේ ජීවිත මාත්මිය. ඉතින් මම මේ අවස්ථාවේදී ආරාධනා කරන්න කැමතියි මෙතන ගොඩක් තිරෙන් පිටුපස්සේ ඉඳලා ගොඩාක් දෙනෙක් මේක කටයුතු කරා. ඒ කට්ටියටම මම එකපාර ආරාධනා කරන්න කැමතියි මෙතනට පැමිණෙන්න. අපේ මහාචාර්යතුමත් එක්ක පොඩි සුහද සාකච්ඡාවක් අපි කරමු. ඒතර මේ හැමෝටම මේක වැදගත් වෙයි. මේක ඇතුලේ කොච්චර දේවල් ඇඟවිලා තිබ්බද වැඩ කටයුතු. ඉතින් ඒ සඳහා මම ආරාධනා කරනවා තනුජා මහත්මියට, සමන් මහත්මයාට, කාංචනා මහත්මියට, නිරෝෂා මහත්මියට, ජයතිස්ස මහත්මයාට සහ අපේ නිශාන්ත මහත්මයාට එතනට පැමිණි. අපේ මහාචාර්යතුමා ඔබතුමාටයි අවසරයි.
ඇත්තටම වෛද්‍යතුමිය තුමනි මේ අවස්ථාවේ
සමාවෙන්න මට රෙබිකා මහත්මියව අමතකුණා. රෙබිකා මහත්මියත් කරුණා කරලා මෙතනට පැමිණෙන්න.
එහෙමයි. ඇත්තටම මේ විශේෂිත අවස්ථාවේ මේ තිරය පිටුපස සිට කටයුතු කරපු කියන අපි වෛද්‍යතුමා හඳුන්වන්නට ඇත්තටම විශේෂයෙන් සඳහන් කරන්න ඕනේ අපේ බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ මේ පසුගිය දවස් ටිකේම රැඳවන්න නැතුව මේ ස්ථානයේ මේ මට්ටමට ගෙනීම සඳහා ලොකු එකක් දරුවා ඇත්තටම උන්වහන්සේට ඇත්තටම පාද නමස්කාර කරන්න අපි සියලු දෙනා අද මේ අපි සියලු දෙනාට ඉන්න මේ ස්ථානයක් මේ කටයුත්තට මේ ස්ථානයක් සකස් කරන්න උන්වහන්සේගේ කැපවීම තමයි නැත්නම් ඇත්තටම මේ ස්ථානයක් මේ ගොඩ නැගෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක පළමු කොට අපි වෙන නමස්කාර පූර්වකව මතක් කළ යුතුයි. ඒ වගේම මෙම අවස්ථාවේ අපි එක පැත්තකින් පටන් ගමු. මේ අපේ ජයතිස් මහත්තයා ඉන්නවා. ඔබතුමාට මේ අවස්ථාව ගැන කොහොමද දැනෙන්නේ?
සර්ණයි පරිමෝ උතුම්පති ආගමනාසිත
Good morning, everybody. Sana and Tiransan, all the So let's start our morning activities. So let's observe something quietly. As we know, everything begins very small. Every thought, every object, everything, they begin very small. A sound, a sensation, color, a smell, a taste, just simple sense of content. Well, it seems insignificant, but from this, an entire reality has grown, can grow. So that's how what humans are right now taken as the reality, a fake reality. Just from a simple sense of content, an entire reality has grown. But it's not reality, it's not the truth, it's a built up reality, not the reality itself. A sense of content occurs, and then the first thought appears with resonance activated. Patterns begin to vibrate together. With that comes the thought. This thought, it's not simple. It carries fragments, each sense of content from different senses: visual, auditory, sensory. That's why these thoughts feel strong, vivid, as if the reality itself, because we have different ways to describe it from different sense of content, different perception. So thoughts feel more powerful, more real, more obvious, more solid. So at first, it is just one small construction, simple, but it won't stay isolated forever. This one thought itself can trigger many thoughts, another thought, because these related patterns activate. It's everything similar to that frequency activates. automatically. No one does it. These things, they happen automatically. They are natural phenomena. So then one thought triggers many more thoughts, chains, chains of thoughts. So let's take an example. Let's say we get a sensor contact, and that sensor contact triggers and gets a thought. So now this thought, it is a stop. It start to trigger more thoughts. It can be made details about that thought or emotions, reactions, emotions like hatred, anger, greediness, or else more information. How they built, where it came from, what is the country, something like that. More details, more information, which means more thoughts, more value to it. More value means more stronger this thought gets. Because this thought makes it strong, gives it a foundation, like make it even more real. So now the whole chain goes from one simple, tiny sensor content, and very quickly a full world world appears. But the thing is, this whole full world is a mental world, not the reality, mentally constructed world. Because thing is, let's say the same sensor contact, but one person might get a different world because depending on the information, thoughts they have, and another person might be a different another world. So these words they depend on the person. They're not same for everyone. But somehow blindly we ignore the fact that these are different from person to person. Instead, we believe everyone has the same world. We are living in the same world. But it's all a mental world. Everything is mental. It depends on person to person. So these thoughts will this reality. So now many chains connect. They these thoughts reinforce each other, which makes this story, this reality, this illusion expanding. more complicated. At the same time, it gets stronger. It gets confirmations because this reality is depending on each other. These thoughts, it gets stronger. Those thoughts. So now objects feel stable, not from outside, but from our own mind. Objects feel stronger, stable. Situations feel real, and all above it, this life feels continuous. But all of it is ongoing constructions, momentary moments. So, with the same thought, you just keep using it. It becomes habit. It feels like we know it, we recognize it, and it becomes decisional. So that's why day-to-day objects like chairs, tables, we feel like we know them because each and every time these thoughts appears, which makes it even more solid, artificial. It feels obvious. This recognition gives this solidity, this certainty, this familiarity and stability to these objects, these thoughts, not just one object. When it gives these for each and every object, this world feels stable, feels solid, feels real. But this solidity, it is nowhere to be found except our mind. Everything is created from this mind, nowhere else to be found. His known feeling, his recognition, whatever we call these thoughts, they also build the structure to repeated thought, to repeated patterns, to habitual rules. Every time the process is seen, a simple sense of contact activates a thought, and then the rest follows with that one. That's why some thoughts we feel we know them. That's why it's hard to not to believe they are true. because we used it, we saw it every day. How can we say they are not true? They are not real. These thoughts make this illusion even more stronger. That's why this thought feels so clear, obvious, real, solid. Even though each thought is a symbol from patterns, patterns in sense of content, still they feel stronger because of the keep using it. These thoughts comes immediately, effortlessly, which makes this illusion even more stronger, which makes even hard for us to see this process, how these thoughts appear, how this illusion is filtered from this mind. So not only that, not only this objects, these thoughts safe to it, but also with those thoughts, with those objects comes another thought, very strong. It's the ownership. It's the self. So each and every time a thought appears, there's another thought. It feels like an owner, a self, a powerful thought. That feels like we always the thought. We are the ones thinking. We always thinking what we are body and also the outside objects. There is this self who's experiencing this self. But this thought, this self is not there. This thought born each and every time another thought with another thought. We see a chair. Then the self thought also comes with that. But if we don't see any thoughts, nothing, no self. But we cannot stop. We get thoughts each and every time. And there's this self with those thoughts each and every. Because of that, we feel this self is continuous, always there. Whatever thought we feel, maybe a book, maybe a table, maybe a chair, maybe a door, maybe a house, anything. With all those thoughts, there is a self. The self is the object, the thing, that other thought. The self is the chair, the self is the door, The self is the other, that object. But we are unable to see this ownership. This self is after added afterward. It's not within the sense of content. It's also built upon that story, not in the original content. That's how this thinker appears. Now it feels like I am thinking. I am the one who owns the thoughts, this body, this behavior, these objects. I am affected by these thoughts. And somehow we have created a fake self. And the thing is, this self feels like it's continuous, a continuous self living in this world outside. That's how it feels. But the truth is, it's all created from thoughts, mental constructions, not the reality, not the truth. When this self, this I-ness, repeats continuously with each and every thought, there is this ownership. I, me, myself. When it happens again and again, it creates the feeling of a stable self. A continuous self. That's why we feel this self is real and this self is living past, present, and future. But this self is also reconstructed each and every time, moment by moment. We know past is not true. We know present is not true. We know future is not true. We know past is thought, a thought that is reconstructed at this moment. But when this thought taken as reality, there is a self who is doing that. That self is the one who's taking things as reality. So, which means if we take in the past as reality, which means there is the self also. So that's how we feel there's a self in this place. But as we know, each thought is reconstructed right at this moment, not even in the past. It didn't came from the past to this moment, but it recreated right at this moment. Even the self. So once you start to see this whole process, it becomes obvious it is an illusion. Now look at the full truth becomes visible. First, a simple sense of contact. Then, with this resonance, comes thought. This thought looks feels solid. Because of that, it creates more thought, more information on that thought, layering on top another. Now comes a chain of thoughts, which makes this story, these thoughts, this illusion, this whole thing real, certain, strong, certain, which means which, which makes this illusion feels as the reality. Because there are different ways to see this illusion, vivid ways, so obvious, not the reality. Not only just simple thoughts, with each and every thought, what is taken as reality comes a self. I mean, whether it's me or myself, mine, I, whatever we call it, it's the self. And all of these combined together feels like the reality. This is the process happens every time, each and every time. The thought might be different. It might be something simple like chair, book, a table, a door, or something complicated like a situation, stories, calculus. But whatever it is, same process happens every time. Simple sense attendance activates this whole process. Thought activates more thoughts. That's how this illusion works. And there is a self who powerful, who living underneath everything. This self wants things, try to keep things, but the reality is not that. Reality is everything influential. Nothing is permanent. Thoughts itself is not there. But the self wants to keep them. And then when they can't, they start to suffer. The self is the reason to suffer. But the truth is, there is no self. But the thing is, there is no self to begin with. But still, all of this feels like reality. The whole world, a life, a person, a thinker, a self. So we have to see it carefully, observe it carefully, all by ourselves, not by blindly believing what someone says, but taking this knowledge and using it to seize the truth by yourself. Try to penetrate thoughts. Try to see it, observe it yourself. When you see this carefully, that everything was constructed, this illusion start to lose sense as well. You can notice right at this moment, right now, you can see it. You can observe a small sense of contact with it. Very simple, very light, almost nothing, just a few. It could be a bunch of colors. It could be a sound. It could be a smell. It could be a taste. It could be a touch. Almost nothing. simple. It appears and disappears. But it gets complicated when the mind starts to work, when the resonance begins and the pattern activates on this thought appears. Now, it's not just a bunch of colors, it's a thing, an object, solid, three-dimensional, with the width, with the depth, with the weight. Even we feel that weight, that heaviness of the thought come on the mind. We feel it. And that thought, it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stay as it is. If we take on these thoughts as these objects as the reality, then more thoughts follow. Maybe we want to keep that thought. Maybe we don't like that thought. Maybe we are wondering how we can get more thoughts. Many different thoughts. So this thought, one thought, triggered many thoughts change. Which means this complicated, complex. The whole mental reality was small, but nothing happens outside. The sense of control open and warm. Nothing else. This whole thing, this whole world, this whole mental reality, this story was created, happened, born inside this mind. Nowhere else. So not only that, not only just the thought, with those thoughts, each and every thought comes a self. Whether it's a chair, whether it's a thought, whether it's experience, whatever we label it, a self comes with them each and every time. This self and this thought was born from the sense of contact. So both of the self and the thought is not true. It's constructed from them. But saying both came from the same sense of contact, which means both of them are same things, part of this emotion. Even though we separate it between, it's the same thing. So that's why chair is me, the book is me, the bed is me. Both of them came from the same sense of contact. It they both of them are the part of the illusion. Same illusion, same thing. Even though we feel real, even though we feel different, like outside and inside and separate, we cannot find this separation because both of these are created in our own mind. So that's how we feel. My thoughts, my experience, my feelings, And from that, this me itself appears a thinker, a knower, a self. But when you see it clearly, all by yourself, with the help of this common, this knowledge, none of this is true. Everything is mental formations, mental construction. This whole reality was built step by step from a simple sense of control. You start to lose the power of this illusion. But you have to see this truth first. Just this construction happening, recognition happening, ownership appearing again and again. So you have to see it each and every time how this reality works. Is it actually the reality as it seems to appear? Or is it built? If it's built, how it's built, try to observe it yourself. Try to get the confirmation yourself. Experiment with yourself, with your thoughts, the way you feel. Then you will observe, notice how this how these thoughts, how these are powered by self, how powerful this self is, how powerful these thoughts are. Strongly believe, blindly believe, there are things outside. You can do simple experiments. You can look at objects that we call, that we seems to appear as objects. Try to look at, try to observe, is it really an object? Is it really a 3D, three-dimensional object as it seems to be, as it feels to be? Or is it just a mental construction, a mental object, mentally created object? Just notice it yourself. Or is it just some bunch of colors, or some sound wave, or a smell, or things, or just a touch, a sensation, a tingling? Just a fragment. And notice, before this recognition, this experience is like movement, not once, solidly. Now watch carefully. At some point, this mind recognizes this is this object. Suddenly, this whole thing changes. That bunch of colors went from that simple as they seems to the whole thing, an object. Solid, even has a weight. Suddenly everything changes. Certainty appears. Familiarity appears. This object feels solid, feels real. So these thoughts is recognition. It completes this illusion, this construction. Without recognition, only fragments, very simple image. With recognition, the thought, the thing, an object, the whole world. But why these thoughts, this recognition? It feels true. One thing it has repeated many times. The same thoughts, the same resonance again and again. So now it comes effortlessly. We are used to it. And the other thing is, these things, these thoughts, they appear. This process happens so fast. Because of that, we are unable to see the truth. So we take these thoughts, this end result, as true, as true. And when we keep using what we feel as reality, it feels obvious. It gets more strong. That's why it's hard to not to believe this so strong. But if we go with the beginning, we can notice, we can observe it. Is everything is a system, an information system that based on that, the way we start to see things, we keep using the same pattern to see things, to create things, to interpret things, to label things. That's how we got used to it. That's the way we interpret. That's the way we think, see things, see these words. But it's not the way. It feels as if reality because we are used to it. That is the only way we saw the world. Since childhood, we got taught, we use thought to interpret things, to interpret sense of contents, this world. We kept doing it. All over these years. That's the only way we used to see this world, interpret it, and interpret things, the sense of contents. So that's the only way we know. That's why it feels of feels. Somehow this interpretation has become the reality because we never use anything else. So somehow it slowly became the reality itself, not a way we using to see the world, interpret things, but the reality. But it's not the truth. It's not the real world. We never experienced anything, but we used this way to experience. It helps to communicate with people. That's why this familiarity has becomes the truth, becomes the reality. But not because it is the truth. It is not true. Not because it is absolute, but because it is repeated over the time, over the years. Each and every time when the sense contact appears, we use thoughts to interpret it. We use thoughts to see this, create this world. Each and every from small tiny thing to use large things. We use thoughts. That's the way we used to see the world, feel this world, interpret this world, and create this fake reality. We repeated the same way each and every time. So now we are so used to it. It comes natural. We think naturally, thought appears natural, the self appears natural, the stories they appears natural. So it has constructed a mental stability. So now what we can do is try to understand this, try to see through this truth. And in the end, eventually, you will understand. Thoughts are not real things. This world is not real thing. They seem to be real, but they are not. None of these are real. So we cannot stop thoughts. We cannot stop what we see, what we hear. But before we had a feeling, we took them as the reality. We took them as solid object things. We took them as the reality itself. But now we know it's not. From the understanding of this because we would never see it from sense of context, from this outside. Because the way we see, the way we hear, it won't change. So it has to come within the mind from this deep understanding. The way we interpret things, that has to be understood. It is not the truth, it is not the reality, but still we can use it. So once you understand this point, without your sense of comfort still applies. The system works as usual, but your interpretation changes. What you believed as real, truth, solid, object, now you know from deep inside, from your wisdom, it's not a true plan. But you can still use it as before, but with the deep understanding that it's not the truth. That's what happened. So with this wisdom, you stop thinking things, objects before, because now you know they're not real. We are thinking they're real. We are mentally forming this world. So we feel it's useless to suffer over something that's not true. It comes within a deep wisdom, deep understanding. We will never see from our eyes, from our ears. We can only see from our mind, from our wisdom. So with that deep understanding, with that wisdom, we also start relation. Because now we know things